I don't think so.
What's how, bro?
Let's say 15 years, 20 years to somebody. 10 years, a significant amount of time, they pass away.
The World Trade Center burned for almost 3 months, a very, very long time, but not the longest burning fire in the U.S. Find out what places burn a lot longer.
A situation, but what would you tell me? Because at the time, I'm going to be, I'm never going to see anybody again. I never want to go through that pain again. When do you think, I mean, it's
I love this song. Jesus is me a woman, and people are mine. You got a devil woman, she's gonna get you. You got the devil woman, and people are mine. You got the devil woman, she's gonna get you.
May reach out at 1-775-727-1222 or use the wildcard line at 1-775-727-1295. To reach out on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have the dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell on the Premier Radio Network. I have no idea how all these years I have missed people have called in reference to Walking Man on my program before, but I never knew a thing about it. Never.
She's running down. She's gonna get you.
Has a crank on the side. Turn it for 30 seconds. The radio plays for 35 minutes guaranteed. Come on, the power company. You just take your hand, crank it for 30 seconds, and then it's got a solar panel on top. It's got internal rechargeable batteries to store any excess energy or the sun might produce.
Yeah. How do
it's got this
people get directed along the way?
light that's got a magnetic
Who is it that directs them to get
So you
some
get
sort
light
of therapy
and
is
you
a
get radio for
churches,
35 minutes every time you turn that crank.
they help out. I mean, who isn't?
It should be in every single American household. Just $99.95 now. Get one before they're gone. I'm telling you, the number is 1-800-522-8863. 1-800-522-8863. They're on the web, of course, at ccradio.com. John A. Keel, arguably the world's foremost researcher into the paranormal, has traveled extensively to over 40 countries, investigating the unknown for almost 50 years. His voracious curiosity manifested early. He read everything, particularly science, travel, humor, and magic. When 12, he had one of his first brushes with the paranormal and attic poltergeist that responded to his knocking novels of that. By the time he was 14, he was running space, writing a column, very hero, publishing the school paper, and contributing to the magazines all the way at 16. He was publishing a science fiction magazine, fanzine, actually. Right, I believe it is. And sold a piece to the New Yorker. Wow. In the 1950s, he worked for the Department of the Army as chief of continuity and production for the American Forces Network. And in Frankfurt, Germany in 1952, produced the radio program Things in the Sky about unidentified flying objects that was heard by millions throughout Europe. Author now of 30 books since the Jadu, I guess, his 1957 autobiography. Keel's groundbreaking books have been published in over 20 countries that include many of ufology's most acclaimed subtitles: Operation Trojan Horse, Our Haunted Planet, and The Mothman Prophecies. Incredible Mothman investigations are the subject of a major motion picture starring a Keel-inspired character played by Richard Gere, all slated to be released on January 25th. That in most time zones would be today. Keel's articles have appeared in many leading periodicals, including Playboy Saga Fate. His monthly Beyond the Known column is a popular fate feature. John was recently the subject of Secrets of a Shadow World. Oh my, what a title. A feature-length documentary acclaimed by acclaimed director George who premiered at Lincoln Center, New York City. His extensive television appearances include Johnny Carson, Jack Parr, Hugh Downs, David Letterman. Wow. This guy's been around. John, hi, welcome to the program.
Yeah, I've been up to no good for many, many years here.
And how have we never before this moment?
I don't know. I've been listening to you for a very long time.
It's just illogical.
I know many of the people that run on your
raise
show.
awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important
Yeah,
is
it's
just
illogical
talking
that we
about it
haven't,
openly and honestly.
right.
There's no cure for
Gordon
HIV,
Coleman
but there are
called
effective
through,
treatments that
actually,
must
just
prescribe
before
to help
you
live
were
happy
come on the
with
air here. That was a
HIV.
planned thing. He just got through. And
Which means the amount of the virus
And
is so low
I
that
admitted to him, and I'm going to
living
admit
with
the same
HIV
thing to you.
and not on treatment, talk to
All
your doctor.
these years that I've done the
Learn more
paranormal
at
and things about the paranormal, I've
TrueHIVtoday.com. This
traveled a
message
lot
is
of different
sponsored by
paths,
Gilead
but
Sciences.
the only thing I've known about Mothman was an occasional caller
Come on, Juicy Juice for
who
the
would
good stuff.
reference Mothman, and I always say, well, I don't know a lot about it, and your name would come up. And
Juicy Juice is
anyway, here we are finally.
no high
What
fructose corn
is
syrup, and no
Mothman?
artificial
So it all began about 35 years ago.
boxes.
So that's,
Find Juicy
in
Juice
terms of
at your
generations,
grocery
that's like
retailer.
3 generations of my mother's habits, you know. Easy to forget.
This summer season,
Mothman
evolve your sun care with new banana
appeared in West
360
Virginia
with
in
advanced control.
1966.
And all
And
the means an
there
all
were
new Mystic
frequent
Spirit Mix.
appearances
It
of
smells great and is
creature,
incredibly light on your skin.
which was described as being about
Have to trigger lightly
7
to
or 8
target
feet
areas
tall.
or hold for a long
Pretty big.
continuous
And
spread.
had very bright red eyes.
Each from
And
sweat
it
resistant
would
sport formula
spread
to
wings
kids
that were about 10 feet across.
Sharp Banana Boat
And it would
360
take off
at
straight up in
Walmart
the air.
or Amazon.
And it had a curious habit
happens chasing automobiles straight up in here. Now, it didn't like a helicopter, right? It didn't, most birds have to do a running start. Yeah, sure. Superman wings. And anyone that saw this was usually horrified, terrified, and traumatized by it. And over a period of a year, I collected over 100 reports from people who seemed very sincere and very frightened by what had happened. This thing had sort of hypnotic powers. People would be transfixed when they saw it.
Vision changes or blurred vision. Joint aches and pain or allergic infection. Don't change your stop asthma
The
medicine.
year climax of the collapse of the bridge.
For yourself.
A lot of
Ask
people
your
have
specialist about Visit
what did that have to do with Mormon?
1-844.
Well, it seemed to bring things to not to a stop, but everything was slowed down. There were a lot of people on the bridge who had either encountered the Mothman or had close relatives who had encountered the Mothman. This was geographically held to how small an area? It's the Ohio Valley, the Ohio River, it's the border between Ohio and West Virginia, right? And a little town called Point Pleasant was right there where the bridge was. And it was a town of about 6,000 people. And so the sightings were confined to this town or to an area around the town or one? To a large part of West Virginia. Oh. And there were sightings in Ohio, too. And there were curious sightings of what really looked like a really large bird, like, say, an ancient pterodactyl or something. So, meanwhile, the people in this town, all around it, were having all kinds of paranormal manifestations, poltergeist activity. And I happened to be there almost by accident. And I had gone to Beckley, West Virginia, which is sort of a mining town then. I don't know what it is now. What had taken you there? Why were you going? Because there was a boy there who had found a cat with wings. A cat with wings? Yeah. And this cat, he named it Thomas, and it became a celebrity. And he charged 10 cents to look at this cat. So all of the people in the area were paying 10 cents to take a look at this winged cat. Well, I sure paid 10 cents. I went there, I did a story for a magazine, I think it was a magazine called Coronet. You probably don't remember that. I do remember that. There were many general magazines at that time. Now there are very few general magazines. They're all specialized. But I was a freelance writer writing for all of these magazines. And I went there to track down the whole story. Thomas the winged cat. His wings fell off.
It is
They fell off.
Thursday.
Yeah. They were like lumps of gristle or something. So they were. I got ruined the kid's
Can I
business.
imagine? As I listen to
Yeah, I'm
this,
sure that's the end of the tip.
oldest one did a great job
There's a
with
lot
this
more
one.
to the story. A woman in the neighborhood claimed that Thomas was her cat.
That's totally Elvis, right?
And then when the wings fell off, she lost interest in
Right
it.
here, too.
She took the boy to court before the wings fell off. Court case died on the bus. So there's quite a story there.
And a reminder to become a Coast
while I was
Insider
in
if you are
Beckley,
not
I
one
was
of
having lunch with the editor of the newspaper in Beckley. And the story came over the wire.
The story if you're a Coast
4 young
Insider, right?
people had
Because then
seen
you can
this
listen 24/7
tall
and you
winged
can
creature
take
in
that,
Point
you know,
Pleasant,
nap
outside of
and
Point
you
Pleasant,
think
in
it's
an
all
area
about
that was
that,
known
it's
as the
really been hours,
TNT
but
area.
what happened?
Before we
The rest
get
of the
any
show,
further, can I ask you,
of your
how
Coast
does
Insider,
one
you're fine. Listen
get a
24/7,
job
audio
doing what you did,
archives,
chasing,
actual
being able
downloads,
to
and also
say,
the art
listen,
bell vault, and
editor,
so
I'm
many
on a
other
plane
things,
with this winged
more.
cat.
You can
How do
become
you
one
get
of the
a job where you
victims
get to do
today.
those kind of stories? I collected many other stories on each of these trips. And Playboy magazine had asked me to get to the bottom of the flying saucer mystery. At that time, there were flying saucer stories from all over the world, not just from Michigan or,
local life stories.
I'm here to tell you, Jimmy is
People
no
were
longer
seeing
with
them
us.
everywhere.
He stopped
And
using
they
his
were seeing
zebra,
them
but no one's seen him
in
since.
the Ohio
I know
Valley.
what you're thinking. What's his
Well,
crazy name, right?
she
Well,
was
it's the same
John.
thing. It's Happy Z spelled backwards. It's
They're
not
still
Joe
seeing them in the Ohio
Now
Valley,
they're telling me
and
it's
we
zebra
still don't know what
It's
they are. So I
91%.
take it.
That means
I
it was
pointed Mr.
everywhere.
Hefner
And
and
this
couldn't
throwing
get to the
solutions
bottom.
not even close.
I did not
So you gotta buy
succeed
the
in
one that works
solving
or
the
the one that
mystery.
doesn't. You're
But
smart.
I
You're gonna buy a
traveled
zebra
extensively
91.
around the United States, and I saw many of these things
Of course
myself.
it's gonna work. It's
Well, I'm
zebra
sorry that
91.
Cat's wings
Not
fell
only
off.
that, zebra
That would
91
have
has a
been
90
very
day
cool.
money back
That
guarantee.
wing cat.
Everybody
Yeah.
else only 30.
Well,
Why?
it
Because
was an
they
interesting
don't
story, and
Haven't
it's
your
in
loved
one of my
ones
books.
suffered enough?
Right
Get a
now,
zebra
I'll
91 and
tell
get
you
it
which
back.
book.
Go to zebra.com.
Anyway, I went to
That's
Point Pleasant,
zebra.com.
expecting to stay there for a few hours, interviewing these people.
Sure.
And I discovered that there were all sorts of things happening. They were saying you folks, when I say you folks, they were very, very bright lights. Okay, and they were going up and down the river. And everybody was seeing them, and nobody knew what they were. And very often they would be very, very low in the sky. They could be like 100 feet above the water.
And in size, how big?
Well, they were mostly the size of a large beach ball. And it's extremely bright, and they would change colors sometimes. Just what we're hearing today, the same kind of thing.
Well, today, though, there's some recent, really interesting scientific literature about plasma balls. Now, these plasma balls barely defy conventional physics in that they are able to maintain the energy that generates them, and in fact, even increase it while standing in the atmosphere. And so that's all I know, but I know that science has determined that, and they don't understand how it can be.
Well, they were talking about that in the 60s.
Hello there, Connie West back with you. Hopefully you have changed
You
on
could
the
say
clocks.
nothing is
Time,
new.
everything's going well.
Everything that
For the
people
most
are
part, we're all
saying
set.
today, they were saying
Has always been around.
yes, and the history of this goes way back.
But actually being able to measure one, that is new. And being able to see it defy conventional physics, nothing after creation continues to get stronger. It gets weaker after an instant of creation, whatever would make this plasma ball. So it defies
just one last
physics. That
segment
part's
with him.
new.
Time
So
flies when you are
these
here.
things,
He is one of the world's
seem to
foremost
have a
experts
basic
in grief
intelligence.
and loss, and we're
if
so
you flash
happy
the
that he's here
flashlight
with
at
us.
them, they jump
His
out of
author
the
of
way
6
of the
different
beam.
books.
I've heard those stories, yes.
We got a bunch of
And,
people to
I'll
talk
try-
to David, so
I
I'm
would
hoping that we
flash
can
like 3
run through
times,
some of those.
and they would
Before we
flash
do
back
that, I got
3
a couple
times.
more questions for you
I did
myself,
this in front
but
of
also
witnesses who
want you
signed
now, if you can,
affidavits that
to tell everybody what you do have to
I was
offer,
totally
that they
baffled
can
by
check
this,
you out
because there were
on
so many of them,
grief.com,
and
you know,
night
like
after night,
webinars
we
and
would see
classes
them.
and things like that.
And I was also, of course, I was hoping to catch the bird, as people called it.
Yes.
And
What did you think these, obviously you had to have done a lot of speculation about what these apparent intelligent balls of light were.
well, there had to be some form of energy, because people who got close to them would suffer a very severe burns on their body. Often the eyes would be the first to be affected. It was like conjunctivitis. And that happened to me once. It was like getting sand in your eyes, and it lasted for several days.
Oh, Lord.
There were 3 cases during that period, not in West Virginia but elsewhere, of people who were permanently blinded by looking at these things.
Do you believe that it was just the brightness of the object? You know, they tell you all the time, don't look at the sun, you could lose your sight. Or do you think it was some form of radiation or what?
Well, during that period, between 1964 and 1968, we had this enormous UFO wave all over the world, and a lot of people were suffering various kinds of physical ailments after seeing these things.
Right.
And it's like as if you're
Some of them,
I wanted people to feel like they were sitting down with me
it
and I
was
was
like
walking
their insides were burned or something.
Yeah,
They turned black.
I like that.
That's absolutely
Point, you and I spoke about this, and it's just very interesting. I love your comeback So I want to ask you this again. We were kind of getting to it before. Time flies when you're on here. And that was, when is it time again for someone to move forward
Well, they've got developed
and
instincts.
start looking
Probably
for
heard sounds too that we couldn't hear. Right.
activity blocks?
Right, but they would instinctually, the way animals understand fire instinctually, they would understand this other thing. Anything with that kind of energy, sure.
You're at the beginning
So,
of
we're not that bright, probably. We go, what's that? Well, when you consider the universe, we're sort of like ants.
when you have that thought about
We can construct things and do things and
open to
destroy our environment.
it means
But I don't think we're very important in the universal scheme of things.
and there's
Or at least not as important as we think we are. Well, that's another problem. Man's ego is always getting in our
And
way.
there's 5 stages of grief. Again, I want to grab some phone calls, but 5 stages of grief.
As I say, I saw so many of them and signaled to them. Other people were with me when I was saying these things. And it was a very interesting period of history, which is now almost completely forgotten. Because there are new generations coming up who think it's new to them. They see these things and think it's all brand new. By the way, I want to sell something. My producers said they thought you were 80 years old. I'm 72. You're 72. So Lauren Coleman said you were 72, and he's exactly right. Then you're 72. No, I mean, America can barely remember what happened 2 weeks ago about a lot of things, and so remembering what happened that long ago, no way. But there's no doubt about it. You were there. It happened. Yes, and I was in many other places. It was happening in Long Island here, in New York State. Really. And many sightings. And we could see them coming in from the ocean. It's like watching, it looked like red hot pokers.
Yeah, yeah.
And they would come in from the ocean.
Nice. That's nice. And now the fact that you added a 6th one. Come on, man. That took some. Yeah, that's good for you. And then they say, yes, that's perfect. That's amazing. Because that's a good tip.
Radiating infrared or something. Over the years, I've seen a number of those. They occasionally also have a habit of chasing automobiles. Do you think there's a relationship between those and the lights we talked about?
I like that. I think that's nice. That you know, you can carry that with you, and it's okay. It does. It's a very nice thing. It's very
I
nice.
sort of discarded the theory that they were from
Well,
outer
I
space
know that there's,
because there's so many of them.
again, everybody on the
And
phone
it
will
goes back
get
so
to you as
far.
quickly
The
as I
history
can,
goes
but
back so
I found
far.
something else interesting. This
The
on
one
the
distinctive thing
website.
about Mothman seems
Best
to be
things
the
to say
description
and
of
the
blood
worst
red
things to
eyes.
say
Right.
to someone in grief. And
That's
thank
a
goodness
description also
you have
of
that, because
Bigfoot.
that's an
very often,
education that nobody
you
ever
know how
teaches.
some people hate snakes and
So
some people
this
are
is
scared
nice
of
to know that
spiders.
ahead of time.
Right. I'm
Best things
scared
to
of
say.
things with red eyes.
Tell
I don't
me
like red eyes. And somebody earlier was saying, well, you know, a lot of people have described things like Mothman as angels. And I said earlier, and I'll say it again, angels definitely don't have red eyes. Not in my world, anyway. Hold on. Stay right exactly where you are, John. We'll take a break and be right back. I'm Mark Bell.
There's a reason for everything. You know, that's horrible. It's very true.
Yeah.
And the nice thing.
Yeah, what do you got? I could use
You are on the air on the international line. Where are you calling from? You are the first caller from South. Where are you, please?
But somebody
In Madrid,
want to say
Spain.
something.
On the
You
internet.
know, they want to say something. But that's it. But you have actual things that you can say that you wish us to take all of that. You know, instead of saying, that's great too, yeah. very first one, most people say, I'm so sorry for your loss. To me, it's almost said so much that it doesn't mean anything in your life. That doesn't have any offense to anybody. It just seems silly. Say that. So it's something else. But you do have to
Rockies at 1-800-618-HOPE. East of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may recharge at 1-775-727-1222. And the Wild Card line is open at 1-775-727-1295. To return on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-833-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with our Bill on Kingdom of Nine. You know, like angels don't play this hard. Angels don't have red eyes. Anyway, we're going to talk more about the multi-man prophecies in a moment. That's what I'm doing. And so, why, I wonder why they derive the word prophecies that implies that something was told about something that would happen, something prophetic. John A. Keto will be right back.
Some houses are born bad. Houses like Rose Red.
Now, one team's tweet to uncover the truth. Rose Red is a dangerous place to run psychic experiments. Look at the worst nightmare. Literally is something central on ABC. Well, it certainly cannot be a coincidence because I don't believe in coincidences like this. That John Keel is on the program tonight, and the movie just happens to be being released today. Well, it's not coincidence, yeah.
Okay, so is that
No, they've probably been running you around doing interviews all over the place, haven't they? Yes, they have. Sucking your blood dry, right? Right until the release date.
We have
Interviewed by newspapers from all over the country and
perfect time to be checking that
a number of TV shows. Newspapers
So
are not as
that's
much
where a
fun.
lot of times I've
They
seen
somehow they always get stuff.
you know, when you go on YouTube now or some of these
I
other
got a
platforms,
guarantee. I mean, it's absolutely scary. At least when you're on radio, and these are your words, you know, they're not going to
this and
change.
that.
Right.
And they're not a lot of substance
The
to them.
Mothman
So this
prophecies,
is nice.
why
You
the word
have a ton of
prophecies?
background. And
Because
so
I
you are
started
literally taking people in
chasing
and
these
you are
things, I
educating
started
them
getting a
on
lot
how
of
to talk,
mysterious phone calls. Oh. And
be able to talk to someone with
this would be, you know, today we have satellites up there that
is
can
that right? I mean, this is
interfere
interesting.
with any telephone on Earth. Right. And in those days we didn't have those satellites, so I these phone calls were usually very mechanical voices, like you get today from a computer, but we didn't have real PCs in those days either. Right. And they predicted a number of things that came true right on the nose, like what? Martin Luther King, his assassination. Yes, they told me that he would be shot in the throat. And I took it so seriously, I spent some desperate days trying to contact his group. And I failed. Later I learned that many other people had also gotten this prediction one way or another and had tried to contact him. Well, I think that, his last speech was, I got to the mountaintop. It was almost a farewell speech.
I love that.
Right, he must have been aware of
Let's see
all
if we
this.
can grab one more call really quickly. We
There
are
were
in the
predictions
line
that
number
the Pope
5.
was going to be assassinated.
That you can ask your question.
And there was an incident where a man dressed as a priest attacked the Pope with a black knife. Unfortunately, the Pope's guard subdued this man. But it was a real attempt. There were a lot of predictions which are some of my books outlined in full.
Was this coming, John, at Point Pleasant, or following Point Pleasant, or what?
This would usually be when I was back in my New York apartment, and I get these crazy phone calls.
Do you think that it had something to do with Point Pleasant?
It was all interconnected because I was going back and forth to Point Pleasant frequently. And now that's almost 1,000 miles from New York. But as soon as I would get back from Point Pleasant, I had a string of messages, thing of frantic things were happening again in Point Pleasant. So I'd have to jump in my car and go back. And one of the predictions sort of built up over a period of time was that there was going to be a terrible accident on the river, the Ohio River. And that a lot of people were going to be killed. And because the other predictions had come true, I was getting rather frantic about this. And I didn't know precisely what was going to happen. There were chemical factories along the river, and I was afraid that one of them was going to blow up. And of course, I couldn't tell the people there. If it didn't happen, I looked like a fool. And if it did happen, even worse.
They were implicated or something?
Well, I would have started a lot of rumors. That's what would have happened.
Now, if you successfully predicted a chemical plant blowing up, believe me, you'd be a suspect.
Thank you so much. We're
Because
right
the
there.
FBI and the CIA were around there.
Yeah, it's so
At that
nice to
time, I
talk to
found
you.
out
Yes,
later
6
a lot
books, right?
more
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, this is 6, right?
the TNT area.
Well, now that's interesting. So, in other words, our own government, our spook side government, knew something was going on there as well and wanted to know what it was.
Because there were suddenly a lot of strangers that they should know, especially in the 60s. The FBI dressed almost in a uniform. They had very short hair. They always wore a hat. And they dressed with neckties and things that you didn't see in Point Pleasant very often. And
So an FBI agent would tend to stick out like a sore thumb.
right. And well, that was their problem all over the country. Now I think they grow beards and they dress shabby clothes and so on.
It is so nice to meet you today. Thanks so much. It's great to
Well, I'll tell you something, John. The FBI guys that I've seen still look at FBI all the way. I got a few visited. They're really
you take
classic
care. Let's
guys.
keep in touch.
Yeah, it's almost like a machine turns them out somewhere.
I guess that sort of. I guess that, as you point out, though, they've got a lot of undercover people and so forth now these days. But yeah, you're right. In those days, they would have just about all looked that way, and so they'd be recognizable as Pleasant. So you think our government had a big interest in whatever was happening there?
Well, there was a lady who lived near the bridge, and she claimed that she saw 2 days before the disaster, she saw 2 men wearing low-cut shoes, Oxford, well-shined, and plaid jackets, climbing around the bridge. Now, seen anybody except sportsmen climbing on that bridge. And these guys, you couldn't identify them, but they were wearing FBI black jackets. Right. So the obvious suspicion is they did something that might have weakened the bridge, or I don't know. It's a really speculate on that. And that
Customers bet on any college
it
basketball
didn't make any
national
sense to wear
tournament
at the
and
time.
turn $5 into
And especially, it's a scenario where you want men want to
right,
move
to
over
celebrate
there.
college basketball's most fancy time of the year, DraftKings is
winter
giving new
time.
customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code iHeart. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings
If you were
Sportsbook
speculating,
with promo
what would
code
be the motives for
iHeart.
doing
That's
that?
promo
Why
code
bring the
iHeart.
bridge
The
down?
crown
What
is
do
yours.
you expect when you do that?
21 or
What's the
older,
idea?
Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms and sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9
Today, black folks are still disproportionately affected. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with
So in other words,
and
the
get
entire
to
bridge
the
was
state
covered
of
with
temperature,
traffic.
which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment. Learn more at treatHIVtoday.com. Especially sponsored by Gilead Sciences. Did you hear? Macy's one-day sales guys Tuesday. Official offers this spring with great deals on brands you love, like 40 to 60% off in Tommy Hilfiger, Style and Pillow, and Ultra Flare with 30 to 50% off shoes, handbags, and accessories. Plus get 50 to 65% off home updates. These markets and more. Macy's Star Rewards members earn at every purchase. Except gift card services and fees. Same as regular sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
This is a radio ad for
Why do you say, well, of course it was, I guess it was prophesied, so,
It is not well controlled.
well, they didn't say the bridge was going to collapse, but a tragedy. Every time I went to Flight Plus and I carried a gas mask
Helps you
with
stay
me,
ahead of
one,
the
well, I was thinking of the chemical factor.
inside your body.
Oh, I see.
Because it has
And,
you can't see
of course,
it. Heal your skin from
I didn't want to start any kind of rumors of having certain things, so I kept my mouth shut, except I wrote to a few people.
results may be
I wrote to, at that time I was corresponding with Dr. Jacques Boy. Oh, yes, of course. And he mentioned it in one of his books that I had sent him a letter predicting that something was going to happen on
vision
the river.
changes or blurred vision. Join a
Ohio River. So I always thought I was
Time
nuts.
to stop asking
So,
questions without talking to
Most
your
men
doctor.
then
See for yourself.
might
Ask
have
your
been
intimate specialist without duplication.
important prophecies with his presence or its presence, whatever it was or is. It might have been trying to warn people that danger, disaster, something horrible was about to happen. Yeah, and people in Point Pleasant started having very strange dreams. Mary Meyer, who was a newspaper reporter,
College sounds like
there were
this.
Christmas packages floating on the river, and the dream really disturbed her.
But at Ball State, we
Couldn't
like college
interpret.
that sounds like this.
Other people were getting the
Because
same kind of
college
dreams.
opens the door to the future we
Something
want to develop.
terrible was going to
Our
happen
welcoming
in the
culture,
town.
passionate learning partners,
And
and
I
focus
was
on
caught in the
innovation
middle
and
of all this.
collaboration allow you
And
to chart a
there
unique
was nothing I
path
could
to a
do,
bright future.
really. John, would there be another way of looking at it, though? That was a half full glass of water, the half empty. Is that one man caused this? Well, he either caused it or he was trying to convey information to us in a strange way. I've given a lot of thought over the years. My book covers that whole period in detail. I kept careful notes. I knew that there was something bizarre going on. I didn't know what it was. John, I've got to tell you about something. Earlier tonight, and I'm going to have Keith put this up for me on my website as soon as we can do it. There was a picture of a street just about where the 9/11 disaster occurred. Somebody who took a photograph, John. maybe you've even seen it, maybe somebody sent it to you, I don't know, of this bird just having passed, it looks like a building, and it looks like a gigantic pterodactyl, and it's the daggondest picture I've ever seen, John. You haven't seen that? Do you have a computer?
I have, but my electronics are not working very well there.
Okay. Well, Keith, if you have that photo and you can get it up, would you please put it up? I've been puzzling about this since I saw this photograph.
Before the building was down.
Actually, it was just after you can see the dust rising and stuff. And here's this giant, you know, people say, well, the bird is closer to the camera than you think, but it doesn't look that way to me. It looks like a prehistoric, gigantic bird, and I think it's a real photograph. I wish I had a computer so I could let you look at it. But it's got a prehistoric look to it. There's absolutely no question about it in my mind. And I wonder,
You don't wonder, is there anything close to it that you has sizes left, or?
well, if, let's put it this way. If this creature is where it looks to be with respect to the building, it would have to be like 100 feet long. Or so, it's hard to even estimate. I don't know. It's you know what a true prehistoric bird looks like. Birds are still kind of prehistoric. The ones we have out here in the desert, when you look at them, they look prehistoric, John. Birds are very old. You know, they're the relatives to the dinosaurs.
Right. Well, that's very strange. Now, in 1975, local school teachers were driving in Texas, and they saw what they thought was a pterodactyl. They really thought it was a pterodactyl.
Right.
And this was investigated by Gary Clark, I think.
Play for free at LikeGuinnessSlots.com. Feeling lucky? If it's necessary, boy,
You know, there are no pterodactyls in Texas as far as we know.
I know there are people out investigating, actually going out into the field looking for pterodactyls. Yes, there are safaris down to South America and Central America looking for these things. So a lot of people believe they're still around. And they might be.
Well, if they were, they would have to eat a lot. We would find evidence of that. Of course, we do have the animal mutilations that have been going on for years.
That's BookTalkLines.com.
A lot of them going on right now in Montana. Right now.
I think Linda is probably there.
Linda probably is there, and I know that other investigatory agencies that come on this program are also there. There's a lot of people investigating this right now. I have no answer for them, do you?
Well, you know, some years ago, a group of farmers in the Western states held a class action suit against the government, claiming the government was doing this. And I think they won the case. There was a book published of the transcript of the trial and everything. It's called
Daily Devotions.
Atomic Holocaust. I can't remember the name of the author. He was a reputable newspaper man.
To hear Dr.
And this,
search In Touch on your
you've
iPhone.
rarely heard about this in the news media.
This is Jacob.
I did
You've been involved in a motorcycle
accidentally
accident.
find a copy of the book.
24
I have buried here somewhere with my other books. But I remember reading it carefully. And they claimed how the radiation collects around the anus of the animals. And they found that a lot of these animals, they apparently had a real case against the government.
The only problem I ever had with that was, well, you know, our government wouldn't have a hard time getting their hands on cows if they needed them.
You know, they should have their own ranch.
At the very least, right? So why would they need various poor farmers' cow? That part just never made sense to me.
Maybe it was some kind of an accident. And he said these animals were
I do remember that, right? Yes, that was a government mistake. It was, yes, it certainly was. And so, yes, if it happens once, I guess it can happen twice or three times. Yep. You're absolutely right. Yeah, we have enough trouble with all these other things without chasing the government, chasing animals. Everything is so weird and so interconnected and all this. Well, a lot of people have speculated that they need animals that have been exposed in certain areas, in specific areas. They have to take samples or something in certain areas. A lot of people think it may be speculated, it might be environmentally. Some sort of environmental test that's going on because changes show very quickly. Cows, I guess.
Right? I wouldn't think that 23 seasons, 545 episodes. The man doesn't stop. He just keeps going. You can join him and actually
people like John Keogh would write big stories about it.
Well, you have a free trial that you can check out.
And then we would find out we had a big environmental problem that they didn't really apparently want to discuss.
I mean, that'll give you a
So
little
then
bit
why
of
not go up to the farmer and say,
and there's new episodes every Wednesday. So yeah, it's a subscription-based type thing. So if it sounds good to you, if you're like, man, that'd be great.
well, we certainly know it. A lot, but not enough of the right people know it. Tonight in the past hour, John, I was showing a picture of the Antarctic. With there under the ice, there's water.
And other people are talking about what they've learned along the way. And they have some technical proof of some sort, or they've got some sort of historical type thing. So there's just tons of shows. I'm looking at them right now. I'm on the website right now, and I'm just looking at the different shows because 23 seasons, again, 545 episodes. Learn more about Beyond Belief by going to beyondbelief.com or coasttocoastam.com.
Your tax refund belongs to you, not an identity thief. Over $6 billion in tax refunds were flagged by the IRS for possible identity theft in 2023. And if you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. LifeLock monitors and alerts you to identity threats you may miss on your own, even if you're careful with your personal information. And if you do become the victim of tax-related identity fraud, LifeLock has U.S.-based restoration specialists ready to help solve your identity theft issues. Plus, all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 million protection package, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Let LifeLock help protect your financial information, so all you have to do to worry about is what to do with your tax refund. Go to LifeLock.com, save up to 25% your first year with promo code George. That's promo code George for 25% off at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here. LifeLock.com.
Having repairs done in your apartment should never come with strings attached, like being harassed and constantly pressured for sexual favors.
My leaky faucet turned into the maintenance man asking, when are we going to get to know each other better?
I needed my air conditioner fixed, but my building manager repeatedly kept coming into my apartment unannounced and without permission.
My landlord told me my rent would be free if I gave him something in exchange.
Sexual harassment by anyone associated with your housing isn't just wrong, it's against the law. The Fair Housing Act protects you from harassment, including someone making unwelcome sexual advances or refusing to make repairs because you deny sexual favors. If this happens to you, you can stop it by filing a complaint with HUD.
So I called HUD and filed a complaint against my building manager. No strings attached.
Fair Housing. The law is on your side. To learn more, visit HUD.gov/fairhousing. That's HUD.gov/fairhousing. If you fear for your safety, call 911. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
You're listening to Coast to Coast AM. Hello there, Connie Willis here. Halfway through the show, halfway through the night. Wow, that was some good stuff from David, for sure. I'd love it if you met with me outside here of Coast to Coast AM as well. You can find me at ConnieWillis.com. But right now, I'm really working hard on this TikTok. It's brand new for me. And it's really a lot of fun because the thing about the platform is I can do some of the things that I've always wanted to do that I couldn't do on all these other billions of platforms out there. And then they tell you, you can't say this. Literally, you guys, you're going to hate this. Literally, at one point, one of these platforms, I won't say it has some sort of face thing in it, but it had literally told me it was William Shatner, and it was something about his show, and it was talking about, I guess, Bigfoot or something. I can't remember what it was, but it provoked me to write in the comments something about Bigfoot and saying, hey, contact us. I'll talk to you. I'll tell you what you're missing or something like that. I don't know what it was, but it was something about that because I know they're real. I've seen them, and just about everybody here listening tonight is, right there with me, if not close to it, or at least talking about it. And I got reprimanded by them telling me that Bigfoot is a mythical creature, and I was wrong. And I don't know, a big slap on the hand for that. Can you believe that? Anyway, with TikTok, I'm having fun being able to talk about those kinds of things. So I hope that you'll join me because I'm just now developing that, and I want to do a lot of more impromptu type things than I can there. So I hope that you'll follow me because in order to get certain tools and rewards that they give you, you have to build it up. So it's brand new. I think I've been on 2 weeks maybe. So go to Connie Willis Live, follow me, and enjoy the ride with me. I'm excited about it. So I hope that you'll be a part of it too. And, support it in a nice, kind way. Haters, go somewhere else, okay? I don't need you. I'll just click you off anyway. So anyway, thanks so much for listening to that and being a part of that. And I know our next guest is also apparently on there, so I've got to connect with her on there. Nancy Timms is how you say her name. It's going to look like Thames, Thames, because that's what you're going to want to say. And she has let me know that it's Tim. So I hope I got that right. But she's a former Department of Defense employee. This is our next guest. She's finally coming forward to disclose all of her personal experiences, news and stories about everything and anything extraterrestrial. And so she's with us tonight to do that, to say, hey, time for disclosure is now. In fact, you can find out more information about her by going to timefordisclosure.com, and that is her website. You can also go to Facebook group that she's got, and that is Time for Disclosure. And hopefully nobody will cut you out of the things that you have said, Nancy, because sometimes they don't like that, and they'll say those little grays and those little hybrids that you're talking about may be mythical, which is absolutely crazy to me because that lets me know, don't tell me to fact check. I've done my fact checking. You do your fact checking. This is not mythical. I'm betting you might agree with me on that other side.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Welcome to Coast to Coast. First time guest. So nice to have you here with us. Yeah.
I'm proud to be here. I appreciate the opportunity. Anytime I can talk about my favorite subjects, I'm all for it.
Well, that is for sure. Yeah. Now you're a former, that's the big difference here, right? Okay, so you're a contactee, abductee, what do you like to call yourself?
I'm a contactee, lifelong contactee, which means all through my life. I've had face-to-face physical visitations and experiences with positive extraterrestrials and interdimensional beings. So everything, I have nothing unkind or no scary stories to tell, other than it was different at times. And yes, being human, I was a little scared, but it was nothing on their part. It was just me getting used to the idea and acceptance of it all.
That just always reminds me of like an animal out in the wild caught for some reason and hopefully let go, but they're scared to death. Like, who are you? What's going on? What's happening here?
Absolutely. We have that fear factor deep down in our DNA. I mean, from the very beginning of time, everything around us were predators. So our brain, when we see something that doesn't visually look like what we're used to seeing, or you get a sensation or feeling from it, you naturally go from fight to flight. That's all you know to do, and that's still in our DNA. So it just takes a little get used to. And for me, it's not what they look like. It's the frequency exchange between us. Human beings are at a very low frequency, and
you. And that sleep paralysis, not some, sleep paralysis in therapy. We're telling you we're all sleep doctors. No. This is a contactee, abductee type thing, and they will freeze you. And that's just the way it is. So you don't have to worry. I mean, your inside might be trying to run, and you're like, I'm trying to run, but I can't do it. That's what sleep paralysis is, right?
Yeah, I've had that happen. Yeah, you can't speak, you can't move. And it's a strange sensation, but, throughout the years, I now realize they were probably doing me a favor. Because they're very task-oriented. They're there to do a specific job, and there's no negotiating them.
They got an agenda. Absolutely. Yeah. They have a plan of attack, and people don't know that unless they are in that world. That's why when some people are like, they put their hand up to your face, it's because they have nothing to do with it. It is not anywhere in their family. They have no, reference to it. However, if it's in your family somewhere, or maybe it's you are interested in this situation and this information. I think if you're curious at all, there's a reason.
That's true. And that's the beauty of it, is that we're now, in our generation now, we're able to talk about these things freely, where we would have 10 years ago. But it's better than it used to be.
Yes. Thank goodness for Coast to Coast doing breaking through a lot of that. I believe absolutely. I believe that, and I appreciate that. To be a part of this station because of that. I thank George Norrie and Art Bell for those things. They broke open so much so that we can talk about this kind of thing, and we do here, right? But you're right. It's still hard to get work, not like me, because like getting work outside of talking about Bigfoot and ETs and UFOs, man, some of the working world, they just think you're a nutcase. No, I'm not going to talk to you. And you and I both know, as well as so many people here listening, that no, we're talking, we have the guts enough to talk about what is so true out there that you have no idea about, because you're so busy into either the phones, the games, politics, or, whatever. And, that's just the way it is.
Yeah, we're all programmed from the minute that we're born to live a certain way. And, we forget a lot of important values that we used to have eons ago. But, so it is good. It's kind of like when you listen to these programs, it's a wake-up call. And it's a lot of the stuff you already know, but, you're getting that affirmation that you need to know. Well, there is something to this. I need to check this out further. Yeah.
That's for sure. Now, the difference with you is, because we get a lot of abductees on here, or contactees. Usually people that, just so some of you, when I say contactee or abductee, what the difference is usually a contactee is very positive and okay with taking, being taken. Yeah. Abductees don't always, they're like, no, hey, I didn't ask you to do this, not my will, you're doing this against my will. And then people say experiencers, that's more of also a positive thing. And I like what me and my friends call it, lifers. There's no connotation at that point, right? It's just life. It is what it is. There's nothing we can do about it, like it or not, right?
Right.
Because that's what you are. There's some people, I believe, like Travis Walton, I think he was taken once, and that was it. I don't think he's continuous, right? Sometimes, he ran up to it. He'll tell you, I ran up to
the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah, exactly. But anybody else that's really into this big time or has some questions, it's because they've been taken, and their mom or their dad or both have been taken before that, right? And their siblings, it just goes on and on and on. So I'm looking forward to all of the conversation we're going to have tonight. But the difference with you is, and it's not that you're the only one, but you also work with the Department of Defense, and that's where people will be like, wait a minute, whoa, does she know more? What's going on? So tell us about your work there.
Well, I'm 30 years old, and I truly believe at this point in my life, everything that's ever happened to me, good or bad, was instrumental in making me who I am today, to be able to come forward and talk about these things. So I was a civilian worker for the Army, which was through the Department of Defense. And it was just a beautiful experience that, for whatever reason, the interdimensionals wanted me to have that experience, and somehow I managed to get in there. It was just a beautiful thing, and I lived in Hawaii for about 5 years, and learned a lot of stuff, and got introduced to some really cool things. After that, I went to Fort Benning, Georgia, and I was introduced to 3D imaging, which, was very interesting at the time. I've always had a fascination with radiology and stuff. And so, the thing is that now I see where this coming in contact with this technology at the time is instrumental now, because the very minute that I got back from Mexico on a trip with my son, the interdimensional instigated for us to go down to Mexico to meet an indigenous tribe there. But basically, when I got back, then that's when the Mexico was having their inaugural hearings on those Nazca mummies that were presented. And they were presented by a guy, I can't think of his name, but he's not considered to be very valued, like in what he presents and stuff. So it was highly questioned that it was all fake and stuff. But what I was interested in, as I watched each of these hearings on YouTube every day live, was I wanted to see the scientific evidence. I wanted to see how they were doing their scientific evidence, and the fact that they were using 3D imaging, that just really went ding ding in my mind, because that's something that I have learned about. And so as they were presenting it and showing the X-rays and stuff, I could see that what they were presenting, there was no play involved in that.
Oh, excellent! It was the real deal, right? You're saying
it was the real deal. Yeah. Wow. And most people would not even take the time to even look at it because of the presenter of it. But see, that's the thing. You can't judge a book by the cover,
No. So were you seeing 3D years before any of us would see it?
Yeah. Working with the Army, they had that technology in their clinics. They don't even have that really out in private practice. I don't even know of it being locally in Mississippi, but I could be wrong. But that was some new technology, and out of the whole military base, only one clinic even had the 3D imaging machines and stuff. So everybody was, it was all new, and we were all flocking to it to, play around with it and just see what it could do and stuff. It was amazing. The simple fact that when you take an X-ray, and if you look at an X-ray, I know everybody's seen an X-ray of a tooth or of a bone, and the picture is of the front side of the surface. But when you're doing 3D, it literally takes the picture from the inside of the bone, not the outside. So when you're reading it, you're seeing every single vessel, every little thing, and it's so much higher definition and quality. There's just really no comparison on a normal X-ray to 3D imaging.
So what if you were in that position that they purposely, not they, the ET, but they, the military, knew that you were an abductee, and they said, okay, we're going to take her, we're going to put her here, and we're going to get some information from her via them, get information from me via you. So they know you're an abductee. Somehow you're on some sort of list. She's an abductee. We're going to give her this position, and we're going to learn this 3D imaging. And maybe really they learned that from you, via you, from the ET. Does that make sense what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
It's a possibility.
Yeah. When I was living in Australia for about the same amount of time, this is all weird, but it's true. I was there for about 5 years, and while I was living up in the mountains in a pretty isolated area, it was called Mount May. And I have this ability where I can sense right before I'm going to be have a visitation. I can feel it. I can feel it on the inside. I can just tell. And so I felt it happening. But these were not the three graves that come from me. This was totally different, and the whole way that I got on craft was everything was different about it, and the memories were more fragmented because they did kind of have me in a sleep paralysis. But when I got on craft, there were female human beings running around in some graves, and they basically were saying, "Take her back, take her back." And next thing I knew, they were scuffling me off, and the next thing I was waking up in my old bed going, "What in the world was this?" And by foot, I was pretty good ways from Pine Gap, but by air or whatever, craft, whatever, I wasn't that far. So I think that was kind of a pretend abduction that was done by military and some graves.
And what would the pretend part be for?
Well, the research for them, probably because they knew that I am a contactee, and they were, or either just maybe because of where I was, it was easy to access without other people seeing. There was no light pollution or anything. It was very primitive area I lived in. So, but basically, I think it's just a lot of times they like to pretend that they're the ones. In other words, they'll use our government and they'll use some ET technology and they'll do their own abductions. So that, for one thing, it's a good way to instrument fear into like humanity, and also it's a good way for them to do their own genetic testing and things.
Makes total sense. Yeah, hang in there, Nancy. We got to take a break. Nancy Timms, former Department of Defense employee, talking about disclosure. Stay with us. We've got more to come, and I'm looking forward to hearing more here. Stay with us on Coast to Coast AM.
Hi, I'm Drew Barrymore, and let me tell you how Tidy Cats simplifies litter care while giving your cats what they deserve. Do you have a finicky feline like mine? You heard me. Try Tidy Care Comfort with smaller granules for a gentle paw feel. Or maybe you want to keep an extra eye on your cat's health. That's what Tidy Care Alert is all about. It uses color-changing crystals to help alert you of potential health concerns. Who knew that keeping an eye on my cat's health could be so simple?
Spectrum One is a big deal. You get Spectrum Internet with the most reliable internet speeds, free advanced Wi-Fi, and a free Spectrum Mobile Unlimited line, plus a $100 Visa Rewards card, all while saving big. For big speed, big reliability, and big savings, get Spectrum One today. Offer only available online. Visit spectrum.com/big deal for full details. Offer subject to change. Valid for qualified residential customers only. Service not available in all areas. Restrictions apply.
I'm decorating. It's my new thing. I'm going for mid-century meets rustic chic with a terracotta gallery wall and, abstract lighting. Looking nice. Free one-day delivery on home decor and millions of other items. Whatever you're into, it's on Prime.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit, with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes.
What's up, pimp?
Find Juicy
I didn't know
Juice
if this
at
would
your
work.
favorite local
We're just
grocery
testing
store.
it.
Info at juicyjuice.com.
Juicy Juice is a thing. Jews are a thing.
As the number one audio company,
Juicy Juice are a
iHeartMedia
thing.
gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
Tonight, in the first hour, John was showing a picture of the Antarctic, where there ought to be ice. There's water.
This is radio.
And that's pretty scary.
You can't see it. It helps you stay ahead of your eczema.
What will happen if the ice caps melt?
Inside the body.
Nothing good. And then we have the problem of the superstorms and all that. The weather is really undergoing a strange change. You've noticed, I think that everybody's noticed, you have a book out on it, and you don't care about that. John, you read it. John Michael, say right there, on Martel. And this is Coast to Coast AM. Something happened.
Ask your eczema specialist about
Clear. Gonna with that. Me. Next time we talk children, what's outside? Everybody look what's going down. Battle lines being drawn. Nobody's right if everybody's wrong. Young people speaking their minds. Saying, don't
There is evidence that UFO activity has been seen at NASA. Also, read about the future of nanotechnology. Real-life stories of levitation.
Coast to Coast AM. Here's your guest host,
It's Coast to Coast AM. Producer getting off my case. Talk about sample songs.
John say earlier in connection with this disaster. And it was wrong, man. And I would like for you to go to my website immediately, markel.com, because the moment I heard that, I remembered this photograph that I got that still staggers me. looks new. It will take you to the appropriate place. It says bird image from 9/11 photos, question mark, and just scroll down. And below John A. Keel's name, the last link says bird image in 9/11 pictures. Now you take a good look at this for me. And I don't care if you're one of those people who says, well, the bird was close to the camera, fine. I don't think so. It doesn't look that way to me at all. Looks to me like this bird was way back by the building where the photo was snapped. In fact, the enlargement, no matter what you think about how close or far away this bird was from the camera, it looks like a pterodactyl. To me, it looks exactly like one. So, if you want a little eerie deja vu from hearing about Mothman, go to my website right now, artbell.com. Take a look at this. You tell me, it brought, the moment John said that, brought this photograph to mind, and I had to keep bringing it up. So what's new right now? Bird image from 9/11 photos. Click on that. And then you tell me what you see, regardless of how far away you think that bird is from me. But the camera person, what kind of bird is that, folks? Coming back at this moment, this is John A. Stewart talking about the Mothman
We're live streaming the show.
So if you want one, $99.95 this week only with a free full patch cord. Call in the morning at 6:30 a.m.
At the live stream.
800-522-8863. High-end electronics, secret company one.
The solar lights.
800-522-8863 on the web. Of course, it's ccradio.com now.
To me, just shows up on the screen.
Powerful stock market now.
And I see it through the phone, but then I'm
We're in a
looking
recession.
above it. I'm like trying to see outside the window myself without having to look through the phone when I'm broadcasting. And I don't see it. So I start kind of moving it around too to make sure it's not a reflection.
That's just a
Nothing
fact.
like that's happening.
Market's down 20, 25,
And it's at
30%.
night. So no, none of that's even occurring. I'm checking that out. I'm just
Analysts are thinking gold is going to rise about another 20% or so this year.
It's
So
just an absolutely amazing
if your
thing.
portfolio is unbalanced, and you, as a result of your action in the market, are becoming unbalanced yourself, and I don't blame you, you might want to consider some diversification, and this company will get it done for you. They'll send you free of charge, free with word right, a first-rate audio seminar. They'll show you exactly how to such
just
a
the
move
things that
what
come
you've
to
done
you when you
with.
come into fruition
The
of
number
something
is
that's out there. And,
1-800-474-4259.
like the big people want to run from a camera. They don't want to get in the camera scene. But this thing could have cared less if we were there or not. So pop in, look at what we have, and have some everything, pop right back out. And I actually do that on the TikTok if you go there. It's Connie Willis Live. So go there, follow,
John, I
see
sure
more
wish you had a
things
handy computer because we've sure got that photograph up here right now, and I think if you saw it, it would give you
Thanks so much
chills.
for following me.
So if you can make it to a computer in the next couple of days, after you've probably slept for 2 or 3 days after doing all these interviews, you'll eventually get to it. Go up and take a look.
Right, but it does look like things, so that's where people will go, well, it's things.
For the real
You say,
not digital
that's
or
Tim's. I know you had to deal with that all your
I
life.
don't know.
Once
It's
you
either a
got
digital
married,
camera
her name, I'm
or
not sure.
it's a regular camera scanned photograph. I don't know which, but it's a very clear photograph.
What was your name? So you're married and you married the Tim's things, man?
These whatever. There's the next question for you.
Well, I don't know. Yeah.
How do you? I understand you have a theory
Smith, forget it.
about Windows. I was going to say how did these things get here, but I was told that you've got a theory about Windows, things that open temporarily, occasionally, in certain places, in certain conditions, certain windows that open to a different place, something like that.
Because I want to congratulate you on this because I love it. Because it drives me absolutely crazy. Okay, so when people come to me, when it's in the news where people say that, well, they see the UFO and they see that the military has captured it and they're talking about the speed and they're going, oh, this great, isn't this great? Oh my gosh, they caught another UFO on radar and they're talking, the military's talking about it and everybody in the whole world is so excited. This is great, there's proof, there's proof, there's proof. To me, that is so old school. There's so much more evidence outside of that, and that is such a big deal for people. And I know it is for them, but for us that have been in this for so long, to me it's like, oh yeah, okay, yeah, they've been up there the whole time, yeah, we know that, but we're more interested, this me and you are too, in why they're here, who they are, what they're doing, what their agenda is. So it's so far off from that little thing that they catch on radar. Because, hey, you want to see something, go see that. You want to you look up, there's tons of things that's going on, right? But you also said this, you put SETI, SETI does not comprise the real search for intelligent extraterrestrial life. And you talk about the real research is basically talking to people that are contactees, abductees, experiencers, lifers, anybody that has seen anything. Thank you very, very much. I don't know how SETI gets all that money and good for them, but that's here. They're already here.
Yeah. There's so much misinformation, and that's what's so sad is that more information to
down the Ohio Valley.
They
got a long section of these strange things.
What would you say was the most recent sighting you've heard of a mothman?
A mothman?
Yes.
Years ahead of
I think there was a young man in Pennsylvania who saw a giant bird just a few months ago. He was 19 years old, and he reported it to a local Ortean, an extend board, and that's how we heard about it. There was a sighting in South Dakota last summer. This giant bird was looking at a tree for a long time because a lot of people saw it. It was larger than anything I'd ever seen before, and it flew away. We took these reports, and Lord tries to keep track of them more than I do.
I know he does, yes. I've had him on a show several times, and I mentioned he was on this before you were. That is a coincidence for now. Anyway, this creature, so then this creature may well still be around and may visit the area where either horrendous events are going to occur or have occurred.
It's very possible. If this is all related to psychic phenomena, and I think it is, I looked all over West Virginia for physical signs like a bird that rocks that leaves a spore and all kinds of traces. And they probably need a large nest or a cave.
Not to mention gigantic eggs.
And they're gigantic eggs, right?
Okay, so to me, this is me.
There was no trace of
Miss
anything
Cook's
in
on your
there.
thought on this too. My thing is, it's not the
and
military
also,
holding it back. Military
had a
and
habit of
government
disappearing
holding back the
suddenly.
information. I don't
Few
believe
people would
that's
say it there
what it
because
is
then it
at
would be
all.
gone.
We are humans,
That's
and
of course also true of
we
these
can't.
bright lights.
I just think they
So
can't
that
hold
brings
that.
us
I can see
right back to
very
the
well.
paranormal and these
That's a
areas
big
that
one. Even
seem
though humans
to,
can keep secrets, which is not very good at it, especially something that anyway, even if you don't look at it that way, I don't think it's us holding back. It's just very I think it's the ET that's keeping it secret. I think they're the ones that not only keep it secret, but it's their reasons to keep it secret until they're ready. That's my research and finding out. Because they can slap you or turn you off and on, and if you do tell the secret, they can turn it around to where you look like an idiot, or I think they can just take time to they can just stop you. I just think they have
all of that is dead correct. That's exactly what they're saying. It's going to really eventually turn everything upside down, and we'll not hear about what we believe and what can be true and what was called science fiction and just legend, and it may all come from somewhere.
And of course, the scientists have to fight among themselves. That's part of the process.
They're doing lots of that now. So maybe a lot of what you saw then, what were you thinking then? Then scientists weren't saying things like they are now. Other dimensions were pure science fiction, then. So,
I was thinking a lot of things because I was totally baffled by all this. And it was sort of very unsettling. Because I couldn't talk about a bunch of other people, certainly not with the people in West Virginia. I could not discuss these things. And I was aware that these things were always clustering around certain areas, generation after generation. And if somebody named Jones saw something in 1896, somebody named Jones would see it in 1910 in the same area, and so on. It seemed like it was almost hereditary. These things kept recurring. And of course, the historical records were very vague. You had to depend on newspapers of the period, which were known for their hoaxes. It was evident difficult research.
So, okay, and I have highest respect for you on this. This is great that we can have a conversation and go back and forth on this, because some people are not that too. But now, is this theory from you, or did they, as in the alien, tell you this?
A lot of the people who saw these things probably regard them as evil entities of some sort.
Yes, there was a lot of that. We had a rash of men in black cases, which seemed to get evil. And these men went to ride in black Cadillacs, and they looked well, we had a very dusky skin. Sort of like, when I would carry pictures around with me of different racial groups, and they would always stick out the Laplanders. Laplanders, that didn't make any sense at all. But that was what people thought these men looked like.
Oh, isn't that odd?
Then we had phantom photographers who would drive up and photograph somebody's house and ask them to photograph the
That's spooky. That is really spooky. That's really spooky. Do you have any best guess about when they were young? I don't know. Because I put out the word to all the police up and down the Ohio Valley to watch out for these guys. And sometimes I would miss them by 10 minutes. And they would disappear somewhere.
Well, do you think, well, I think you're also into the hybridization project because you talk about hybrids. Would you, or maybe, you're just, I don't know, are you into the hybridization project?
Yeah, it's not all comedy, though, believe me.
I am so
No, I first want to agree with that. Something is very strange going on out there. For example, I was talking to a woman on the phone one day that I met in West Virginia. And she said, by the way, as I told your secretary the other day, I said, hey, wait a minute. I don't have a secretary. And this woman had been going to people that I had interviewed. And she was re-interviewing them and telling them that she was my secretary. Really? And she was an attractive blonde woman, I think with blonde hair and carrying a clipboard and looking very secretarial. Gee, John, somebody was really interested in their work.
Well, they're really interested. That was part of the growing paranoia in that area.
So at one point they said, and you're going to hook up with Connie Willis on Coast to Coast AM, and you're going to hit this huge audience.
Basically, they told me that.
Why do you think they decided to make this a big motion picture? And by the way, have you seen it? Yeah. You have.
And I liked it.
And you liked it?
Yeah. They of course couldn't do exactly what's in the book, but they did a lot of the things in the book. And they did it. They captured the mood of the book and the atmosphere. And did a very good job with the production. I think it's going to cause us some savings. For example, there was one thing I told you I had all these problems up at the right? And at one time, I got disgusted with the telephone and I pulled the plug out of the wall. Yes. And the phone rang. How can you explain that?
You cannot. And, there's a separate device inside the telephone that has been there for quite a while.
Well, I was going around taking telephones apart. In those days, the phones, you could easily open them up. And with modern phones, you need special tools, I think, to do that. That little incident was in the movie. And many of the other things that I encountered in the movie.
Pretty well represented then. Obviously, of course, Hollywood always takes liberties here or there and will change something here or there, but as a general rule, it follows pretty much what you wrote, or there's enough of what you wrote in the movie to make it
Enough to keep me from having the usual authors that most authors scream and tear their hair when they see the movie of the book.
So I hear, yes.
Yeah. And the director did a fine job.
Are you part of it?
Not really, because I was undergoing some eye problems and I couldn't go. They shot it in Pennsylvania. And I was supposed to go out there and take a cameo part. But I had medical problems and I couldn't go. And otherwise you'd see me in the movie sitting on a park bench or something,
That's right. That would have been fun, though.
They shot the film in a place called Kitani, which is outside of Pittsburgh. And it was a town that looked pretty much like Point Pleasant.
Now, I wonder, John, and I bet you wonder too, after this movie comes out, if it's a gigantic hit, I wonder what will happen to the number of reports and sightings of Mothman. Suddenly, I bet they go right through the roof.
I'm willing to bet that too. As you certainly know, this is also very contagious. If somebody sees
a Bigfoot going through his garbage can reports it. Very soon, everybody in the neighborhood sees somebody going through their garbage can.
And there's a couple of ways of looking at that, aren't there? In other words, I'm not even beyond thinking that these things, whatever they are, might even come from us, inside of us, the id.
Well, that was one of the things that I was afraid of, that wherever I went, I might have been causing this. And there you are. You can imagine my mental state at that time.
Well, in that case, John, think what you're about to cause with the release of this motion picture. Maybe.
Well, I worry about it.
Hold on, we're at the bottom of the hour here. We'll find out what you worry about in a second. I'm Mark Bell, this is Coast to Coast AM.
First to get $100 back instantly. Because no matter what loans you made last year, TurboTax makes them count. That means getting $100 back and 100% accurate taxes. Only from Intuit TurboTax.
First time caller line, you're on the air. I'm already told you. 13. Since you've gotten through, you can make a prediction for 2002. Something you think might happen or will happen. Or I will even accept you would like to happen.
I'll get a really high allowance.
Okay.
$50.
$50 both beats.
Yeah, I'd be so
When John said that it resembled what people say it resembled at the tragedy that occurred there. And then 911 tragedy, where tragedy certainly occurred. And then that picture flashed in front of my mind. Oh man, you gotta see it. So, go take a look. It's on our net, markbell.com. John A. Keel will be right back.
Tell your doctor if you have infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, nuts, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine. Thanks to Sky Easy, there's no pain in your skin. You got news to help you.
In the world of diesel pickups, Shell knows the performance of engine protection pack is essential. There's no better time to experience the Shell Tire difference.
Attention parents.
So instead of stuffing envelopes and putting stamps like Ross, use your wristwatch. Tell your tax professional to delete the paperwork and hit send with IRS e-file. To find a tax professional who uses e-file, visit irs.gov.
Visit uptownphonics.com today and unleash your
I can now easily see how this is going to make a really, really, really good motion picture. It's got all the elements. And I'm going to introduce, of course, Richard Gere's in the movie, but who plays you,
dedicated to helping solve your identity
Well,
conditions.
there's also Alan Bates, the English actor.
So go there and get your code and plan for this money to identity theft.
Very good.
Protection information
He
is
plays
taxes
an
and
eccentric
saving
scientist.
25% your first year with promo code news.
I think the Gere character and this character serve as a composite of you.
Lucky?
Yeah,
In
sort
my
of.
deli, I guess. In my dentist's office.
I like the Alan
I have to
Bates
say.
thing very, very much because he
For
talks
kids
just like I
PTA
talk.
meeting. Really? Yes. Excuse me, what's the
I
worst case?
never met Alan Bates.
I never
What's
wanted
it,
to.
you did tell me originally that you went down there to look for this brilliant cat. And so, were you doing all those kinds of stories then?
Oh yes, I was traveling all over and telling stories about everything I found.
Bizarre, paranormal, that kind of thing.
Well, that and human interest stories. In those days, there was a big market for human interest stories. And I was sometimes I would stay up all night and sleep all night because I was sitting in a graveyard or something because they were seeing these lights in graveyards. As you know, that's
When a
an old
service member
phenomenon.
or first responder
Nobody has an explanation really for that either.
Sure, phenomenal
for
too.
them or the families
It's very fun. Yes, it is. And
and our
I have
nation
a
to
group
never
that
forget
comes on the program, John, and they do electronic
more
voice.
than 95 cents of every dollar donated to Double Tap.
Phenomenon, and I'm sure you've heard of that.
Never forget the
And
sacrifices
you
of
can
our
hear,
country's greatest heroes.
you hear these voices that
to Tunnel to Towers
they seem to harvest well in graveyards, John.
The year-round company
Well, they've been doing it for several years now.
for traditions and airlines heating and air
Recording
special
voices.
savings opportunities.
They also,
call
you know that the Radio Luxembourg
visit us online at
places in Europe have been able to get
as the number one audio
on
company,
television.
media
No, John, I haven't heard about that.
every audience
Well,
live
it's never gotten
conversations,
much
trusted
publicity in the United States, but it was a sensation in Europe.
Tell me about it, please.
They have some kind of a system where they arrange mirrors around the
This is Jacob.
TV screen,
You've been in an
and
accident. Call
when everything is adjusted
844-24
properly,
KFI AM
images
640.
of dead people appear on the screen that are recognizable. And this was going on for some years in Europe, but I listened to her quiet it down.
I've never heard it. And you reported on that.
I've written articles about that.
Have you seen any of these images?
No, I haven't. A lot of people have. And they say that Radio Luxembourg got involved in this somehow. And they were doing it a lot over there. That's just one of the many stretches. I think the business of the voices started with a blind man in England, didn't it?
I don't know.
I think he used a blind man had a tape recorder. And at first everybody thought that somebody was pulling his leg. You know, spring out through the window or something.
Yes.
But it turned out that many people were able to pick up these voices.
These people that I have on use a lot of careful controls. They use only brand new tapes, never recorded on tapes, that sort of thing. Right. And what they capture really is totally freaky. I mean, it really is freaky. And they go to graveyards all the time. I couldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. You did it though, huh?
Because I've been interested for 30 years in a phenomenon in the graveyard where the tombstones are knocked over. Now, this sounds like, not very much of anything, but the early tombstones were made to stay forever. They have steel rods for their bases. In order to knock one of these over, you'd almost need a machine to get the rods inside the tombstone, and it breaks off.
This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Connie Willis.
That's right, Coast to Coast AM. Connie Willis, Terry Gibbs, somebody,
and then they come back 2 hours later, and 200 stones would be knocked over.
This week, back in 1981, it was in the
Unless you
top
have a
50
tractor and a
That's
lot
why I
of
just picked
chains,
a week,
right?
but I thought,
You're
let's
not
just
going to
do
be
this
able to
week
do
back
that.
in
So one thing to
and then that's how I came up with the songs tonight. So
they're not
if
that,
you go, why this and
and
why
it's
that,
hard
well, this is the
work.
reason why. Next week on Friday, when George Christie's going to be here,
So you sat in a graveyard trying to see this phenomenon.
I got a bunch of my notes up too, Jim. So I'm just thinking a little outside the box over there. Music is a whole big thing and it's fun. And I enjoy it. You guys write me about that music all the time. I love it. It's brings me back to my radio music. That's my music. So you can always learn more by going to our website. You can see our music while you're there. Take a look at tomorrow night. George Norrie going to be back with biblical prophecy and cosmic history.
I have no idea that you would go on.
It seems to me that they would need machinery to do it, and that would leave a lot of tracks. There are no tracks.
Your tax refund.
Same problem with crop circles. They never find any tracks.
Tax refunds were flagged by the IRS for possible identity theft in 2023. If you're
Earth where there would absolutely be tracks. They don't find tracks.
and alert you to identity threats, you may miss on your own.
Well,
If you're careful with your personal information, you don't become the victim of tax-related identity fraud. That's why there's U.S.-based restoration specialists ready to help solve your identity theft. Plus, all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 million protection package, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money on your identity theft. Let LifeLock help protect your
There are
financial
just
information
these
so you don't
areas
have to
where
worry
these
about
things happen
what
because
to do with your
these
tax refund.
very complex crop circles, and they become, by the way, every year this last more complex
That's promo
and more
code
interesting and harder to figure out.
Identity theft protection starts
Do you think there are just areas like Great Britain where these particular things, where this kind of phenomenon manifests itself?
Well, I think if you have the money to do it, you could examine this worldwide and see if these circles are following a pattern around the world, because they turn up in every country.
Oh yes, I'm aware.
If you can map it out, remember, all that was mapped. We'll have a map done. If we could follow this path around the world, we might find that
Probably 2 weeks after we started Dynamite, I started to see improvements, and today 99% of the
They're
situations
finding them, John, in ice and snow, and even in dirt and grass, in areas where, you have to look a little more carefully because it's not as obvious when it, knocks down the weed. It's very obvious, but they're occurring all over the place, John, all over.
Well, I've examined them, and you can't figure out what would do that to the, bend the plants over like that. Of course, there were a lot of hoaxes to it at one point.
You're listening to Coast to Coast Radio. Hello there, Connie Willis with you. We are talking tonight with someone else that is on TikTok. Now, you can find me on TikTok at Connie Willis. Please sign up. Thank you so much. Let's get going with some live stuff. Some real cool features. And talk about evidence and the happy
but then a lot of them are not. And you had to really do the same thing. You did all the reporting on this kind of thing. How did you separate?
Also on TikTok, because I know you're on there, right?
Or did you?
We established that is Nancy Tim. So Nancy, what are you? Where can we find you anywhere?
There were a lot of hoaxes where people claim to see something just for the element, and they're not there. It was a couple of guys, just having fun. But we do have a lot of the mysteries that I got involved in was the mysterious holes in the ground that appeared. And these are very deep holes.
Yes.
And you know about those.
I didn't know something about holes, yes.
Yeah. And that has come to me. Because a farmer will wake up in the morning and there'll be this huge hole in his field. And no idea how it got there or what caused it.
Well, I have done some stories. In fact, next week I'm going to do another unapparent bottomless hole. I mean, truly a hole without a bottom.
Facebook, and then the website is timefordisclosure.com.
Well, it's been discovered. It's been discovered by the same man who discovered one in Helensburg, near Helensburg, Washington.
Contactee, like if you've been taken, feel like you've been taken, or have anything like that, you can get questions about it. Here's a area where we can talk about it, and we can all discuss it.
Yes.
I believe it did, yes.
I think I know about that.
Yes.
He's found another hole, and you're telling me you've heard about holes that just suddenly appear.
And in various parts of the world.
Communication.
Remember, there was one in Switzerland.
That kind of thing.
Again, plausible explanations don't work.
No, not with holes. They're usually there or not. I suppose there could be some sort of geologic movement, and suddenly a hole might be revealed. But aside from that,
what he talks about here,
not a ground cleared under something.
Has anybody ever attempted to explore any of these holes?
Oh, sure, there.
A lot of times the material
People try to go down with ropes and things to give up. Some of these are very, very deep.
Now, exactly right. Talks about
they literally
the way it looks at now, the perspective of it.
And do these holes then remain for scientific study, or is it your experience something else happens to them?
That's right.
Well, I guess they just
I
remain.
remember talking to him at a conference years ago, and it was just coming into that question of it. And it was really neat because it was almost like he kind of threw it at me and a couple of other people that happened to be there as he was first kind of thinking about it, considering it. And I remember thinking, oh my gosh, I think you might be right, because, he was being a smart aleck, right? Being like, big show it all. And he'll tell you, this is his own work, right? And he went up to it and then boom, they like zapped him or hit a wall or something that he didn't see, and it's, that he was taken, then 5 days later comes back, right? That makes total sense. They were like, look, dude, we don't know what happened. Some human just ran into us, or some human just freaked us out. Okay, let's fix him for
there's really good reason for that. And that is because they're all subject to
pretty
peer
interesting.
pressure,
So
and
I
they're
do
all
like that you
subject
looked at
to
that perspective. And I
money
guess I
needs.
agree with that, by the way.
When you go and you start investigating apparent bottomless holes and things like that, you get in trouble.
They're also great for their reputation.
That's what I mean by trouble.
Yeah.
The way that they do things is so
That's a big factor when you're a scientist. You gotta protect that
you
reputation.
can't do that.
Imaginary or real one.
Well, you'd have to think there would be some, the person who turns to science with a scientific mind, at least some percentage of them would say, to hell with you. This is really interesting. I'm going to look into this, but we just don't get a lot of that, do
What are
we?
the blue orbs?
It's happening
And
more
by the way,
with
are they the
astrophysics
orbs that
than
are
with
just so
anything
white
else.
that they look blue, or that
People
they
are
just blue?
speculating about
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. I
antiparticles and particles and all that.
all over the
They're more
place.
daring
I've seen
than
some sports
most scientists.
I've been on crowds
Because
where
they
they have
sometimes have to put their
to work with and play with
account of the wind
like
to
being in my kitchen and then all of a sudden
protect their theories.
Yes,
for me,
you're quite right. There are some out there on the edge, no doubt about it, but
being
the great majority of them seem to live in some sort of small, fearful world that I don't fully understand and doesn't seem to fit my concept of the scientific mind.
just kind of like looking around, exploring.
Have you had a lot to do? In other words, as you investigated some of these really anomalous things,
about the grace?
have you approached scientists? I mean, obviously, to bolster the credibility of anything you might write, you would think you'd want to have somebody of science involved in some way.
Well, it's not that easy. There was the Mothman thing. I was trying to find something that a scientist could look at, and I found some very odd footprints of what looked like giant dog footprints. I couldn't get the local university in Virginia or West Virginia to do anything about it. Really? But these were very strange footprints. They were very, very large. If this was a dog, it must have weighed 500 pounds. So, on one occasion, I found in the snow next to a road, I found one single human footprint. One single footprint without shoes. Just a human foot. Oh no, I had no explanation for that. If somebody was walking around barefoot in the snow, I would have found out a footprint. But not one.
Maybe if a giant
Would you say
reptile
are they
had a
still
human in its
where are
mouth
they
and it
living? Are
landed
they
for a
living in
moment,
the craft?
one footprint is the toboggan. Otherwise, I can't imagine how a single footprint would get anywhere. One of the many little problems that you run across. So anyway, toward the end of the last break, we were talking about responsibility, and that when you get publicity about this kind of thing, and you put it in people's minds, inevitably you are going to cause a lot of sightings and a lot of people to see the things this movie is going to bring first to the screen and then, eventually to their TV screens, and they're going to start seeing this thing, no question about it.
I imagine they will. And I fear for the people in West Virginia because they're going to be inundated with tourists. And they're not prepared for it. There's going to be first a trickle of tourists, and
What do
then
you mean? What's their disclosure?
maybe by the end of the summer it'll be Coney Island. Quite pleasant.
Oh, brother.
And there's nothing much I can do about that.
Do they know this is, do they suspect that
I've tried to tell them now is the time to build hamburger stands and some of your stores. But their economy is not very good there. We'll see what happens. But I think in Roswell, the museum, yes. Every year they draw thousands of people now.
I'm very well aware, and so that picture here, this would be really something. The movie opens today, probably in the big cities like Los Angeles, New York, and South Florida.
It's happening nationwide all at once. They must have hundreds and hundreds of prints out there.
They must have, yes.
And by curious coincidence, the new reprint of my book is about to appear in the bookstore.
Another gigantic coincidence.
It's unbelievable.
Listen, I know they've been leaving you dry, John, but I have 1 hour left, and I would like to take this moment to ask you whether, all my guests at this point have a choice to either go to bed if they're tired, because I know you're on the East Coast, it's almost 4 o'clock in the morning, or if you want to stick around for 1 hour, you can answer questions of the audience. I know they'd love to talk to you, but it's your choice.
I'll stay with it.
Will you really?
Basically stowed their whole
Well, I have to mention I'm very tired, but you want to give it a try? Yeah, let's give it. All right, I know a lot of people like to speak to you, so stay right where you are, John. Have a cup of coffee. All right. John Hake, staying up very late with us. And believe me, he's been doing the rounds for the people who are releasing this movie. A lot of publicity. It's like all the time. So for him to spend this much time with us is really, really something. Your opportunity to talk to John Hake coming up next.
and we have to follow our
The World Trade Center burned for almost 3 months, a very, very long time, but not the longest burning fire in the U.S. Find out what blazes burn a lot longer in the February issue of the After Dark newsletter. You can also read about evidence of UFO activity that's been covered up by NASA and how Dan Aykroyd got involved in the case, plus litigation, nanotechnology, and much, much more. It's all in the February issue of the After Dark newsletter. Call now, 1-888-727-5505, only $39.95. You get 2 free issues, 14 for the price of 12. That number to subscribe, 1-888-727-5505, or log on to rbell.com, hit the library link to the secure server. Stay right there.
That are here and doing have different have their agenda, whether it's I think there's many different agendas. I think there's many different ones here and many different agendas. They can turn this is me. They can turn us off and on as they please. They can shut us off. They can shut us off. When they take us, they turn us off. They do what they want to do. And some of us, are still like, hey, that's right. Let's hang on to
90% of stock funds this year alone, but more importantly, top analysts estimate gold through 2002 up 20% over today's prices. That's why some of America's leading brokerage houses by themselves are recommending gold then. So what does it mean for you and me? Well, it means we need to look at our investments right now and make sure that we're properly invested for protection and growth. That's why you need to call my friends at Lear Financial and request their free gold diversification guide. And over their first-rate audio seminar showing you exactly how to recession-proof your savings and retirement with gold. So call now. 800-474-4259. That's 800-474-4259. I have personally benefited from this excellent material exclusively from Lear Financial. In fact, I'm a client, so pick up the phone right now and call 800-474-4259. Back down to John A. Killen just before we go to the phones. John, thinking about everything that happened and how it happened, what happened, how has all of this affected your life? I mean, how has it changed your life? Something like this cannot occur without inducing a major change.
Our planet is a
Much has changed. Much of my thinking. And after the tragedy of the bridge,
everything on the trees, the plants,
it was similar to the World Trade Center thing. I was in shock for 6 months. And very, I couldn't even think about stuff in West Virginia for a very long time.
Everything is alive. Consciousness, and that we
I wrote the book almost 10 years afterwards.
What they're telling me is that our planet
It's very cathartic to read a book like that.
Yeah, and unfortunately I've made careful notes all throughout. I have that collection of information that I have forgotten otherwise.
I absolutely agree with you.
I'm glad it's saved.
We need to wake
And
up
now with the movie, it's really saved.
what else is around us and all the lives, trees, animal, everything. Stay with us when we come here on Coast to Coast.
Hard to tell.
I don't
Well, I have some theories about that, John. I think that those windows that you talked about, yeah, I think there are more of them lately, and they're more frequent, and things are getting stranger very quickly, exponentially quickly.
I certainly agree with that. Everything is speeding up.
Yes. All right, let's see what we get from the lines. First of all, caller line, you are on the air with John Shield.
With the most reliable internet speeds, free advanced Wi-Fi,
Where are you,
and
sir?
a free Spectrum Mobile Unlimited plan, plus a $100 Visa rewards card, all while saving big. For big speed, big reliability, and big savings. Get Spectrum One today. Offer only available online. Visit spectrum.com/big deal for full details. Offer subject to qualified residential customer service not available in all areas. College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most fancy time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/payball. With it.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
8 feet to
No matter what the day brings, count on juicy juice for the good stuff. Get juicy vitamins for you 100%
some fruit juice to help them conquer the day.
Juicy
Juicy
juice
juice is almost sweetened by the fruit. You should have it. No high fructose corn syrup and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
This is a radio ad for the prescription medicine for people 6 months ago with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapy. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can be relatively severe. Get help right away from the wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, throat. Tell your doctor about neuro-worsening eye problems, such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicine. Talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent.
Here's an interesting comment. I get these comments by Peter while I'm on the air. John, an obvious scientist from Seattle says, why is it that people misconstrue good science for apprehension? Physicists love the unknown, but science requires that we create a model for any phenomenon. Otherwise, observations are meaningless.
Marketers access to the audiences, conversations, trust and influence, insights, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer,
not technically, but to me, they're not meaningless. And when you hear something like this man just said, and things like you said tonight, to me, they have meaning anyway. And they will be explained in a satisfactory way one day to people like this person who's sending me the message. I believe it's just we're a little ahead of the curve, that's all, John. Right. Interested in the loss of the pigs. Very interesting, yeah. It would take a little more than a big bird to carry away a bunch of pigs, that's for sure. Well, Gordon Law, you're on the air with John A. Keel. Hello. Good morning, John. Good morning. This is Brian calling from Victoria, D.C. Yes, sir. Anyway, I want to speak to two things. I believe the world's sort of a mysterious and strange place at times, as you do. But I want to speak, first of all, to the 19th century skylighting incident. Have you heard anything with it? What was that? The one you referenced earlier on the strange smell. Oh, yeah, that's right. Because I was fortunate enough to be outside under dark skies for the lean-in meteor storm. And there were several ball-eyed tubes that exploded and basically lit the sky like a close lightning bolt would have. Which was very close to the ground. Well, when they went off, it was very bright and it lit up the area that I was in, like even though it was a very high altitude explosion. The things about ball-eyed zones are that they don't hover. Yeah, they don't come down. Okay, so this was a space like with yeah, so it was bright enough and long enough. Very long enough to wake up everybody in the village. And people would just come out and look at it, right?
The first time
at least they go to the window.
501-4721. To talk to Connie from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. To west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Connie Willis.
Sticks that are on Coast to Coast AM, best of times. Great music. And we're having some great time tonight, too. We've got people on the lines and wanting to ask some questions with our guests. So stay with us. We'll be back next week. Coast to Coast AM.
Or they hit the ground or whatever they're going to do, but you don't mistake them for what you've described. That's true. Okay, east of the Rockies, you're on there with John A. Keel. Hello. That's you.
I'd like to talk about something that happened in Norfolk, Virginia.
Go right ahead.
Okay, my friends were hanging out in the morning. Like, we went back to party.
Friday, 2 days to 2 weeks after taking the carnivore, I could not believe what happened.
And I think a bunch of
I had
weird,
energy like I was feeling. The thing that was so remarkable to me is I wasn't
right away, that doesn't
energy and my brain. I mean, do you know how much it means to be able to think again? I was really
we were all hanging
happy.
out like on the deck. There was like 6 or 7 of us. And I started to figure out the point at the stage.
866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com.
What if you could go to six-figure retirement income, almost half the money saved? You heard that right. Get a discount on your retirement creating a six-figure income with 40% less than traditional 401ks and mutual funds. I am Rothschild, best-selling author, executive producer, star in a brand new Hollywood documentary called The Retirement Deception. In this film, we traveled over 20,000 miles interviewing good Americans who have retired successfully with a great lifestyle and peace of mind. They share their stories on how they get more retirement income.
Well, yes, I do know, and I don't, as I said earlier, I don't like red eyes.
You lose nothing. Even the
Red eyes are not good enough. Going back to whether the mom and dad was
years sooner. So if you're over
giving
50,
prophecy
to
saying people,
call to talk to a
or
specialist and get a
people
free
were just
copy of
sensing what was about to happen with this
2020. This is a
creature's
$30
presence. And the creature was the actual perpetrator of the event.
No credit card
Is unknown, but you would think that if something you wanted, if it could manifest itself in any way,
506-2020.
and it was coming to warn us, it would manifest itself in some way that would not scare us to death. Yeah, I certainly agree with that. Do you?
You are listening to Coast AM, Common
Have you given a lot of thought to
Daylight Savings Time, spring forward. Those of you that didn't do it already,
prophecy?
remember to do that.
If we
Make
can
sure
predict
you
the
write
future,
it
that means the
and
future
this
already
month,
exists in
Easter
some
coming
form.
up.
Right.
That's so nice. Don't forget that. It's coming up next week. I'll be here Friday and Saturday.
I think
Still
someday
put
the
my
scientists
Saturday
are going to
night
tackle
guests
that one.
together, but Friday night
The
is
future
going
has
to
to be out
George
there
Christie
in some
Jr.,
form,
35
whether
year
it's
president,
electronically or
and just recently
whatever, but
retired
they're,
from
15%
Hell's
of the
Angels.
population
There's a whole story of
has the
somebody named
psychic
Sonny
ability
and then George coming
to
along. And
foretell the
anyway, we'll
future.
get all the scoop. He's been fun to talk to.
By all
He's on
logic,
TikTok as
it's
well. He's been
impossible
pushing
unless
me.
the
It's
future
great.
exists.
It's like
I
really
had
cool.
one
So I hope you
absolute
find me
premonition.
at it's
Absolute
Honeywood
premonition.
Slide.
It occurred
And you can
immediately
see
after
Honeywood Shop.
I had
You
it,
can get on
and
that one too. Just make sure you have
that's
both
it.
of them.
Only
But
one.
that's going to be
Never
a
been
lot
back
of fun
since.
to
No
talk
matter
with
how
you.
hard I try, I can't repeat it. It just happened.
That'd be
So
interesting. I'm looking
you've got to
forward
be
to it.
right about time. I mean,
Tonight,
it's one of two things. It's either out there fixed,
worked for the DOD, and then
and it's simply going to happen no matter what, or
she's been taken
we're sort of marionettes on strings, you know,
she's got
acting
this
out
great
the whole thing down
relationship
here. It's
with
it
Graves
is
and
puzzling
a
to
whole bunch of other
contemplate it.
different aliens along
Well,
the way.
so many
Extraterrestrials.
things happen to
You know, in
me
fact,
that
Nancy, do
indicated
you hate some names
some,
that people give you?
something or
Are you okay
somebody
with
or,
aliens,
you know,
or would you
keeping track of
wait a minute, should
and they
we?
knew before I knew what I was going to do
These
next.
are the Nordics, these are, you know,
For example, they would leave messages in a motel that I stopped at. And I didn't know I was going to stop at that motel. I go into the motel, and when they heard my name, they had a stack of messages for me. They were nonsensical messages, but pretty odd that somebody knew.
Do you think some sort of madman had been following you? I mean, what other answer could there be?
I know that occasionally they were following me, but I was going into areas where the government was doing nutty things. They were, you know, they constructed over 90 underground cities in the United States.
Was that nutty or naughty?
Or naughty, I guess. They were wasting a lot of money.
Yeah, I understand the government has to own a lot of underground.
Well, let me ask you this. Okay, let's look at it another way. We're just trying to figure out some things. This is fun. I love this kind of thing. So let's just say, okay, we have decided to come down here. We bought the ticket to ride the human experience.
Television on that one.
We come into this world where in the human experience and then we leave, and then we get a choice to take another ride somewhere else. Maybe we want to take a ride on another planet, and maybe we want to enjoy the Martian experience. Whatever we might choose, we might even want to choose to be, I want to be later to that solar system over there. I mean, there's so many things we can look at. So this is the human experience. We're going to look at it in a way of, hey, we're over here being humans. We want to wake up and go to the beach. We want to have, tuna fish sandwiches for lunch with the kids. We want to have a dog. We want to have a beer when we get back from working all day or whatever it is that, humans
do. All of these underground facilities are specifically built for nuclear war.
So really, the aliens have come along and said, hey, we're going to take you all and do what we want to do with you all. And now they've actually interfered with us. I mean, that's a whole other way to look at it, too. Because, hey, we're just doing the human experience over here. We don't just let us do our thing.
You have to know somebody who is working there
a lot of people need to know that
get the information to know
I know somebody who worked there.
this group,
When I went there,
minority group,
they have
group,
like
they
dentist offices.
deal with
They have
and did see
all kinds of facilities in this place that they're here. And when I was there, there were a couple of trucks. I don't know, places of whiskey.
boundary because
It occurred to me that if it was a nuclear war, there's one thing we would need.
but they
Lots
did
of
break that.
These huge in the project must
And
have
it's
cost
not really
billions of dollars.
they weren't doing
And now they're probably decaying empty.
I bet the whiskey's still good.
Probably not.
Yeah, you need whiskey, all right.
Yeah, they weren't supposed to at all. They did
That's eerie stuff, though.
They interfered.
Underground stuff.
And they didn't seem to care, and there's nothing we can do
In
about it.
the 60s, they realized, at that time, the Cold War was very hot.
That's why a lot of the positive ones
We had
say
really
that
noticed
if they didn't interfere
Where would
with
you move all the people from New York?
doing these things.
And that's what I'm saying. We still don't really have any defense.
Well, in case of war, they probably remove the politicians into these underground places.
They would. And you have to contemplate what sort of world it would be if all of the normal people get vaporized, and the only ones to emerge from a nuclear holocaust are our politicians, who probably are to blame for the whole damn thing in the first place. What kind of new society rising from the ashes would that be?
They were supposed to stay within a certain number, but they didn't overstep that boundary.
That is the thought nuclear war. So hold on, John. We'll be right back. John A. Keel is my guest. He's got a very good point there. The phoenix rising from the ashes. Get about a foot off the ground and crash. I'm Mark Bell.
Or if they do, it's on different levels or something. Yes. So, we're going to hit the phones here. 141 let's talk to Gordon out of Florida. Hey there, Gordon.
Welcome to the variety of interesting guests to today's program. Some are maybe may not know, others may do know very well. This is I'll get such a short time that I feel obligated to literally pummel you. So very much chance that you can so we will. There are some stars out in the galaxy. There are billions of other galaxies. Each of those stars are just like ours. That means that if out of every billion of those stars has planets around it, that 177571228 877-527-1295. To reach our number toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with our panel from One Kingdom of Nine. My guest is the author of The Mothman and Prophecies, John A. Keel. I have a question for him. I can see many of you do. That's what the telephone is for. The Mothman Prophecies motion picture starring Richard Gere and many others is being released today, nationwide. I repeat, today, nationwide. And so you'll be seeing a story about the life of my guest.
Some houses are born bad. Houses like Rose Red.
No one takes straight to uncover the truth. Rose Red is a dangerous place to run psychic experiments.
James Kaminsky, can you hear me? What the fuck are you doing here, dog?
They will use you as best as they can. They're trying to make inroads with the human race to accept them. And these are the negative
is it?
ones really don't want much to do with us.
How'd you know it was pumping overnight?
Their own kind and may have incarnated here. And that's rare.
Oh, okay, so it's not like you had a bunch of text messages or something.
No question. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Part of what
You have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I am an incarnate, and I know
May I ask, what are we at?
other people like me. This is different people either don't want to talk about it, or they haven't spiritually accepted who they are, or they haven't woken up. But
Hell yeah, that's what I like to hear. Well, we're still listening to our man John.
contact with someone in direct
What's his name?
lineage
John
of
says the
which
kid.
is
John
Keel
Keel?
are
With the
usually
Mothman.
randomly picked for whatever reason, and many of them may have only one time.
Just one moment, James.
of
Can you repeat what you
some
just
have
said?
more than one. And I do know that sometimes people can
Yeah,
have
the
more than one.
Mothman, yeah, that's right. I learned why they call him the Mothman. I didn't know this.
There is
So,
more races
originally, people were calling him, especially around Chicago or in Illinois, they were calling him the Thunderbird, and it's more the Native American tradition. However, the first guy to do an article on this subject really, really liked, or maybe he's not the first person to do an article, but an early researcher on this topic or an early interviewer, somebody early in this was really was a big fan of Batman, and so when they wrote their article, they put their own twist to it and called it Mothman, and that's what stuck. But more accurately, people were saying they were calling him Big Bird or Flying Thunderbird or Thunderbird or more like a pterodactyl. Like even, believe it or not, there's a lot of people who talk about this thing like a dinosaur, like a pterodactyl, like the wings at least. Or, yeah, so not really too moth-like. I guess some aspects of him are moth-like, like the, I don't know, the wings and I think like the red eyes kind of make me think of moth, but I don't know, moths don't really have red eyes. Nevertheless, we're going to continue and just keep riding the wave to good times. If there's anything you want to say about your mother.
As I said, the advertising works, and I'm obviously going to see that movie as I'm going to see Mothman Prophecies. Once again, here's John A.Q. It is now going on.
One other thing, I bet daylight savings time didn't help your sleep schedule. Dude, it fucks me up every year. And I heard somebody say this on the radio, and I really mean this. I don't get used to it for 6 months. There's something about it that just throws me off. And then we switch, and I still don't get used to it. It's like, I mean, maybe I do at certain points, but especially when it first happens, it messes with me. And it doesn't make any sense for any reason. I've looked this up. This has been a big one. Like, why do we have this stupid ass schedule? And what it really gets down to, from what I know, if you really want to know, it has nothing to do with farmers, and it has nothing to do with like the light of day. Here's what it has to do with. In the early 1900s or early 20th century, when power plants were starting to be built, there was the idea that if we were going to get everybody on the same time, like, here's an interesting thing. People used to not be on the same time in a city or in different cities. So like New York had its own time and everyone would go by the time clocks in New York. But then like Philadelphia was different and there was no way to synchronize the time. And it really didn't matter. Who cares if it's noon in Washington, D.C. or in New York? Like, nothing needs to be that accurate until the train. The invention of the train and the mass, the sprawling of the train from major city to major city, and to have consistent train schedules meant that time had to be taken seriously, particularly when you were going cross country through different time zones. So there was the discussion that, all right, it's like everyone should know that noon is light out at noon, and it shouldn't be like noon in New York and look like it's 8 a.m. in California because they don't switch times. How am I trying to say this? Basically, like if we don't switch times, noon in New York is going to look like noon in California, except it'll look like 9 a.m. in California or even earlier, and that won't make sense. When you're thinking about like how you're referencing things in society, like, oh, tonight about 9 p.m., well, that makes sense to everyone in the world. 9 p.m. is usually like at night because we use this system. However, if you didn't use this system, 9 p.m. doesn't necessarily mean tonight everywhere in the world. Okay, so moving on from the time system, because this is really important for some reason. I don't know why the fuck I'm on this topic, but I'll reel it in. I'm fucking kidding. Something about times in different cities. Oh, the daylight savings thing. Okay, so time didn't really matter until the invention and the proliferation of the railroad. All right, then what happened? Oh, so this is the big reason, or what I think is a big reason. The power plants started to be built, and they realized that you can make a lot more money as the owner of a power plant if you force everybody to have to use electricity for an extra hour 6 months out of the year. James, does that make sense? So basically, if you don't change the time, that's fine. Then it's just a little darker or a little lighter at a given period. However, if you do change the time and everybody falls back, then it's super dark. And you have to use more electricity, and you have to use more light bulbs. And the people who are running the power plants then, namely like Thomas Edison's General Electric, that was financed by John Pierpont Morgan's JP Morgan, and like
That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code iHeart. New customers can get $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code iHeart.
I don't know if there's a connection there either, but I do know there's a connection certainly for an organization to want to ensure that they have standardized time and that everyone in the campus would know that it's noon for whatever reason. And it could be some type of...
Hey, it's Junior. Today, black folks...
Right, like some towns have like
but there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV.
Like town square bells or church bells that do it, or did for many years. And if you notice, that doesn't happen anymore. Like if you go through a town, they don't have like they don't play bells anymore. There's a reason for that. They don't want people to be, when I say they, to be aware of these kinds of things, to be aware of what time it is. They almost want to treat life like a casino. No windows, no clock, just, kind of living in your own world. Okay, so back to the idea of the time issue. I really think in the future, we will not have time zones. I think the whole world will just be on one time, and what's noon in London will be like 9 p.m. in the United States, and it'll just be like, okay, that's fine. It's no big deal. So we will just basically will never change the time, and we will. Now I'm talking like maybe hundreds of years from now, and it won't really matter too much because we'll have like really advanced clocks that basically will be able to tell you wherever you need to be in the world. But basically, I think it's a simpler solution that we don't use time zones, and everybody just
Nobody wants to outlive their money, but it
has
especially
like it's a different.
That's why Cambridge
Like,
offers the purity.
who cares if it's noon, if the sun's out or not? And the reason why I say that is because when you start doing, this is why this topic is important. When you start doing interstellar transportation, it's like, well, what kind of time do they take? Like, because they're not being affected by the sun or the earth anymore. So do they change their clock if they're just flying to another, like, solar system? The answer is no, they don't change their clock. I mean, everything's still relative to them. But all of that sun and earth, that's all earthbound. It doesn't necessarily affect interstellar space. Okay, so then why do we still have it? It, number one, requires Americans to spend a lot more on electricity during the winter months because they lose an hour of daylight, and so they have to make up with that with electricity. So it makes their bills higher. The other thing that this does is the days of the time change. Whenever it is, it's like in the fall and the spring. There's a much higher incident rate of heart attacks and car accidents because it throws everybody out of their normalcy in life and out of their routine. I mean, we're even experiencing it here, and it's just an hour that we lost. But basically, everything gets messed up that way. So, long story short, I'm not a big fan of this, and I've done my best to do the research on it. Oh, there's another thing about it too. There's something about television stations are able to sell an extra hour of advertising in the evening. Or there's something like this. More people are home in the evening because it's dark, and so they're able to sell more advertising. There's something along those lines, and in some markets, it creates like an extra hour of advertising. And what do I mean by that? Like in Arizona, where they don't change the time, and some other places, it allows for like an extra hour of programming block that they can just put in syndicated television, and that's a lot more money for them. So basically, the way that I understand this goes down is you have people advocating for daylight savings to stay, and people advocating against it. And the major players who are advocating for it are the power companies and the television companies. And those are two really powerful groups. And even though like all the people don't like it, there's not like a huge push to change it because of those two reasons, the power companies and the television companies. But I truthfully, it makes so much sense, absolutely. And especially when I learned about and just thought about it, you're going to need an hour more electricity in the winter. So think about it. You fall back in the winter. What does that mean? That means that it gets really dark, like starting in November, really, really dark. When normally you would have an extra hour of light and it wouldn't get dark all of a sudden. Instead, it gets dark immediately, and everybody has to start using their electricity very early. And then for many years, when people would question this, why do we have this system? Or at least what I always heard was that it was farmers in the Midwest who wanted to save or like get up earlier or something. But then if you ever talk to a farmer, they'd be like, no, we hate this system. And then but nobody ever discussed like the real heart of the matter, that you need a lot more power if you're going to have people like be in the dark for an extra hour. And then the other thing is there's more programming that you can sell. So I think those are two fascinating aspects of it, and I look forward.
Hopefully it ends up in your hands. Fraudulent tax returns due to identity theft increased by 30% in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. Our U.S.-based restoration specialists are experts.
Yeah, I do.
Solve your identity theft issues.
So
all LifeLock plans are backed by the
this actually gets into a really interesting debate. So there's a more accurate time than atomic time. Did you know? I mean, there are many ways, but there's at least one that I know of. It's called stellar time. Have you ever heard of stellar time? Okay. So atomic time basically runs on the Earth, like, I mean, I'm not going to lie. I just know that basically it's very accurate, and I thought it used like an atomic clock, which is like some kind of clock that was kept in like Colorado in like Mount Cheyenne or whatever, Cheyenne National Lab or whatever, Mount Webb. It's like deep underground, but we're going to look it up right now because, and I know it's very accurate. Okay, an atomic clock is a clock that measures time by monitoring the resonance frequency of atoms. It is based on the atoms having different energy levels, which I always thought was the most accurate kind of timekeeping. But apparently there's more kind of accurate timekeeping. And if this doesn't even show up, and I'm making it up, then I'm making it up, and I'm telling you, somewhere I heard this or I read it. It's called a stellar clock. What is it? A star clock.
Financial experts thought we were in the clear. They were anticipating around 6 rate cuts by the Fed this year, and then the inflation data came out higher than expected.
You like what?
This isn't going away. It can't. The U.S. is 34
How many? Oh, wait.
in the hole, and yet we keep printing money.
Zulu time is in like military time?
Every day even higher. So you can either
I do
bury
too.
your head in the sand or you can do
I
something
do too.
about
And the world will go to that too. Basically, once there's some leader out there who starts making some decisions on things, and I mean, I'm not saying I'm going to be that person. I'm saying it's somebody who's going to be really influential in society. Maybe they're an actor, maybe they're an athlete, maybe they're a live streamer. They're going to have some like says and things of like how they do things. Other people are going to do it that way, and how they interpret some things are the ways that people will interpret it. Like, for instance, I've already thought about this for a bunch of things. Okay, sometimes you see exit signs with a red in red, and sometimes you see them in green. Like, you know, when you're going like outside above a door, there's an exit sign. Sometimes it's in red and sometimes it's in green. Well, which one's right? No, it's a good question. So society doesn't have a leader, truthfully, who has made a decision one way or another. So traditionally they were made in red to be able to catch someone's eye. However, as we became a more international community, we started learning that people, particularly in foreign countries, think that everything is standardized in the United States, but it's not. And so when they see red for exit, they think stop, like a stop sign, because they see red and they associate red with stop, don't go. And since they can't read exit, it actually causes a lot of deaths. So one way to get around this is to have green ones, so that internationally people should just know when you see green, green means go, which generally we think that, but you know, an exit sign's a perfect example. You and I think, oh, we see exit, this is the way out. It's in red to catch my eye. But someone who's not from the United States sees that exit and sees it's in red and they think, don't go this way. Does that make sense?
It's so kind. It is so kind. I appreciate that.
Exactly. Here's another one. There are just some buttons and things like that, icons that we don't have internationally. Nobody has officially said this is the power button.
It's going to be
okay. This isn't like standardized. Sure, the international standardization system has some things, but there are some labels that haven't been 100% agreed. Do you see this power button? Okay, so like that's one of them. That like if we just have a good leader in society, they can get a bunch of these and be like, okay, this is what we're all going to say is a power button. This is what we're all going to say is, you know, I don't know what buttons are, but this is what a
also this month some big things happening. Easter, looking forward.
A volume button is, you know, like the plus or the minus, all of that kind of stuff. You can you know,
most of these things.
Or the speaker, yeah, exactly. Or
But I'm looking at one right now.
You know exactly what it is. So we need a leader in society to do that, and usually this is done by like a committee, but it's really pretty easy. Like you literally would just have to have a few people who are like, yeah, this is how we all agree on this, and then it will just go viral. Like honestly, if you gave, let's just say, and truthfully in society, if you gave what's that bitch's name? Meryl Streep and like Hillary Clinton and Oprah and like George Clooney and The Rock. If you put those people together and like Chris Rock, like and Will Smith, just like all these celebrities, put them in a room, those 6 people, and gave them a list of all of the symbols and they were like, okay, we want you to align on these things. Everyone would watch them do this and be like, okay, well, that's the power symbol, and that's the volume symbol, and that's the Bluetooth, and all of it. It'd be really easy for everyone to align on that. If we had like a moment in time where there were influential people who would do this. I'm not saying that they have to do this, but I'm saying that would be helpful to society. More so than a lot of bullshit that they do now. But until that happens, we're kind of stuck here with like different symbols that mean different things. Like I see it all the time when I'm dealing with these different platforms. On one platform, like a gear symbol means settings. In another platform, it means like configure, which is different than settings. In another one, it means like your stream settings. Like gear should mean settings. That's it. Don't use another symbol for it. You know what I mean? Like somebody needs to just align us on these kind of things. Another one is on an app, like where the menu bar should go. Here's another one. Where does the close box go? Should it go on the right or should it go on the left? There's not one person who has aligned this on Earth. We need a leader to be able to do that. I don't know who that person is, but I will advise them as best I can to say what it should be. And I think at least when it comes to the close box, it becomes the upper right. The world becomes much more Microsoft oriented, which means like, close box is on the upper right. However, the wealthy of the world are the only ones who are going to be able to afford Apples, and they will still use the closes on the left. You know what I mean? That little close, the X to close something out. Yeah. Exactly. And yeah, so we're just kind of waiting on a leader to kind of figure this stuff out. And it'll happen though. Hey, we got 100% in here. Just one moment. Hey, what's going on, Jared?
I talked to so many different people along the way. But
Jared, can you hear me?
Is our guest. He's an author, public speaker,
Jared, if you can hear me, say hi.
And grieving expert. He's published many books, and he's going to be talking about how to handle grief and loss tonight. He's one of the world's foremost experts on it. And his experience with thousands of people on the edge of life and death has taught him the secrets to living a happy and fulfilled life, even after life tragedies. So now I know, David, you've been on here many times before, a while back, but I want to welcome you for the first time with me, so welcome back.
Exactly. Okay, that's one. Pop wins out. I was surprised at this. Pop wins out. Do you know why Pop wins out over soda? Well, let me say first, less people say pop than say soda in the United States. And in your more influential areas, New York, Los Angeles, they say soda. Why does pop win out? Believe it or not, James, it's shorter. It's easier to say pop. And when beverage companies are marketing to people, believe it or not, keep it simple. They want the simplicity of it. Pop. It's easier to say, let's get a pop than let's get a soda. Let's get a soft drink. It's pop. And they like that. And you watch Pop win out. And that one really surprised me.
But you recognizing it too. But you know what?
Coke.
That's perfect for the
Exactly.
job.
Everything's Coke. And it would win out because it's shorter than soda or soft drink. But there are, it has competitors. And Coke will not be as big in the future as it once was. It will have a very solid stock. Its stock will be more. I really mean this. Its stock will be more.
It's a possibility that
its stock will be more reliable than the Federal Reserve note, meaning I would rather invest in Coca-Cola stock than fiat currency. But Coke has some major competition. See, here's the thing. Coke really just decided it's just going to buy every single beverage company out there. And if you come up with a new beverage, that's great. They're going to buy you. And so it's really, really hard. In fact, the beverage industry is one of the most difficult of all the industries to get any kind of foothold as a new player. It's like practically impossible to get shelf space because Coca-Cola has so many different types of Coke products that they'll put it on the shelf. before they'll put together your little concoction of whatever you 7-Up drink you have. Okay, so but it has competition. Obviously, Pepsi. And Pepsi, I mean, it's divested itself, but to some extent, it has very close relationships with Frito-Lay and Taco Bell, and it is going to use those to, and also its inroads with the youth. So they've always tried to make themselves out to be like Generation Next and all that.
Many people. I've got so many emails of people going, "Oh my gosh, I saw him in person."
There's a story. I bet I could change you into being a Pepsi drinker right now. I love Coke. I like Pepsi too. But literally, I think the world, if they heard me tell this story, it would make all of them Pepsi drinkers. Okay, what is it? Okay, Beanie, I'm in 7th grade, and I am in class, and the teacher comes in every single day with, after recess, with a brand new can of Coke and a straw. And one day, one of the kids in class says, I have a question to ask. I notice every single day after recess, you come in here with a can of Coke and a straw. Why is it that you use a straw? Why don't you just drink the Coke out of the lip of the can like most people do? Why do you always use a straw? And this teacher smiles and he says, "It's a very interesting question that you asked. My sister-in-law was very seriously struck with a very serious illness due to an incident that happened at a Coca-Cola plant in Dallas, Texas or something, where a rat had rats had gotten into the Coca-Cola plant and had urinated on the lips of the cans, or some of the cans that were there, and caused like some kind of like crazy like typhoid or something in a significant part of the population." Anyway, whenever, and I still drink Coke, but whenever I see a Coke can, I always think of this story of this teacher who told this story. Exactly. So when the world hears that, so I'm telling you, like, all it takes is one influencer to tell a story to absolutely kill a brand. That would absolutely kill the Coca-Cola company. If they, it would be like if you said that story during the Super Bowl, what kind of impact would it have? Now I'm not saying that Coca-Cola stock will not be strong. I'm a huge Coca-Cola fan, as is my family when it comes to stock. I mean, it's a solid stock. But you watch Pepsi will make inroads, and also what Pepsi will do is basically buy its way into overtaking Coke. It's the only way that they can do it. What up, Sergey? The only way they can do it is basically to sponsor the biggest stars. So who did they sponsor in like the last 40 years? They sponsored Michael Jackson at like his height. They sponsored Britney Spears at her height, and they'll get the next big person. I think they got. Did they have Taylor Swift? I don't know.
I don't think they even discussed those things back then. Maybe it didn't have to be a legal thing. Maybe nowadays it does have to be a legal thing. I don't know. But I remember being at the
scene. That's right. They got that Kardashian to do that.
We discussed about where we were going to eat, and then I remember seeing certain things, and it was years later. And I was talking to my dad, and I started describing the event.
So, but the one that wins out over both of them, long term, is Dr. Pepper Schweppes. You're like, why? Why does Dr. Pepper Schweppes win out? Because Dr. Pepper Schweppes also owns Keurig, which gets them huge in the coffee market long term. And also, Dr. Pepper is older than both Coke and Pepsi. And in the long term, people will be very associated to these brands for their, like, there's, they're basically the same stuff. They taste a little bit different. But, so Pepsi was started in 1885. Or I'm sorry, Dr. Pepper was 1885, and Coke was 1886.
And I said, you had a blood
And
spot right on the top of your
Pepsi
forehead. And it
was started as Brad's drink. And I think eventually, I know this sounds crazy, but they'll go back to that name. Why Brad's drink? It was originally from Brad, like some fucking
I would have even fit in the back of the police car in front of him
pharmacist.
where I should
But
have, as a little bottle.
like, do you remember when Miller Lite, like for like 10 years, went to like a blue can, and then they went back to their retro can?
I saw him, he was agreeing with me. And that's, how I look back at it and go, that's because I was
Okay,
gone.
so Miller Lite
just
for like,
the same thing that everybody that crosses over and comes
I'd
back
say actually like 20 years,
those types of
had
things.
this like,
So are you hearing
I don't know, different kind of
those
can
types
that they would use.
of information as well,
Let's see, do
or
they
is
have
it
like a
more about
timeline?
just the grieving part and the loss part? Or, but I would imagine
It
you're
is.
privy to hear
It
all
is.
the near-death
And believe it or
Absolutely.
so here's a timeline of them. They used to have a blue, they used to have their old one, then they had a blue can, now they went back to the retro one. Well, in the same way, give it 100 years, and people will think it's very funny to go back to Brad's drink, like the original OG name of Pepsi. And that will cause like a big, I'm not saying it's gonna like shake the world, the beverage world, but it will be big. 1893 was when it started, and yeah. But the big one will be Dr. Pepper Schweppes. Just you watch.
Yeah.
See all the things we cover?
Phenomenon that I always encountered. One was the deathbed visit, the dying come to greet us. The second was trips. People would talk about. They got to get their bags. They got to get ready. And I often think about death.
Well, yeah, I mean, to some extent, and what they do with marketing and like connecting themselves to these holiday traditions and Santa and like home and polar bears to make you associate everything holiday related with their brand.
At the end of life care, hospice, paramedics, ER, they all talk about that. And I did some research on that turned out to be one of my books that's called Visions, Trips, and Crowded Rooms.
And they basically took what Norman Rockwell had for Saturday Evening Post art and transformed it into Coca-Cola. In fact, I wonder if Norman Rockwell ever did Coca-Cola art. I mean, Coca-Cola art is its own like niche of art and like decorative, like people,
with all their stories about how the dead come to greet the dying.
I'm almost certain Norman Rockwell did
because
some of it. Yeah, he did.
this is every day.
So I mean, how much more America can you get than Norman Rockwell kind of art and like that? But here's the thing, it's very American, and Pepsi will take advantage of the international market. Pepsi's the biggest drink in like somewhere really important. Pepsi's like really big in India or something.
Entered in, and it was really such comforting research to do. To understand these stories and to
there's a story
and I also
of the Philippines, Pepsi, global market share. It's 22.1%. And Coke's like 48%. All right, so there's this funny story. Oh my God, actually, it's not funny at all. It's actually really fucking sad. Okay, I'm sure you remember this, but maybe you don't. The Pepsi Points story when you could buy a Harrier jet. Remember this? Oh my God. Okay, so now this one I'll never forget. It was like summer of like 96 or something. Let me see when it actually came out. It was something like this. And all right, here's the case. It's Leonard versus PepsiCo. It's more widely known as the Pepsi Points case. It's an American contract law case regarding offer and acceptance. The case was brought to the U.S. District Court from the Southern District of New York in 1999. Its judgment was written by Kimberly. In 1996, yeah, it was 96, okay, PepsiCo began a promotional loyalty program in which its customers could earn Pepsi points. These points could, in turn, be traded for physical items. A television commercial for the loyalty program displayed the commercial's protagonist flying to school in a McDonnell Douglas AV-8B Harrier II vertical takeoff jet aircraft, valued at $37.4 million at the time, which could be redeemed for 7 million Pepsi points. The plaintiff, John Lennon, discovered a loophole in the promotion, allowing him to purchase Pepsi points at 10 cents per point. Leonard promptly delivered a check for $700,008.50 to PepsiCo, attempting to purchase the jet. PepsiCo initially refuted Leonard's offer, citing the humorous nature of the offer in the advertisement. Leonard then sued PepsiCo in an effort to enforce the offer and acceptance perceived by Leonard to be made in the advertisement. In her judgment, Wood sided with PepsiCo, noting the frivolous and improbable nature of landing a fighter jet in a school zone that was portrayed by the protagonist. PepsiCo would re-release the advertisement, valuing the jet at 700 million Pepsi points. So basically, this was a really popular commercial during the 90s where you could buy like different articles of clothing or merchandise with Pepsi points, and they made a joke that you could buy a plane with 700,000 Pepsi points or whatever, 7 million Pepsi points. And this guy was able to just buy Pepsi points for 10 cents each. And he had an argument that they should have had to buy a plane. Okay, so there's that story with PepsiCo, which is kind of an interesting story, but there's an even more interesting story.
That's interesting. Way to look at it. You're right.
That took place in the Philippines. And before I even look at this, I haven't looked at this story in a long time, but literally you can talk to people from the Philippines 2 or 3 generations after this happened, this incident, and they're still pissed off about it. It's like, I would be too. Okay, so this one's called Pepsi Number Fever. Pepsi Number Fever, also known as the 349 incident, was a promotion held by PepsiCo in the Philippines in 1992, which led to riots and the deaths of at least 5 people. So it's not funny. It's like, what the fuck did Pepsi do to cause this? In February 1992, Pepsi Philippines announced they would print numbers ranging from 1 to 999 inside the caps of Pepsi, 7-Up, Mountain Dew, and like Mirinda, whatever that is, some Philippine drink. Certain numbers could be redeemed for prizes, which range from like 100 pesos, usually like $4, to 1 million pesos for the grand prize, roughly $40,000. In 1992, equivalent to 611 times the average monthly salary in the Philippines. So basically, Pepsi was doing this contest, and the most you could win was 40 grand. But that was a lot of money in the Philippines back then. In fact, it would be like, okay, I'm actually going to do the math on this. It's 611 times the monthly salary. So I want to know how many years that is. Is this like, are we talking, you're gonna have the ability to
whatever you're into, it's on Prime.
To live the rest of your life and not have to work. And it looks like you'd be able to live 50 years and not have to work. And that's probably most people. So basically, if you won this contest, you're thinking, I never have to work again. All right. So Pepsi allocated a total of $2 million for prizes. Marketing specialist Pedro Vergara based Pepsi Number Fever on similar moderately successful promotions that had been previously in Vergara's geographic area of expertise, Latin America. Pepsi Number Fever was initially wildly successful and increased Pepsi monthly sales from 10 million to 14 million and its market share from 19.4 to 24.9. Winning numbers were announced on television nightly. By May, 51,000 prizes had been redeemed, including 17 grand prizes, and the campaign was extended beyond the originally planned end date of May 8th by another 5 weeks. So basically, this is a huge positive. I mean, it increases their market share by 5%. It's huge. However, then there's an incident. On May 25th, 1992, the ABS-CBN Evening News TV Patrol announced that the grand prize number for that day was 349. Grand prize winning bottle caps were tightly controlled by PepsiCo. 2 bottles with caps with that day's winning numbers printed inside of them, as well as a security code for confirmation, had been produced and distributed. However, before the contest was extended to add new winning numbers, 800,000 regular bottle caps had already been printed with the number 349, but without the security code. Theoretically, these bottle caps were cumulatively worth $32 billion. Thousands of Filipinos rushed to Pepsi bottling plants to claim their prize. Pepsi initially responded that the erroneous printed bottle cap did not have the confirmation security code and therefore could not be redeemed. Newspapers the next morning announced that the winning number was in fact 134, adding to the confusion. After an emergency meeting of the Pepsi company executives at 3 o'clock a.m. on the 27th, the company offered basically $18 to holders of anyone who had these mistakenly printed bottle caps as a gesture of goodwill. This offer was accepted by like 500,000 people and cost Pepsi like $9 million. But there were all these protests. Many irate 349 bottle cap holders refused to accept Pepsi's settlement offer. They formed a consumer group, the 349 Alliance, which organized a big boycott of Pepsi product and held rallies outside the government office. Most protests were peaceful, but on February 13th, a school teacher and a 5-year-old child were killed in Manila by a homemade bomb thrown at a Pepsi truck. In May, the Pepsi employees in Davao were 3 Pepsi employees in Davao were killed by a grenade thrown into a warehouse. Pepsi executive received death threats, and as many as 37 company trucks were overturned, stoned, or burned. One of the 3 men accused of orchestrating the bombings claimed they had been paid by Pepsi to stage the attacks in order to frame the protesters as terrorists. Then Senator Gloria, some senator there, suggested that the attacks were being perpetrated by rival bottlers attempting to take advantage of Pepsi's vulnerabilities. The Philippine Senate Committee of Trade and Commerce accused Pepsi of gross negligence and noted that it was involved in a similar fiasco in Chile just a month before the 349 incident. So basically, let's see here what happened. About 22,000 people took action. Those dissatisfied plaintiffs, it turned out they lost 96. The trial court awarded the plaintiffs in one of the lawsuits. Oh, no. I'm sorry, they won. They were given $380 each in moral damages. However, 3 of them were dissatisfied and they appealed. And the appellate court awarded those 3 like $570 each. Like, just nothing. Like, can you imagine PepsiCo is having like to pay lawyers? Like, their lawyers are paying like that's 1 hour for each. Like, one lawyer is $570.92. Pepsi is not liable. They say the suit reached the Philippine Supreme Court in 2006, so 14 years later, and it ruled that Pepsi is not liable to pay the amounts printed on the cards of holders, nor is Pepsi liable for damages thereon. And the issues surrounding the 349 incidents have been laid to rest and must no longer be disturbed in this decision because it caused so many people mental anguish, like huge mental anguish. It doesn't talk about it in here, but it is big. And then the other thing,
Coast to Coast AM. Now, here's your guest host.
Did you ever see the thing on HBO about McDonald's, the Monopoly game?
good music, good stuff happening for you. And good stuff tomorrow night, too. George Norrie's going to be back. He's got
So that one's really fucking interesting. If you ever have a chance, look.
And Cosmic History.
Yeah, but it
That's
involves the
tomorrow night
mafia.
here with George Norrie on Coast to Coast AU.
Yeah, and basically, like, the way that game was done, there was like an inside guy, not at McDonald's. What up, Grumpster, you little slut? How you doing, baby? There wasn't there was like no one who worked at McDonald's, but somebody who worked for the company that ran the contest had like an inside knowledge of like what were going to be the winning tickets, and it became an issue that this person couldn't find enough people to give the tickets to. So like basically it would be like, James, I like you, but we're too close of friends for me to give you this ticket because I've already given it to like 3 of my other friends. So what I need you to do is go find someone, like a friend. You have a friend, and you got to give them this. And here's the deal: it's for $1 million, and they're going to get $1 million, but they have to give me $100,000 up front, and they have to give you $100,000. So they're really going to get $800,000. And the people be like, oh, okay, well, that's fine. I'm going to get $800,000. That's great. But they don't know that there's tax on it, or they're not thinking there's tax on it. So then they're only getting $400,000. And on top of that, on top of having tax, they're getting it in an annuity. So they're getting it $50,000 a year for 20 years, which doesn't mean, that means they're not sitting on the interest. It's basically like they're still having to work. A lot of the people who won the McDonald's contest still had to work. They were like millions. They would say like, we had $1 million and we thought we were, everybody, all our friends thought we were millionaires, but we were only getting $50,000 a year. And on top of that, we were having to pay the people who got us the ticket, basically. And like, I don't want to say they all lost money on it, but basically, like, a bunch of them lost money on it. Now, the guy who ran the scam, he didn't want to be interviewed for it, but basically, he's just living in his house in suburban South Carolina, just living his life without a care in the world. He got away with it, basically. they're like put a camera outside his house and he's just living a normal life. And anyway, it's a really, if you have a chance, it's called McMillions, and it's really good.
Our guest later tonight, she's on it too. So sign up for all of us, and let's all just have a good time learning from each other for sure. So David Kessler, our guest tonight, you can find him at
I know I made this prediction before, but I'm doubling down on it. Very soon, companies will be so strong that they will start demanding positions in the United Nations, and eventually Amazon and Meta will, and perhaps others, but they will have seats at the UN security table as companies.
You have to kind of relive it, but it does. It's where
that's
it
freaky.
Started. You had actually witnessed
a
mass
and the way that they'll make the argument is that they basically store the world's human data and the world's. It'll be like the world's servers will be on Amazon Web Services, and they're just gonna say like, look, our GDP, if we were a country, we'd be like huge. We'd be like the 3rd or 4th biggest countries in the world. So why aren't we being treated that way? And they'll make these arguments. And they'll be like, we also employ like hundreds of thousands of people. You have some countries in the United Nations with less people than we employ, and certainly they make less money than we bring in. So why aren't we being considered as serious contenders? And it's like, dude, it's the United Nations. It's not Zuckerberg's playground. But nevertheless, they're going to get their spot. What up, Zoo? How you doing, you slutty punk? We love you. We love Kangaroony, Dev Polygon. Have you been watching the chart?
I didn't realize 13 that she was I knew she was, but I was hoping she'd fall.
Hell yeah, baby. Oh, is that the name of your coin that you're going to start on April 1st? God, you were waiting until April 1st.
From the hospital were standing in front. Fire trucks go out and shooting began. And they realized they just have a fire and they've got an active shooter.
But you were so enthused. You're like, April 1st is a perfect day. I have to do it on that day.
13 hours. I saw the shooting. I saw
That's a good idea. I want you to still do something with it on April 1st.
Then I went to
How are you?
Go on to, my mother died a couple of days later.
That's good. Zoot, I'm sure you know James Kaminsky. Do you know James Kaminsky?
Just trauma. It was traumatic. And
Oh yeah. You met him at
thing damaged, broken. There's sort of no hope for me.
Oh, you didn't meet at East Bend.
College, and I took a class about that, and I heard about this woman, Elizabeth Kubler-Ross, who had written these stages, and I'm like, oh my God, there's a language for this. There's a way to talk about this. And it gave me hope. Of course, I could never have imagined that I would go on to do 2 books with her and get to learn from her, but it was an extraordinary
Why are you depressed, dude?
experience, and really try to help people understand that. And just to also jump ahead, and I know you also know about this, that, I don't just know this professionally studying it all these years, but also 7 years ago, my younger son David died. So, boy, I know this work personally and professionally, and I have to tell you, because of this work, because of the beliefs, I've been able to be with the grief and sit with it, and to remember that, grief is also love, and as intense as the pain is in proportion to the love you had for these people who died.
Yes.
So I always say, you have a little love, you're going to have a little grief. You have a lot of love, you're going to have a lot of grief. And just the same way I felt damaged, I like to teach people that, whether it's because of some of those beliefs I've seen with knowing that I believe there's so much more after this life, that, life continues on. And I really try to teach that now. There was a time, so many psychologists and therapists and folks out there believed in closure, and that it's the end, and when you die, you write a letter of closure to your loved one who died. And one of the things I teach about now is what we call continuous bond. That we continue to have bonds in relationship with our loved one who died.
Yeah, I did it. I'm just listening to you. Keep going. I'm just over here listening to you because
we
all face it. We all deal with it.
We all face it. The thing I tell people is I say, unfortunately, on planet Earth, the death rate is 100%.
I'm sorry to laugh at that, but you're right.
I know, but it's
funny.
None of us are going to get out of this alive.
You're exactly right.
What if birth isn't the beginning and death isn't an ending? I mean, it's holding that duality, that having to say goodbye with my son, just my younger son, brutal. And I know it's not the end of our relationship. I know it's not. I know there's more. And I agree. And I hold those two things together.
Mm-hmm. What about the differences of a loss? You lost your mom, and you lost a son. They say there's nothing worse than losing a child.
Well, here's the thing about that. There was a moment in 2020, in the beginning of the pandemic, that I think really made it so clear. 2020 during the pandemic, we're in lockdown, we're all walking 6 feet apart in the middle of the street. I have a friend come over, and we're walking in the street separately, and all of a sudden, he's one of my best friends, and all of a sudden, a young girl from the neighborhood who's 20 years old comes running up, and she's crying, And she says, you're a grief expert, right? I said, yes. And she goes, my wedding is postponed. I'm heartbroken. Can you help me? And I talked to her about it. And we talk about it. And she thanks me after a few minutes of talking. And then after she walks away, my friend turns to me and goes, oh my gosh, I can't believe she was going on about her wedding being postponed. When here you deal with people who have been through murders and shootings and your own son dying and tragedy. And I said to my friend, you don't understand. Grief is not like a pie that if she gets some of it for her wedding being postponed, she's taking away from me. I said, there's enough room in this world for all of our loss. And here's the thing. When people say to me, which loss is the worst, and it's a common question. Is it a child dying? Is it a murder that's so unfair and sudden? Is it a tragedy where hundreds of people died? I always say the worst loss is yours. The worst loss is yours. You know, my worst loss is my son. Your worst loss may be a spouse, maybe a parent. The 20-year-old's worst loss was the wedding. No one died in her life. That actually is her worst loss. So I try to remind people to try to get out of our comparing mind. Because we don't have a broken mind, we have a broken heart. And to realize your job to grieve your own loss. There's always going to be someone next to you that's got one not as bad as you or worse than yours. And your job is to grieve your loss.
Yeah, pets are pretty important too.
Oh my gosh. You know, let me tell you, after my son died, I think it was like 8 months later, my sweet dog of 17 years died. And someone said to me, well, obviously your son was the harder, and I said to them, why do I have to choose? It's like horrible loss.
Yeah,
I
agreed.
have both of them.
There's no competition to this.
Yeah, I have both.
Well, I find something else interesting to talk about. It's let me see if I can condense it down. I'm actually looking at it on your Facebook page. The Facebook page is I am David Kessler. There it is. You're consistent across the board. I love it. And what it says is, so let me just kind of say what it's saying here, and then I'll ask the question. In grief, we are all haunted by two words: what if? And it's like, what if I had done things differently? Maybe they wouldn't have passed away. And you say something in here like, we don't want to live in a life where we have no control. I have noticed widowers and widows, I think more in the widowers world, I've recognized. And because we talk about this all the time here on Coast to Coast, these types of things, that it seems to be that after losing a spouse, there is, they want to control so much more. Is that kind of what you're saying as well? It's almost like I'm going to try to control everything. This time I'm going to make sure if I'm with somebody that this is going to be right, and this is going to be right, and this is going to be right, so that I won't go through what I went through before. Do you find that a lot? Because I've actually seen that, and it's like, no, you still got to let go and let love, right?
Yeah, let me unpack this, because we talk about this all the time in our grief groups, especially with spouses. You're absolutely right. Because, especially with spouses or parents, or even with your own parents, we kind of are often the caregivers, the keepers, and if something goes wrong, of course we feel like, oh my gosh, I'm haunted by two little words. What if? What if we got to the hospital earlier? What if they had that second opinion? What if we hadn't gone to lunch? All those what ifs.
Yeah.
So, here's the thing that psychologically we often don't understand. The mind would always rather feel guilty than helpless. So think about that. The mind would rather feel guilty than helpless. Because if we're guilty, we have a sense of control. You know, if you get those second opinions, then no one else will die. you know, if they get to the hospital on time, no one else will die. And you are exactly right, Connie. It's about the illusion of control. If I can pretend I kind of did something wrong or I could have saved them, then maybe nothing bad will happen again. And so it does become about control. And it's also true, like you said, we become over-controlling people because we don't want bad things to happen. You know, people who have had a catastrophe become catastrophizers because you've had a real catastrophe. That's normal. I mean, I always joke with people, I never get a headache. I only get a brain tumor. I mean, that's the way I'm wired, you know? I see too much. It's like it's got to be a brain tumor. It just can't be a headache for goodness sake.
That's funny. You got to be lighthearted in this, so forget it, right? You know.
Absolutely. Let me tell you one other thing about that, Connie, that's fascinating. Most of my stuff now is online. So I have a grief educator program, certificate program. I have 25 different grief groups online. But back in the day, 4 years ago, for most of my career, my life was in hotel meeting rooms. You know, we'd have, a few hundred people would gather at your local hotel, and I would go to 30 cities, every year. And one of the things that happened in those hotel meeting groups, picture it, I'm in my meeting room, maybe there's 250 people in my meeting room spending the day learning about grief. In the next is the accountants in the next meeting room over. On the other side is maybe the nurses. Down the hall is the realtors. Down the hall is the Rotary Club. And more than one occasion, after the day was over, and we're cleaning up, and the hotel staff is there, they would say to me, "Hey, what were you teaching?" And I would go, "Why do you ask?"
Excellent. What's the name of your strip club, Zoo?
Was laughing the most. And I would say to them, I was teaching grief. And they would go, "What kind of grief?" And I would
asked your question, what's the name of your strip club?
Person dying grief. And they couldn't understand it. But here's what I think happens to people.
That's the first thing you need. Is a
When
name.
someone dies,
So let's think of it.
your
What do you want to call it?
bandwidth for pain has been stretched. And at the same time, your bandwidth for joy has
I got
also been
one.
stretched.
It's not that good.
The people in those rooms laughed a little
I
harder.
know it sucks.
They went a little
It's
deeper.
not that good. It's a
Because
good trip,
you've
I
got a
think.
deeper bandwidth.
Alright, I'm gonna come up with a better one and then I'll tell you what that one is.
After you've gone through some of those
We need one. What are you gonna call it?
vision for compassion and empathy. It's really remarkable to see that.
Yeah. I love your perspective. It's a whole different perspective than, we, like I said,
Yeah,
we've
I'm gonna
talked to
get
so many
something good
people
here.
with afterlife type
You
things,
must.
and you probably know some of these people. Dr. Jeffrey Long.
Well,
Are you familiar with him?
with tons of. I've heard his name. I haven't been able to meet him in real life yet. But so many people out there are sort of, being more open and talking about these things. They used to be taboo.
Yes. Well, that's the problem. I think it's taboo to talk about death. We only know it
We're
when we
gonna ask
experience it with
ChatGPT.
someone, friend, family, whatever it is.
What are
That's
100
when we go into
cryptocurrency themed
we don't
gentlemen's club
because no one tells you anything.
names?
Why are we're
Question mark.
taught algebra and trigonometry. Teach us about how to deal with death and how to handle grief and loss.
Crypto Seduction
early
Lounge,
on. We need to learn
Bit
this
Boudoir Club, Ethereum Elegance, Ripple Rendezvous, Litecoin Lounge, Stellar Soiree, New Nights Cabaret, Gaslight. I was thinking, what was it called? The Alpha Room. I think that's a cool name for one. And then what was the shitty one? Oh, it was going to be called the Green Candle. And all of the poles could be green, like candles. I thought that was funny.
So hospitals became established, and illness moved from our home into the hospital.
Oh, it's like a guy. It's like
the funeral industry was growing. And if
So
you
it's for
talk to
chicks.
your grandparents, they tell you they
Now,
have a
why
party.
the fuck are you
And if
creating
you
a
even
strip
to
club
this
for
day lives
chicks?
in a house that was built before the 40s, you've got a wide door.
Why?
Because we used to bring the casket in and out, and if a loved one died, they died in your house, and we
It's
would
also
bring
a
the
brothel?
casket into your parlor, and your
Well,
loved
then,
one was laid
is it
out
gonna
in
have,
your
do you
parlor.
fuck girls at it or do you fuck guys at it?
Now, the funeral industry took off,
Girls?
and Ladies' Home Journal came out with an article
Okay.
that said,
So then just call it the Bitcoin brothel. Bitcoin brothel, and you have to pay in Bitcoin.
It should not be a dying room. It should be a living room. And where did the parlor go? It went to the funeral parlor. And what do you think happened to? We used to put the casket on. That's your coffee table.
Oh, wow. You're exactly right. Hang where you are there, David. We got to take a break. We'll be back.
Dog, you should just call it the Thunder from Down Under and do that thing that they do in Las Vegas.
Refreshing. Thank you so much. Grief.com is where you can learn.
That's literally what you're talking about. I want to take Australian guys and have them strip in front of women.
Willis here on Coast to Coast AM.
That's Thunder from Down Under. At least that's what they call it in the United States. It's a show here. And it's very popular, so I'm not saying that it can't work. It's interesting that you're from Australia and you're talking about this because it's one of the most popular shows in Las Vegas for the last 15 years.
Taking a step back and understanding the pain that your customers are currently going through because of a tough environment is really important. We have 19,000 agents across the country, and
I think you should call it the Thunder from Down Under Bitcoin brothel. Then you get both sides of it. You get that male side and you get the female side.
And for us to be able to touch customers with a local feel.
Zoots Thunder from Down Under Bitcoin brothel. How about this? Zoots All You Can Eat Thunder from Down Under Bitcoin brothel.
Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insight.
Who knows? That'll get asses in the seats. That'll put people in the doors. Like, is there a buffet or is this a really sexual name of a place? It's up to you. What do you want it to be? So, have you ever seen Parks and Recreation and its take on strip clubs? It's very funny. There's a strip club in this show. It's called the Glitter Room. And, like, everybody goes there when they're like having a bachelor party or whatever, any one of these kind of events is. And one of the guys is like, yeah, the Glitter Room, I know where it is. I don't like to go there. There's only one reason why I do go there. And it cuts to him and he goes, they have the most amazing breakfast buffet in the entire city. And it made me think, like, a strip club with a really good menu, like with really good food, I'm not saying is the way to go, but it's definitely a good, like a definite bonus to get people in the door. I don't know if anybody wants to eat at a strip club. I mean, that's kind of one of the last places I want to ever eat, perhaps. But at Zoots, 24-hour, all-you-can-eat, Thunder from Down Under, Bitcoin brothel, you might have to make an exception.
Discover.
Do I know much about what?
Hi, it's Jennifer Coolidge. I just want to thank you for making me feel so
Sorry, I
special.
can hear you. Can you
I
repeat
earned
that?
cashback on debit for my dinner party groceries. That's great, but with Discover Cashback Debit,
Zero proof knowledge?
cashback on everyday purchases. Anything else I can help you with?
Please enlighten us.
Mushroom sorbet. I've got leftovers.
Introducing Discover Cashback Debit, a checking account with cashback. It pays to Discover. Eligibility and terms at discover.com/cashback debit. Discover Bank, member FDIC.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crowd is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
I do. So basically, you're saying with a little bit of evidence, you might be able to
Prescription medicine for people 6 months ago.
ascertain some kind of future event.
Well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of your medicine. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps you and your skin from bleeding, but you can see how your medicine can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change your style of asthma medicines without talking to your doctor.
Let's get down to the nitty-gritty. When is opening day of Zeus? All you can eat 24-hour Thunder from Down Under Bitcoin brothel.
Evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage. With advanced control mist, it's a new way to start. An all-new model means an all-new mist experience.
All right. Next year. Can I start in Thunder from Down Under?
Tap the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas or pull for a long continuous.
Dude, I'm the main star. I put asses in the seat. I'd be like, motherfuckers, you're the only one that had this be a Bitcoin brothel. I'm the one who's like, you know about Thunder from Down Under? And I'm the one who brought in the all-you-can-eat 24-hour breakfast buffet, so I'm instrumental in this.
It only takes 15 minutes a day to unlock the most important life skill for their future, reading.
Dog, you know
kids no matter their starting
that
point with
I'm going to make or break your Bitcoin brothel.
One grade level jump or your money back. Right now, get free access to Hooked on Math and Spelling apps.
Yeah, the 24-hour all-you-can-eat breakfast buffet, because if it's really good, it'll make you.
With the Lucky Land Slots, you can get lucky just about anywhere.
Zoo.
The weather's fine, but we're just going to circle
Go ahead.
and get lucky. No, nothing like that. It's just these cash prizes add up quick. So I suggest you sit back, keep your tray table upright, and start getting lucky.
Play for free at LuckyLandSlots.com. Are you feeling lucky? No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18 plus terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
After 9/11, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation promised to make sure we never forget. Since then, it's been supporting America's heroes and their families. Heroes like U.S. Army Specialist Michael Hook, who was killed in Iraq. Hook left behind a pregnant fiancée who gave birth to a son he would never meet. Tunnel to Towers paid off the mortgage on their home. America's heroes need your help now more than ever. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org. That's T, the number 2, T.org.
Call Jacob and Ronnie. Call Jacob. KFI AM 640.
That motherfucker in Cincinnati? Yeah, dude, there's this theory that, like, that was a really important event that really affected the global system much more than we think. Like, if you look at what inflation was before Harambe died versus after, it was, like, averaging, like, 2 to 3% a year, and then went to, like, 6 to 9% a year for several years. I mean, I'm laughing at it because it's so goddamn sad. Possum, how are you? We're glad you're here. Yeah, get his ass back in here. We were just talking to him. He was going to start his own. Well, I named it for him. It's called Zeus. All you can eat 24-hour Thunder from Down Under Bitcoin brothel. Apparently, he and James were coming up with some kind of idea to have a strip club, but it was going to be like an all-male strip club. So I asked him, and also, and then he also said that it was going to have a brothel. And so I was like, what's the name of your establishment? And he was like, I don't know. We need a really good name for it. Rumble Pack's in here, aka Bitcoin, Richard F. I don't even know what the fuck your name is. It's so goddamn long, bro. You can ask taking names. How you doing, Rumble Pack? Well, I hope you get cold, ice cold quite soon. Dude, positive. Oh, it's good. It's really nice. I appreciate it. Thank you. Got better internet, I can tell you that. Positive. I just noticed that your Strodo has, like, a coconut broth. That's really cool. I was just saying that Possum Tips' Sproto had a very nice broth. There we go. Rumble Pack, what do you think of our chart? Oh, sorry, Possum Tips. Go ahead.
618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Connie Willis.
And that's Leo Sayer there, living in a fantasy on Coast to Coast AM. I picked that tune because where David Kessler talks about love never dies. This is for those that have lost someone significant, and to know that, yeah, it'll happen again. So live it and love it and enjoy it, because it can happen to you again. Yeah. And if you want to know more about the bumper music that we have, and you're like, I don't remember what Connie said, who that was, what is that song, go to our website, and you'll get the full list of who sung it, what song, what it's called, right there, and on our website. And also, while you're there, sign up for our free Coast Zone e-newsletter to receive some exclusive daily articles, too. That's coasttocoastam.com.
Your tax refund belongs to you, not an identity thief. Over $6 billion in tax refunds were flagged by the IRS for possible identity theft in 2023. And if you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. LifeLock monitors and alerts you to identity threats you may miss on your own, even if you're careful with your personal information. And if you do become the victim of tax-related identity fraud, LifeLock has U.S.-based restoration specialists ready to help solve your identity theft issues. Plus, all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Let LifeLock help protect your financial information, so all you have to do to worry about is what to do with your tax refund. Go to LifeLock.com, save up to 25% your first year with promo code George. That's promo code George for 25% off at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here. LifeLock.com.
Go with your guts. Go with Dynamite. 70% of your dog's immune system is based in the gut. So for overall health, good nutrition is vital. But how can you be sure your dog is getting the nutrition they need? A diet lacking proper nutrients can present issues like itching, scratching, and a weak immune system. However, there is a solution. DINOVITE. Dinovite is the delicious nutritional supplement created to boost your dog's overall health. And the reviews are incredible.
Poor Sam, he was a mess, always itching. Probably 2 weeks after he started Dinovite, I started to see improvements, and today 99% of his issues are non-existent.
Right now, try Dinovite for free. Just pay shipping and handling.
Learn more at dynamite.com/radio. That's DINOVITE.com/radio.
Happier with every bite. Over a billion pets helped with Dynamite. You are listening to Coast AM. How you doing tonight? Connie Willis here. Make sure your clocks have all sprung forward. Is that right? Sprung forward. Right? Let's just say spring forward. I can get out of that whole mess of that kind of thing. The whole English language has changed since I was a kid, especially when you do any type of advertising or the world of radio and television, because and even Twitter or X or whatever, because you're just limited even in space sometimes, and you have to, like tonight, I spell tonight TONITE because it's shorter, takes less letters, and sometimes you got to do that. Why do you spell it like that? I don't know. It's been in TV and radio too long. I guess that's the way you spell it, isn't it? But I guess really it's not. So I don't know. There's a whole thing to that, and I've had people get on my case, and I've had to explain it. Anyway, let's go back to what's going on. Please join me on TikTok. By the way, a whole bunch of you just jumped on. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, because you got to get so many followers before you can get some of the tools along the way. So thanks. That's a Connie Willis Live at TikTok. I'll start doing some things. In fact, you can find out about some of the I found out up in the Colorado Rockies. I called it Larry the Light Man, and me and the Blue Rockers saw it live happening, 24 seconds of what could be either a new entity just kind of seen. It just happens to be with filters through the windows that you're looking through, and then what the camera picks up too, because some of these things you don't see with your eye, right? And sometimes it's because of the filtered windows we have, but thank goodness the other filter and the camera picked up through the live stream something for 24 seconds. It pops in and pops out. And so anyway, Larry the Light Man, check that out at my new TikTok. You go to TikTok and do Connie Willis Live, and that's it. All right, so tonight we're talking about grief and loss, and we have David Kessler with us, author, public speaker, well-known, well-loved, and such a refreshing perspective.
Look at Real Schiller X.
I'm just amazed at some of the things you said.
Real Schiller X driving a car like a pimp. Look at this. She's in like a taxi.
And, it's only from experience that we even know this. Even I can talk about what I'm talking about. But I remember being with my dad in the ICU. And you're with me, right, David? You're there.
Real Schiller X is like in a... Hey, baby, what else? Is he in an Uber? Is he in a limo? What are you doing, baby? He's living the dream. He's like a pro athlete. Hey, we got Zoo back in here. Zoo, you little slut.
Those types of things. It's so nice because you're looking in.
Possum Tits was in here looking for you, not 2 minutes ago.
When he was in ICU the first time.
She was. And we got Bitcoin Kyle Chandler in here. Motherfucker, it's like the middle of the night, and we got Bitcoin Kyle Chandler in here.
A person came in and took over his body. And I noticed that with other people in the ICU.
This is fucking incredible. We got Bitcoin Kyle Chandler in here. I want everybody to know that Bitcoin Kyle Chandler is a very talented individual, particularly when it comes to face painting.
It's like somebody else's soul. Where's my dad? That's not my dad. And the other people with the other situations happening, they're saying,
dude, look at Real Schiller here. He's got like, damn, this motherfucker's driver dresses better than I do. Look at this guy. He looks like a pimp. This motherfucker's a pimp.
Yeah, this is normal. You can go into it, but then you can come back out.
Look at Real Schiller over here, just driving around like a pimp.
I don't know what it is.
Real Schiller just
I appreciate it because other people
being
trying to blow it
driven from one place to another, one brothel to another, one whole house to another.
Do you have any idea?
I do.
It's awful.
There's a few things that happen. And
you take care, James Kaminsky. I was not expecting to pull an all-nighter with you, but I was glad to. Absolutely. Soft drinks and
it does distort our brain. Those toxins go into
Mothman.
our brain.
It just don't get no better, baby.
than they were. It just affects us.
And time, that's right.
Different drugs.
Fuck daylight savings time.
The other thing that happens is what's
Excellent. We'll see you soon, baby. Dude, Real Schiller X. He's a pimp, baby. Take care, man.
They won't escape the hospital. They're like, let's get on.
Has been drained by doing interview after interview. Has spent nearly 3 hours with us now. And soon the sun will be coming up where you are, John. They've got a lot of, anyway, here we go. Better not say that. First on the corner line, you're on the air with John A. Q. Hello. Hi. Yeah, it's quite a year. When I was about 13 years old, I was going to sleep in my bedroom. I think I might have actually dozed off. I woke up and I thought I saw a really huge dark figure in my room. And I actually got out of my bed and I walked across the room and grabbed me and made this ungodly noise and I screamed at the top of my lungs. Everybody in my house ran into my room and, wondered why I was screaming. I mean, they were thought that somebody broke in or something. You're sure you weren't having a nightmare? Well, I don't really know. I mean, I was standing in another room and it was very real. I couldn't sleep for about a week. I mean, it was really so freaking me out to this day. And about a year later, my sister was murdered. Right the day she died, actually, my mother was working she worked in her office. And the front window of her office, and a dog just flew right into it and died. I don't know if those things could possibly be connected with each other, but those
That's our container, that's our vehicle. Yep.
Like that. So I thought I'd call. I never really thinking about the walk for like this week. Stuff on TV. I really didn't know what it was about, but I started listening to your show. I'm curious. Well, we live in a really strange world, sir. Thank you very much. On the day my father died, a bat landed on our porch and just stayed there. I mean, this is a sunny summer, desert, hot day. And the day my father died, which was not long ago, a bat landed and just stayed. We finally removed him by hand and put him in a shaded place, and he flew off at night, but such thing has never happened before. He landed on our porch and said, we live in a strange world, don't we, John? Yes, we have a whole category for this kind of thing. They're called bedroom invaders.
And that's the same with animals too, by the way. When people say, oh, they don't have a soul, I'm like, are you kidding me? Do you see that bird or that rabbit or that squirrel or your dog?
They see a man in a plaid shirt. No, he just said dark.
And their soul goes away.
And I was still getting reports like that. Just one after another. Some people call them shadow people. We also know that if you're sleeping and you wake up, the dream overlaps with your real consciousness, and temporarily you see these things.
Interesting stuff. What do you think about
I woke up and saw a giant Coca-Cola bottle in my bedroom.
What you thought about
and as I watched, it slowly got smaller and smaller and faded away. That was one of those
studies on
waking dreams that people have.
a little disturbing. And I'll tell you here,
Giant Coca bottle, that's a new one. Yeah,
I parents.
I was taking medication for I have pneumonia.
In the old days,
if you
had random
that's interesting. Wild Card Line, you're on the air with John A. Keel. Hello.
And I lived on Milner Boulevard.
Yes,
in North Virginia.
Yeah.
Your parents were
just have comment here. North Louisiana, when I was a kid up there, West Louisiana there. And it looked like it was like a lake. It looked like it had just been dead for a long time. And nothing burned in it. Yeah, was there anything burned in the area? It had that feeling.
It says, yep,
it was all brown. It was just all around it, like in a circle, covering it. Like, but had to walk into it to see it.
Can you pick up your
Was it sitting right there in Camp Lejeune?
My mom.
Well, no, Camp Lejeune is in North Carolina. I was born on Camp Lejeune. I know where that is.
Was that in North Carolina?
Yes, sir.
There were very strange birds in that area at night that would scream. It would make the hair on the back of your neck stand up.
Kids who had those
In a dead area.
It was like a dead area.
How big?
desire to go back.
About as big as a medium pond.
I thought that was such a surprising result.
50 yards.
Because I don't know if
What
you
was
were
that?
me years ago.
Probably,
Called Defending Your
79.
Life.
Oh, come on. That's the best movie of all time because of Albert Brooks,
me
too.
and my friends used to walk around in the woods there. And once we were walking around in the woods, we came up on a curve, this little farmhouse, and all of a sudden, by the little barn there, a bonfire started up, and there was a group of people standing around it. Three huge luminous balls shot up into the space. So then, it freaked us out, we ran back, we knew where the place was, so we took our cars, we were 17 of them, drove back,
Think of it,
walked up and down the driveway,
I've been
and
married, let's
saw
say,
one man walking around
let's say I've
perimeter of
been
the barn,
married
and it had
15
two
years,
floodlights,
20
one
years,
floodlight on one corner.
10 years, whatever. I've been
The
married
next year, so we
significant
started
amount
running,
of time.
and when we started running,
They pass away.
there were cars all out in the
I'm
woods, and
still
it must have been like
vibrant, ready to go.
25 people, and they were all standing on their cars.
Sad thing.
We just hot drove it out there, and as soon as we turned around, all those car lights went out.
What would you tell me along
Then we
because
just
at the
left.
time I'm going to be,
Wow.
I'm never going to see anybody again. I'm never going to go through that pain again. That was awful.
People do things
But
like that.
what do you,
Now, it's a strange area. Y'all were talking about
I
how
mean, it turns
maybe
comes
the
back around where they're ready to
on
meet
maps
someone,
and how
right? What's
lands
that
have
amount
some
of
kind of
time?
connection to
When are they
strange
ready?
things. I don't know.
What
It's just a comment.
happens
All right,
now?
well,
Okay,
it's a
I meet
good comment.
along the way.
You have to be absolutely convinced, John, based on what you told
Are
me,
you going to be
that
with
our
Robin
government is really, really
pass
well
away?
aware
And what about me? Where
that
do I
these
go?
things are
Just
going on. And maybe they don't understand them any better than we do, but they're sure investigating them.
Here's the thing.
Yeah, I think that's been the
We
case
don't
for a
know
very
how
long
to do
time.
that. It doesn't get
And
taught to us enough.
I would suspect that there is bipolarity there. And,
I have online grief groups. It's
you know,
called
there's a common theory of view of us.
26 groups.
The government secret.
We have
There's other things going on in the government. I worked in the government for a couple of years. And was inside the government in
my
Washington.
online groups. It's a reasonable
I
monthly
worked
fee.
directly under the Secretary of HGW,
Like
who
anyone
was
can
Elliot Richardson.
I just want your audience to know that.
And while I was there, I managed to
Here's a
look
newly
around a
created
lot inside the government.
the people
And I couldn't find anything realistic enough to say that there's great conspiracies going on. And everywhere I went, if I brought up the subject of UFOs, all of the bureaucrats would have their own UFO stories, which they tell me. And I never found it. Only once in the Pentagon, an officer in the Pentagon was talking to me, and I was fighting about all of this. And he was on the phone, and he whispered into his phone that there was a guy here that he had to stop.
Talk about different things.
That's when I was making inquiries into the UFO thing.
Then you had to stop.
Yeah, that was his phrase.
Eventually want to
So I put it in the book.
about
Oh, did you?
And with his name.
With his name.
Yeah. While I was there talking to this man, a secretary came in with a big red folder marked top secret. And she put a newspaper clipping in.
No.
That was probably an entertainment they devised for the listeners' benefit.
You think so?
When there's nothing else.
I don't know.
He's either on, he's your only or John A. Keel. Hello.
Moment to moment.
Yes, you.
Yes, this is John Jolie.
People say, oh yeah.
I don't know. It's okay.
Yeah, you mentioned that building, go look for it.
When you're
It's funny, it's so nice to be in the presence of two such brain powers.
it's like
Something that Mr. Keel, as far as time, just a quick aside to art. I wonder that Silver Bridge that went down
if only symbolic from the right, from the correct angle, with those two red traffic lights that were left from the right direct angle be with those two glaring bright red eyes. And also, there's something to say about I wouldn't have done that. The correct angle, it's only symbolic. Possibly these lights were being seen and that's just not so hard, and that was hard, but that's the way. No, I'm with you. Yes. But the Kyle, a dream. I don't know how to get back. Concerning what I heard as the answer of the future. And that's the only way I can, terminology.
Yes.
It was the past of the future. Because when I was there in the dream, I knew that I had to just move
Do
to the
people
future.
get directed along the way? I mean, who is it that directs them to get some sort of therapy? Is it the churches? Is it funeral parlors? Do they help out? Who is it that helps people get directed to get
the birds close to our way to the camera. Yes. Let's call them two walls. You have the further wall and the wall closer to you. And the opening between those cannot be seen from the normal angle. You have to get around the first wall to enter. And that's how I entered that time in the dream. And that's the same way I exited it. You see what I'm saying? So you believe you've traveled in time, literally. You don't read my dream. That's a concept.
There's not enough
Well,
siblings.
those are the things that are related to those larger things that are done, allegedly and suspectedly so. For real. Well, okay, yes, but if, as in modern prophecies, if in your dream, you dream of an event that is going to occur,
some of these
and
people,
that event occurs precisely as you
there
had
that will be
dreamed,
a life coach or this or that, and I can teach this or
then
that, but where
you
can
should
they
be asking
certify?
yourself lots of questions about the nature of time itself. Don't you think, John?
Well, I spent years asking myself this question. And it's a major mathematical puzzle. There was a book published in the 1920s called An Experiment in Time, which is still in print, I think. And it tells you, it's a very thin book, but it tells you how to control your dreams. Really, and if you ever run across that, a second-hand bookstore or something, the man who wrote it was an aeronautical engineer. I'm trying to think of his name.
But it's called An Experiment in Time.
Right. And it's a classic work about dreams and how you control them, how you can move forwards or backwards in time.
And 1/3
I don't doubt it at all, but that long ago, written that logo. Let's do the Rockets. You're on there with John A. Keogh. Good morning.
Good morning, Art. Good morning,
It's
John.
grief.com. That's where you can find the customer who we're talking about. Grief.com. Taylor is here on
About 2 years ago, I moved into this house and have now left there. But I tried to talk to you last week, Art. I have a bad phone call. Anyhow, activity started in the house shortly after we moved in. But we just hear voices every now and then, like little girl laughter. That's my granddaughter's opening a check. And it never really got anywhere else until just like last year that it really started picking up. And started hearing a lot of heavy footsteps up and down the stairs. Different things going on. And it started attacking my girlfriend.
Attacking.
New customers can bet $5 to get $150
instantly bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code iHeart. That's promo code iHeart. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Again, all bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. I started trying to get rid of this or whatever's going on. And I kind of started calling this thing out.
The epic circle arrives.
Right around that time, it was like during the day, she was upstairs living in the stairway, and that's where we seem to hear a lot of this stuff at. And so, up the stairs from the hallway, and then you do a 180, you go up the stairs again, and then there's like a bedroom, and you
turn, and there's like our room, and then there's take another turn to the right, keep my circling to the right, and there's a bathroom and another bedroom. Well, there's a zoo where we kept all the towels and stuff, and she was the towel lady, and she turned around, and there was this black figure standing in the stairway, looking up at her with these red eyes, and I know you don't like red eyes. But I said, you've got to watch the COVID pressure on your head. How old is your daughter? Actually, this is my girlfriend. My daughter's 11. And your daughter is going to do it on purpose? No, she's not doing it with heart. So, but then,
John is right. At that age, things start to happen. Young girls seem to produce poltergeist activity.
So, but this is where it gets really freaky. So I started calling this thing out. And then it was a Sunday morning about 10 o'clock. I had just taken a shower, came back, we were standing in the bedroom, had the radio on, my kids were gone, and my folks was for the weekend. And there was nobody there but us. And we're in there, we got the door open, all the other doors to that hallway are closed to the stairway, so it's dark in there. And we hear this really heavy thump out of the stairs. And I'm like, the hell's in the house? I look out our window, which I can get the driveway, no cars. So we both turn and we're looking through the doorway, and here it comes. It's solid black matter, not a shadow. This is weird. I mean, it's got dimension to it, and it's solid black. And I just froze, petrified. You know, it's like fight or, freak out. Right. And she dropped her knees, and I'm watching this thing, and it stopped the stairs there, and it rotates towards us, and I can tell that it's head down. And it's like, I'm thinking to myself, this looks up, when we make eye contact, that's it, we're done. And it starts to come towards the door, and then it just turned to the right, gone, like a blink of an eye. And she just screams, did you see that? I'm like, did you see the size of the head on that thing? And
listen, I think that you should be sending me some email again, and in some way mark it, mark something in the header that will grab my attention. Right. Talk to you last night or something or another.
Yeah, it was like last week I tried to get a hold of you.
I'm sorry, it's so many people, so many emails.
But that night, I took some pictures in the house, and I got some stuff on film.
Oh, really?
Yeah. We were at the front room, I had a wood stove going, like 80 degrees and everything. When the kitchen comes back in, and the room just turned ice cold.
Do you have my email address?
Yes, no, I don't have your email.
It's easy. artbell@mindspring.com. That's just my name, Artbell. Okay. At mindspring.com. That's mindspring.com. Spring.com. Yes. Would you please email me?
Yeah. But there was several jobs, and then there was two that I took one right after the other, one instantly. I walked over across the room, the front room, and back towards the 3 windows, and those are the only ones in the room that the blinds were up. And we counted at least 6 faces in the windows. And there was something that is glowing orb that is illuminating the hair on the back of her head.
You need to just contact me and I'll have you on the answer. All right. Thank you very much. John, what a pleasure to have you on. We're running out of program here. That was some story, wasn't it?
Yeah, he engaged before
That's right. That's what I think too. But all you said, well, today is going to be a big day for you, isn't it?
I hope I can swing from your eyes.
Are you going to one of the openings?
And also the Bill Vault is so learn more. You can become one of the
Probably should sit in the theater try and judge what the reaction is like as the movie goes on.
They're better not laugh. Very serious motion picture here.
I don't think they're going to laugh, John. John, it's been a pleasure.
It's been a real pleasure to talk to you. Good luck with all of this.
I mean to tell you, Jimmy is going to he stopped using his zebra, and no one's seen him since. I know what you think. That's a zebra. Crazy name, right?
John A.Q. from Prophecies.
It's not too low in store. Now they're telling me it's zebra 91. It's 91%. That means it works for everybody. Understand
solutions, not even close. So you're gonna buy the one that works or the one that doesn't. You're smart. You're gonna buy a Super 91.
And just like the show, After Dark has been evolving and changing and keeping folks guessing. You never know what you're going to get next month. It's always a lot of fun. Give yourself a treat and subscribe. Just log on to my website, artbell.com, go to the library, look up the link, you'll find the After Dark book in the menu there. Click and you can subscribe on the secure server or call any time of the day or night toll-free 1-888-727-5505. That's 1-888-727-5505 for only $39.95. You'll receive a scorecard magazine every month for a year. Subscribe right now. You'll get 2 free issues, 14 for the price of 12. Subscribe online at artbell.com or call right now. 1-888-727-5505. That's 1-888-727-5505.
For your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-529-2856. That's 800-529-2856. $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with.
529-2856. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. From Eastern Rockies, call Art at 1-800-825-5033. West of the Rockies, including Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, and New Mexico, at 1-800-618-8255. First time callers may reach our area code 702-727-1222. And you may fax our at area code 702-727-8499. Please limit your faxes to 1 or 2 pages. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. Now again, here's Art.
Well, you've just heard 2 hours of an absolute classic. We are going to do a material follow-up and a program follow-up. Coming up in a moment is David Icke. Not Icky, but Icke. It's I-C-K-E. And I can understand how people get confused. We'll talk to David about that in a moment. And I think you're going to enjoy what lies ahead. So, once again, don't touch that dial.
You will see so many resources there.
All right, let me tell you a little bit about David Icke. And it is not Icky. He's known as the most controversial and challenging man in Britain. He speaks openly about issues that others fear discussing. He exposes the lies and deceit of thousands of years and reveals the biggest secret: how humanity has been controlled and manipulated since prehistory by extraterrestrial gods, small g, and the secret society network they created and continue to orchestrate today. In this profusely illustrated presentation, he exposes an astonishing web of interconnected manipulation to reveal that the same few people, secret societies, organizations control the daily direction of our lives. They engineer wars, terrorist outrages, political assassinations, control the world market in hard drugs, the media indoctrination machine. He reveals how religions, politics, banking, and business have been designed from the beginning to control, suppress human potential in pursuit of long-term agendas. The mental, emotional, and spiritual enslavement of the human race. He shows how spiritual and scientific knowledge has been hoarded in the hands of the few since ancient times, while being systematically withdrawn from public circulation.
When is it time again?
Oh my, that's quite an introduction. Here is David Icke. David, welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, that should feel nice for
It certainly will. David, your last name is spelled I-C-K-E, and in the last couple of weeks since I've been sort of mentioning that you're going to be around, I've heard other people say Icky, and I fell into the same rut and said Icky. Nobody would pronounce their name Icky. But when you were a child, David, based on how it's spelled here, did you have a rough time with this one?
No. They called me like,
they called you like?
Yeah, I mean, that you don't pronounce the C. Actually, funny enough, I had a friend, his name was Bill Shufflebottom. And I said to him once, I got changing your name in the chat. I was going to call myself Charlie Shufflebottom, but one time he said I never got around to it.
Children in Britain are obviously much more kind-hearted, not so mean-spirited. So they never called you Icky. All right. Anyway, I just sort of read a broad outline of the incredible road we're about to go down. How did you come to all of this? I think would be the proper first question.
Well, it's like everything. It's a journey. I started out life as a professional soccer player in England when I left school back in the late 60s.
A professional
soccer player, yeah. I was a goalkeeper. They used to call me Cinderella because I missed the ball, yeah. But,
no kidding. I actually came to love soccer. I went to France during Coupe du Monde, and I had never been exposed to soccer. And I saw the English game playing Argentina, and it was astounding. I set my hotel room in Paris, and I watched that, and I became a soccer fan. Boom.
Yeah, that's good for you. Back in the 60s, arthritis finished my career when I was 21. Became a journalist and worked in newspapers and radio, and eventually became a frontline television lead man with the BBC. And towards the end of the 80s, however, in fact earlier than that,
I like that. I think that's nice.
looking at the world and what was going on, and I didn't like what I saw. Towards the end of the 80s, more in the very early 90s, I went through what you might call,
I know that there's,
a spiritual awakening was more like an explosion. Not religious, by the way. It got famous for religion. A spiritual awakening where I started to realize that there was far more to life than human entity and who we were and the power that we had than ever we were told, because we given this choice, basically, between a judgmental God and if you listen to this guy in a long frock, he'll tell you what God wants, and so listen to me, you'll be fine. And on the other side, what we largely call science, which basically says this world is all there is, and we're all a cosmic accident. And it's quite a choice to make, am I subjected to a judgmental God, or am I a cosmic accident? I started to realize that there was far more evidence available that was being suppressed in the public arena. And so I started on this journey of uncovering this suppression, and it was a trickle to start with. And as the 90s unfolded, I've been in over 20 countries in the last 18 months talking and researching. Because if you're doing this job, you've got to listen as much as you talk, or you don't pick up the evidence and information that's available. And the suppression of what you might call spiritual information became the suppression of political information, the suppression of how very few people control this world through a series of interconnected pyramids in which most people in those pyramids haven't got a clue what's going on. People say it's the Freemasons. Well, I've got a lot of friends who Freemasons are completely in the dark about what's going on. It's not the Freemasons, it's not the Jews, it's not for anyone. It's an organization that works through all of these apparently uncontrolled areas of life. And manipulates to a particular and very long-term agenda of great point in which we're now facing as this 20th century comes to a close. And it's an organization within
We all
all
need help at
organizations,
times
not
like this. I'm
the
grateful.
Freemasons or whatever,
This
they
is,
work through all
these
these
are
different
all wonderful
organizations.
things.
And so
You
it's been
have
a
the very
journey,
first one
and
that most people say, I'm so sorry for
getting the
your loss.
information now is no longer
To
a
me,
problem.
it's
It's a
almost
tidal
so
wave, because
much
once you
that
put
it
your head
doesn't
above
mean
the
anything anymore.
trench
I
with
don't
this,
mean that in
you
any
attract
offensive way.
people in
Anybody
with
just
information
seems
who
so,
don't know what to do
say
with it
that
or are
it's
frightened
almost
to
like,
put it out
there's
themselves.
something else. But you do have other things.
The challenge I
wish
have
had
is
the
not
right
gathering
words.
information,
Just
it's
know
putting
I
the
care.
picture together
I
and
don't know how you feel, but I am
seeing
here
how
to help
pieces
in
fit
any way
together
I can.
and how that
Thanks so
affects
much for
what's coming
supplying
up now across the millennium, because this is a particular time when a lot of cards are going to be played
and see if we
to
can grab a couple
put the
people
human race into a position of even greater mental and emotional imprisonment than we've been thus far.
Timmy, welcome. You're on Coast to Coast.
At the beginning of all this, you suggest, right at the beginning of what I read, that humanity has been controlled and manipulated since prehistory by extraterrestrial gods and the secret society network they've created and continue to orchestrate. What proof do you have of that, or what convinced you might be a better question?
Well, to see the scale of the evidence, people have to read the books that I write, which are lengthy in detail, and this particular one is coming out, The Biggest Secret, in the new year, in February, because what I do is I take vast amounts of information from different sources, and I look for the key common themes. I look for the cross-references. I look for the common things that keep coming up that push you in a certain direction. I don't follow a belief system. I follow information. I let the information be my guide to where I go, not preconceived ideas. And when you put the information together from vast numbers of sources, you can pick up in the ancient world basically the kind of areas where Zachariah Sitchin talks about, and others too, not just him, about this Anunnaki and the hybrid race that was created, this Anunnaki stroke human hybrid race.
Yeah,
and then you look at the Book of Enoch, which is just a version of a much older book, the Book of Noah. And it talks there about the Watchers and how the Watchers, which for me and many others when they read it clearly, an advanced race probably not of this world, who were around at that time. And it talks too about how the Watchers interbred with humanity. You look at other ancient texts, and that describes the birth of these hybrid children in very common terms, common theme terms, them being very white, with white hair, and with shining eyes, as one said, eyes that shine like the sun. And this hybrid race, lots of people increasingly, I'm sure, no doubt, people have talked about this, who specialize in this particular area on your program. The question is, what happened? Because what you get with most of this research is it kind of stops, and that's the end of it. What I've done is what happens here, what happens to these people. And what's fascinating is that you get a white race, an Aryan race, in that very kind of area that these Sumerian texts and other ancient texts talk about. I'm talking about the mountains of Kurdistan, of Iran, of the Caucasus Mountains area, or what we now call Turkey. And it's interesting that the word for white people that Americans have is Caucasian.
Okay, so is that where
Caucasian after mountains
in
in the
get
Near
a
East.
certification?
Then you can pick this race up. You can see how it came down into the plains, down into Babylon, which was a major place in the journey through history of these bloodlines that I talk about that run the world to this day.
So that's where a lot of times I've seen some people, because just, you go on YouTube now or some of these other platforms, it tells you, hey, here's a new job for yourself, or hey, here's how you can do this, or you can do this or that. And there's not a lot of substance to it. So this is nice, because you have a ton of background, and so you are literally taking people in, and you are educating them on how to
They changed their names as the
centuries unfolded, but you can follow the flow of people and you can see that actually it's the same people.
This is interesting.
Out of this Middle East area where this interbreeding went on, came the white races that people of Europe. There's also tremendous research I've come across and documented in this next book that shows that a group of people, a race of people called the Phoenicians, went by sea from the same Middle East area to Britain. 3000 BC, there are standing stones in Britain that confirm this as well as other things. And when you look at the British culture, which became the Western culture, it was actually the Phoenician culture. The two deities that the Phoenicians worshipped were Barak and Barati. And Barak and Barati became Baritan and Baritania. When you look at the way the ancient Phoenicians depicted their goddess Barati, it was precisely the way the British depict their goddess Britannia. When you look at even conventional history of how the Hindu religion was created and how the advanced civilization in the Indus Valley was created, and it was created by an alien race coming out of the Caucasus Mountains area and taking the Sanskrit language, which we now believe was originally Indian, but actually came with this same group. They also took in the stories that became the ancient Vedas. And so you can see that this white race, which very demonstrably has taken over the world en masse, but there are key bloodlines manipulating it that you and I realize, actually came out of this area where this hybrid extraterrestrial stroke human, these bloodlines were created, and people in Europe. Now, when you do the research, you find that the genealogical research, you find that key bloodlines became the kings and the divine right of kings, again, by bloodline, of these countries like Iran and that area and Egypt. And then you can also see that the aristocracy and royal families of Europe, which is actually the royal family of Europe, when you look at it, is one tribe, not actually a number of families. They became the aristocracy and they became the royal families of Europe. Now, through the great so-called British Empire, which we can get into later, because it's fundamental to how these bloodlines were transported around the world. These bloodlines went to the Americans. They went to Australia, to Africa, to Asia, to New Zealand. They went all over the world through the British and European expansion under the empires. And then you do the research of the people that have run America in 1776. And it's astonishing. We have 42 presidents so far of the United States. 33 of those 42 are genetically related to England's King Alfred the Great and Charlemagne, the great monarch of France. 19 are genetically related to England's King Edward III, who has thousands of blood connections to Prince Charles. And stunning statistic from Birth and Peerage, which is the aristocratic genealogical Bible based in Britain, which is the first presidential election in America in 1789, George Washington. The winner of every election has been the candidate with the most British and European royal genes. Look at Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton is genetically related to the House of Windsor and the British royal family. He's genetically related to every Scottish monarch, to England's King Edward III, and to Robert I. One could imagine this genealogy having connections in the early presidents. No question about it. But as late as Bill Clinton,
thanks so much.
I'm not plucking this out of the air. This has come from Birth and Peerage, the Bible of aristocratic genealogy on the planet. Hold on, David. We're at the bottom of the hour, and we'll be right back.
Thanks so much, David.
One can imagine the early connection, but today, this is Coast to Coast AM.
Myself to sleep, waking up lonely. Need someone to hold me. It's such a physical time, drag me back.
Now again, here's Art Bell. Good morning, everybody. Great to be here. David Mike is my guest, and we are talking about a very wide and long conspiracy. One might imagine the gene pool was rather small in the beginning, back in George Washington's day. But as the gene pool widened, for the statistics to remain as David has suggested,
You need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to
or orchestrate, believe as you will. We'll get back to him in a moment. All right, back now to David Arcade. This is amazing what you're laying out for us. The implications are that there, I guess, is a secret pool of knowledge that has been passed down among those with the right lineage. Am I getting that about right?
Yeah, I mean, people need to ask themselves why the Eastern establishment of the United States interbreeds as obsessively as the royal families and the aristocratic families of Europe have always done. You take for instance, George Bush. George Bush and Barbara Bush are the same bloodline. They go back to the Pierce bloodline, which is actually the Percy bloodline. They changed from Percy to Pierce when they crossed the Atlantic, which is an aristocratic family going way back in England. And so the trend is interbreeding. It's not, as we've been led to believe, genetic snobbery. It's because they're trying to hold a genetic structure. And the stunning detail with which they keep these records of these lineages is unbelievable, really. And therefore, there is something which we need to establish, which is very, very important to these people, to do with the genetics and the blood, and also connects it to this thing that Nazis talked about. Indeed, not just the Nazis, but other people like Lord Orwell. It is book Becoming Race. Again, he was part of the genetic bloodline too, an English guy, where he talked about the real power in the blood that created was supermen. This obsession with the genetics of the body and holding that genetic structure, it's to do with what it gives them, what power it gives them as a cross. This is got dissipated in some of these lines, of course it has, but there are key lines that they have obsessively held
It's Corbin time.
as they possibly can from how they started back in the ancient world when they had this extraterrestrial intervention. And interesting when you follow these bloodlines just very quickly after that when you follow them, you find the people who are running the banking system, who are running the transnational corporations, who make up the dominant politics, who are the big people in the media, the people who are at the top in these secret society pyramids. I mean, I'll give you just a very quick example of how obsessive it is. Contact of mine, brilliant contact, proved to be accurate. Something as though time and time again over the last 2 years.
Is yours.
A friend who was approached by an American government agency to carry a drug for him. And he was kind of taken aback by this, and he said, well, basically, no, what the heck are you asking me for? And to his astonishment, the reply came, we know what your bloodline is. And this bloodline, I can't emphasize enough, is so important to these people. If anyone out there can give me more information on exactly why this obsession is there and what power it gives them, I'll be delighted to hear from you.
Yeah, here's something I want to understand. You said genetic intervention. I've heard this from many, many people. Zachariah Sitchin and forward. Now, this genetic intervention early on, was this what took the early caveman, at some stage, to the modern intelligent human being that we now know? Is that the change for all of humanity, and were there special changes in certain human beings then?
It's a very interesting question, and I don't think we can be definite on that. Going back far back, when you look at the Sumerian text, they do remarkably describe what we would call test tube babies, creation of humans through test tubes and what have you, which, given that they were found in the middle of the last century or buried something like 2000 BC, was absolutely astonishing, as many other things in the text are, particularly about astronomy and the planets and the solar system, which have only been confirmed in relatively very recent times. But in terms of the time scale and the scale of the intervention in terms of its effect on the human race in general, I'm still kind of open-minded about that.
But I mean, the implications of what you're saying are that there was more than one intervention, or that...
That's the point. Yeah, that's the point. For me, there's been more than one intervention at different times. I think that if you go back and you look at the estimates that people have put on it, that Anunnaki arrived maybe around 450,000 years ago, I wouldn't dismiss or argue with that. I think that's not a bad time scale when this thing possibly started. But another thing that I've looked at in my books, and particularly in great detail in this next one, is that the evidence for not just one major cataclysm on this earth, but a number in the window of 30,000 years ago and much more recently. The evidence is phenomenal, not just in the geological and biological records, but also in the endless records and accounts and oral traditions all over the world in all the different cultures. And I think that one of the key areas, the key times for the intervention that created these particular, what I will call royal bloodlines, because interestingly, the Sumerian texts talk about the fact that the Anunnaki created what they called
and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV. But maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that taken as prescribed can help you healthy with HIV.
Alright, then maybe we think of ourselves as an ant colony. In other words, there are worker ants. There are various levels of ants.
Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Isn't that kind of what you're saying was done to the human race? They created a genetic strain of workers, which Sitchin believes. He believes, I think, mind gold.
Yeah, I have many questions about that area, I must say, but I take your point, and it's not a bad summary. What I feel is, however, is this, and this is the positive side that we've really got to get our heads around across this millennium. The human race is not ordinary, and it's not powerless, but if you are a relative handful of people, and you want to control a mass of people, you cannot do it physically. This manipulation is not physical. There's not enough people. If you try to control a herd of sheep physically, you need 4 or 5 guys, maybe more, chasing each sheep. But it's not done like that with a herd or a flock of sheep. Most of them follow the one in front without question. And the others, the stragglers, that don't immediately conform to that bar mentality, they're not given the dose of the 4-letter word that controls this world, fear, through the sheepdog, and then most of them, if not all of them, come into line. So what we're looking at is a mental and emotional manipulation that has bombarded, and the creation of religion, the major religions and others, has been fundamental in this. And again, look where all the major religions came out of, this same area of the world: Christianity, Judaism, Hinduism, out of the Caucasus Mountains we talked about earlier, Islam. All these major religions came from the same area of the world that this initial operation appears to have taken place in. What I feel is that the key intervention was after the last cataclysm. It's interesting that when you look at the evidence of where agriculture started in the known world, it was at heights above 10,000 feet, which absolutely fits with the fact that there was some kind of massive flood or flow of water.
It is
In
coast to
those
coast.
mountains that I'm talking about, that area of the middle, and particularly the Near East, that mountainous area in the Caucasus, what we call Turkey, Iran, all that area.
Some good
That's
things happening,
really,
and well,
the evidence
that's
that
George
I
Lord's TV show.
put in
Right,
some
so that's
considerable
all
detail in
TV
this next
now,
book,
right? 23
where these
seasons,
key
545
intervention took place
episodes.
that
The
created
man doesn't
these
stop, he
particular
just keeps
bloodlines.
going. You
When
can
the
join
waters
him,
then
and
started to
actually, if
recede
you're like, well,
down
I
from
don't
these
know if
mountains
I'm going to do
into
this
the
work
valleys
here,
and
well,
the
we have a
plains
free
of
trial
Sumer,
that you can check
Babylon,
out.
Egypt.
We also
These
have a
people.
free show for
Now,
you
there
to
were
check
two
out.
levels
If
of
you'd like to do
knowledge.
that, I mean,
There
that'll
was
give you a
the
really good idea
advanced
of what's
knowledge,
going on.
which the
And there's new
extraterrestrials
episodes
and their
every
hybrids
Wednesday. So yeah, it's a subscription-based type thing.
and there
So
was
that
the
sounds
rest
good
of
to
the
you. If
people.
you're like, man, I
And
like
what
to, well,
happened
great,
in
because now it's
TV,
video, right?
when you
You're
talk
seeing
to
George
many
Miller, you're
researchers
seeing
into
who
this
it's
area,
talking to, you're
is that
seeing
the
their eyes,
mystery
you're
schools
seeing
were
their,
set up. Some of them
how
very
they go up,
positive,
this or that.
to
So
pass
some of
on
them are
some
people
advanced
that are
information
talking about
to
encounters and
people they
experiences,
considered
and other
were
people
worthy and
are
were
talking
using
about what they've
positively.
learned along
But
the way,
as this,
when they have
the
scientific
years
proof of some
passed,
sort, or they've got some sort of
mystery
historical
school
type
network
thing. So
was
there's just tons of shows.
infiltrated,
I'm looking
and
at them right
the
now. We're on the website right now. I'm just looking at the different shows.
of it was
There's 23
created.
seasons.
And
Again,
therefore,
545
instead of
episodes.
passing
More
on
about
this
being
advanced
believed.
information, which was
By
clearly
going to
available. I mean, look at the pyramids,
beyondbelief.com or
look at some of the
coastcoastmedia.com.
great structures of the ancient world. The one at Baalbek in the Lebanon, which involved moving 3 chunks of stone, each of which were 800 tons, at least a third of a mile, putting them high up in a wall. I mean, primitive people are going to do that. So we're really going to look at what the ancient world has left us around the planet to see that there was very advanced knowledge there. You look at the way that the ancient structures and the stone circles are phenomenally connected to star systems, to natural cycles, to the precession of the equinoxes. There was advanced knowledge in the ancient world. What happened is that this was sucked in as the years passed into this mystery school and later secret society network, and was passed on at the highest level only to those which were given or were chosen to have it.
David, was this a physical science or a mental science?
I think it was absolutely both. You know, some of the information that's now come into light in shows like yours and others where we're seeing the true nature of what is possible beyond what we call science, which is actually not science at all. Most of it is not about open-minded research, it's about defending a belief system and a dogma. And this stuff that's now emerging actually is re-emerging into the public domain in this tremendous time of transformation that's happening now and is going to advance very much across the millennium and into the first 10 years or so of the next century.
Are you aware of an organization called SciComm? The Skeptical Inquirer.
Well, I've actually talked about it. It's quite interesting. And this next book, The Biggest Secret.
Oh, have you really?
It's amazing how they cross-reference a number of their personnel with mind control operations. And if anyone wants to read about that, then it'll be available on the next book. Will be named in the new year. It's very interesting how you've got an organization which is suppressing and trying to get people not to look at information and dismiss it. Also focused to other areas that, to say the least, are extremely questionable. Well, I reveal some of the background of this organization in my next book, and people should know that before they go the way of dismissing information just because it's being ridiculed by these people.
This coming Friday, they're giving me in Los Angeles this special honor they call the Snuff Candle Award. They say they're giving it to Art Bell. The less than prestigious award, the Snuff Candle Award, for encouraging credulity, presenting pseudoscience as genuine, and contributing to the public's lack of understanding of the methods of scientific inquiry.
Right, well, I tell you what, I wouldn't buy a used car or a new one of any of them, and people will see why when they read the next book. And I think if anyone who gets an honor from this group of that
and
kind
talking
should
about,
actually
I
take it
guess,
as an
we
honor
call it
because
something.
there are
I
some
can't
people,
remember
when
what
they're
it
on
was,
your
but
side,
it
you know
popped
you're
to
on
me
the
right
wrong
in the
one.
comments, something
And
about
Psychops is certainly one of them.
and saying,
I'm
hey,
content to get in that spirit.
contact us. I'll tell you, I'll tell you what's the message.
pressure,
Something like
I
that.
think this is a good
It was
example.
something about that because
If you are going to control
and just about
lots of
everybody
people,
here listening to
you have
is,
to
you know,
deal
right
with
there
from
with
knowledge
me,
that you're
if
doing
not
it,
close
and
to
you
it,
have to
or
deal
he's
with them from
talking
an
about it.
understanding of their true
And
power.
I
You
got
have to persuade them
by
that they are ordinary, that they are
them telling me
powerless,
that
that they are pawns
Bigfoot
in
is
the
a
game.
mythical
Because then
creature,
they won't
and I
realize
was wrong.
that if they just realize who they
Slap
are,
on the hand for
there
that.
would be
Can you
no
believe
game.
that? Anyway,
One
on
of the
TikTok, I'm having fun being
techniques,
able to
there's
talk
many
about those
techniques
kinds of
that you
things.
can
So I
pick
hope
up
that you'll join
if
me
you
because
follow
I'm
these
just not
bloodlines across
developing
the
that.
century
And
right
I
into
want
the
to do
modern
a lot
world
of more
of
impromptu
how
type things when I can there.
people
So I
are
hope
mass
that you'll
manipulated
follow
by
me because
techniques that
in
just
order
go on
to
being repeated
get
and
certain
repeated and
tools and
repeated.
rewards that
And
they give you, you have to build it
we
up. So
can see
I think
them
it'll be in 2
happening
weeks maybe.
daily
So
now as we enter this crucial period across the millennium of the cards are going to be played.
Give me some examples of control, for example, through the modern medium.
Support it
Well,
in a nice, kind way.
Outline the
Hey,
most
there's somewhere
powerful,
else.
the most used, and the most effective. And I think this actually will apply very much to some of the UFO stuff that's going on.
Sure.
It's a technique that I call in my book problem, reaction, solution. You start with something you want to introduce. Say you want to give more power to the police. You want to have more power to stop the search, more power to tap phones, or you want politicians to have more power to bring in a certain policy.
Sure.
You know that if you introduce that policy honestly and say, right, we're going to do this, there would be a mass reaction because people would say, excuse me, over here, that's a fascist thing you're trying to introduce into this.
Yeah, what about our Bill of Rights?
So what you do, you create a problem. It could be a terrorist bomb, it could be like Oklahoma, it could be Iran, a currency, a government collapse, Y2K, whatever. And
things that
you
you
create
have
a
said,
problem.
Nancy, because sometimes
People
they
then
don't
react
act
to that
that. So
problem, and
those
you
little
encourage
brains
them
and those
through
little
media
hypers
to
that you're
say,
talking about.
this can't go on, something must be done.
Which is
What are
absolutely
they
crazy to
going to
me
do
because
about
that
it?
lets me know,
And
don't
at
tell
that
me
point,
to fact check.
they who
Don't
have
break fact
covertly
check. You do
created the
your
problem
fact
so
check.
that
This
someone
is
else
not
can be blamed
mythical.
for it.
I'm
Delete
letting
that
you know to agree
reaction,
with me on
do
that.
something, then openly offer the solutions to the problems they have themselves created. Problem, reaction, solution. So if you want more power to the police, more stop and search, more draconian laws, then what you want people not just not to oppose it, but to demand you do it, then you have society break down so there is more crime.
Sure, you don't even have to actually suggest it. You just create the situation and the public comes to you demanding that you change it.
Exactly. And if we just apply this to the UFO situation. Now, as we've discussed already, I have absolutely no problem with an extraterrestrial aspect to all this, certainly not. But what I would say is the quote aliens aren't coming. They've been here for thousands of years, working through these bloodlines and through other means. And when you look at the way that the human consciousness is being prepared, you've got to look all up through Hollywood. Hollywood's one of the great hubs of mind conditioning. Wherever in the world, the Hollywood films are playing, the Hollywood videos are available all over the world. And you look at
What's going on?
things, the patterns that are emerging. You look at Independence Day, made by 20th Century Fox, owned by this Brotherhood. You look at Alien Resurrection, made by 20th Century Fox, owned by Rupert Murdoch, which is owned by this Brotherhood. You look at X-Files, which is made by Fox Television, which is owned by Rupert Murdoch, which is owned by this Brotherhood. And if you're looking at problem, reaction, solution in regard to this extraterrestrial situation, then look back at the report of Iron Mountain, which was produced between 63 and 66, a report with 15 experts in various fields asked to produce ways of centralizing power and controlling the population without further recourse to global wars.
All right, hold it there. We're at the top of the hour. When we get back, I'm going to ask you about me because I've done the largest program on radio dealing with this kind of thing.
And it's by words that they can
If I'm part of it.
that sleep paralysis is not
Certainly, there's been plenty of accusation about
This
that.
is a contact
sometimes I've wondered, could I be a pawn?
And that's just the way it is. So you don't have
This is Coast to Coast AM. David Icke is here. We'll be right back.
do it. That's what's right?
Yep, I've had that happen. Yeah, you can't sleep, you can't move. And it's a strange sensation, but, throughout the years, I have realized how it is because they're very inspirational.
This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. First time callers may return at area code 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. Now, here again is our
And here I am, David Icke is my guest, and he kind of laid it out, this lineage, this control, Hollywood, media, Independence Day, The X-Files, and he's not just short of me. In a moment, we're going to ask about me. Thing that I've ever told my audience is that my lineage, my family lineage can actually be traced back to my family having coming over. My family came over on the Mayflower. It was one of the original families. Now, having said that,
broke open so much so that we can talk about this
I'm going to read David a fax, and then we're going to see where we are here.
To get work.
The fax comes from British Columbia, where throughout the Americas, this is BC, comes from Corey. Art, I need you to ask David a question. I met David in Aruba at a summer conference in June. Were you in Aruba in June, David? He goes on, David was signing his books at his table with many around. I had a chance to ask him if he'd ever heard of Art Bell. And why he'd never been on your program. He told me the only reason he'd never been invited on your program was because you, Art Bell, are a 33rd degree Mason and would not want to be exposed on national radio. My question for David is whether he still believes you are part of the higher elite Masons. Maybe you have this bloodline. David?
Well, I have absolutely no evidence that you're a 33rd degree Freemason, so I wouldn't suggest you're a 33rd degree Freemason.
Usually people that just so
if you're asking me about your show, I think it's...
Did you give that answer to this man? Do you recall it?
Well, I have no evidence that you're a 33rd degree Freemason, so why would I say that? I take it you're not a Freemason.
Well, I'm frequently asked if I am, and I get so sick of the question. I'm asked if I'm CIA, NSA, and all the rest of it. I just say sure. And that seems to stop them cold.
There's no
and they don't know what to do, and they don't know what to say that stops them, and that's the easiest way to do it. Denial seems to go nowhere. It just reinforces their preconception of what I was. So I've given up answering no. I just say sure. Sure.
Right, but in terms of programs like this or any other, it's very important that anyone listening to these shows, including listening to what I say, filter the information and ask themselves whether it feels right to them. Ask themselves a question that I filter information with all the time, which is who benefits me from believing this? If I believe this, is it positive, or if I believe this, does it, is it a problem, reaction, solution, situation, or whatever?
But how do you delineate between me and the X-Files, or Independence Day, or anything else? I mean, here I am, now owned by one of the largest broadcasting corporations in America, J-Corp, which is now owned by a larger corporation, maybe soon the largest in the world, Clear Channel, and Premiere, and all the rest of it, and I'm part of this giant corporate conglomerate. But I'm sitting here in my little room doing the program like I always did, no change. I've been doing it for 14 years now, David.
Right, well, let's look at the way this thing works.
It's just a beautiful experience.
Large numbers of people realize this is going on. It could work. So what it's structured as is a series of pyramids. And think of pyramids as like Russian bank is a pyramid. Most people working for a bank, you meet them across the counter every day. They're just going in, they're earning a living, and then they're going home. And they're just thinking about their family. They've not got a clue what they're part of. But at the top of that pyramid in that bank, you've got a tiny, tiny few people who know what the real agenda of that bank is. They know how all the different contributions lower down the pyramid fit together to create a direction, to create an agenda, etc.
So that
the individual parts do not.
Then could I be an unwitting dupe?
Well, one could be unwitting dupes. This is the question we keep having to ask ourselves. If you look at the media, I was a journalist for a very long time. People say the media is manipulating. It is, but the vast overwhelming majority of journalists are not knowingly manipulating anyone. They're part of a structure in which they themselves are being manipulated. You only need a very few people in this structure who know what's really going on to manipulate the whole pyramid.
Well, I have no illusions about what I am, David. I am a talk show host. I'm not a journalist. Big difference.
There is a difference in any situation where you have access to broadcast to the public. You are a channel of communication of information. And therefore, we all of us, whether we're journalists or whether we call ourselves talk show hosts or researchers or whatever, have a duty to do whatever we can to ensure the information that hits the public is not disinformation. Is actually as true as we can establish it, or at least give people the opportunity to make their own mind up. If you look at the journalistic profession, and you look at most reports in the news, where are they getting their information from? They're saying things like White House sources say this, FBI sources say this. Most of the journalistic profession is merely
So are you seeing 3D
and
years
a
before
copy
any of
paste
us would
for
see
the
it?
official version of events. And the way the journalist is structured, someone has to be an expert on a different subject every day, and tomorrow it's a different subject. Now, people in that situation, which is what most journalists are actually therefore at the mercy of what people tell them is true, and this is overwhelmingly official sources. So I ask people, watch a CNN news bulletin, watch any news bulletin, and listen to the words and listen to the sources. And basically, news bulletins are official voice pieces for the official version of events. Now, what also happens, and this is all part of the manipulation that goes back a long time, what you have to do to control the direction of the world, control the direction of people's thinking, and set the point of reference from which the media records the world, is to set the norms in society, to set what people are conditioned to believe is right or wrong, possible or impossible, sane or insane, etc. Most people live their lives within those norms, that hassle-free zone, as I call it, that comfort zone. And most of the rest who realize that the norms are flawed still live their life within them because they fear the consequences of being different in a world of uniformity. Because it becomes a hassle to be different in this world.
Well, I will give you this. I have had great contact with the mass media right at the top, and I can tell you this. When the Associated Press runs a wire story, it's like the Holy Grail. And then the rest of the media will grab the story, and they have a certain angle with which they want to tell this story. God help anybody who gets in the way of that angle with the fact that disputes it. It doesn't happen. It comes out the way they want it to come out. I know that to be true.
That's precisely the way it works. I mean, you sit in a newsroom, and I've sat in many. And people get journalists, they read the morning papers. They've got CNN permanently on. They've got the wires, which you talk about, getting the basically official version of events. And you look at what happened to that guy on the San Jose Mercury. When he in that paper had the guts to come out with the expose of how government agencies could crack cocaine onto the streets of Los Angeles.
They were stepped on.
They were hit by a tidal wave, and where did a lot of that tidal wave come from? It came from the Los Angeles Times, it came from the Washington Post, it came from the official controlled in terms of those major newspapers, media sources. And so, again, let's look at the situation in summary here. You've got the education system, which is battering children from a very early age with an official version
version of life. You've got the media that's pounding out the official version of life. And someone said to me once, summed it up, when you're born to loving parents, and they tell you that 2 and 2 equals 5, and then you go to school and nice teachers tell you 2 and 2 equals 5, and you go to university and professors with lots of letters after their name tell you 2 and 2 equals 5, all your peers are telling you the same because they've been through the same system. You pick up a newspaper or turn on the television and you're being told 2 and 2 equals 5. Is it any wonder that most people go through their entire lives symbolically believing 2 and 2 equals 5? In other words, the official version of life is the only version there is. And delinking people from the spiritual information and the true power that we have to control our own destiny has been fundamental to this. Meaning that we have to look to someone else to do it for us, that we're powerless, that we're just a cosmic accident, or we're subject to some judgmental God. In other words, we are just little people and we have no power. Once you get people in that mentality, they are a manipulator's party trick. And most people are in that mentality. It's not by accident, it's by design. And when you, again, look at the cross-referencing of people in education, opinion forming, banking, and all these different apparently unconnected areas, they keep fitting in the same people and the same network of organizations which coordinate through these apparently unconnected areas of our lives, the same basic politics. And this is why, throughout the last particularly 200 years, but this century overwhelmingly, just look at any area of our lives, politics, banking, business, media, the power in all those areas has incessantly gone into fewer and fewer and fewer and fewer hands. And this fits with the agenda, which is to create a world government, which nation-states would be nothing more than administrative areas to, a world central bank, a world currency, which would be electronic and not cash, but which there are fundamental implications for freedom. Well, we're on the world army and a microchip population.
We're on the way to that now. With regard to the economy, we're about 3/4 of the way there right now.
We are, absolutely. As we enter or head towards this key point in this agenda's journey through history, this millennium period, we are going to see, and we are seeing lots of cards being played to create chaos. Chaos offers the ability or the opportunity to present order out of that chaos. What you do when you create chaos is you get people to say, do something, we're back to problem, reaction, solution, and you offer your solutions to chaos. And the solution to the chaos that is being planned in the months ahead and across the millennium is for a world government, a world army which is designed to be NATO. The minority of books predicted that NATO would expand into all the Soviet Union, that the European Union, which is now going to a central bank and a single currency throughout the whole of Europe, would end up as before the Soviet Union countries. These are happening now. And the more wars, the more computer chaos, the more the aliens coming to save us from it, the more that can be pounded into the public domain, the more the conscience screams, do something, save them, and then the opportunity is there to offer the solution, and that's the agenda unfolding. And what I was saying earlier about the report from INL 66, magnificently with what's happening now. Two of the things that report suggested in the 1960s was A, to centralize power and control the population without wars, a global threat to the environment. And
Get started with a Peloton bike or bus rental.
that card is demonstrably being played because 2 years after the report from INL reported 66 came the Club of Rome, 1968. Henry Kissinger, Rockefeller, Giovanni Agnelli, a major player in Italy, operation. And when you look at all the major global environmental reports from the 70s, the 80s, saying there is a global environmental problem, something must be done, they were all funded and funded by the very people who are dismantling this world's ecology. The first head of the UN The Environment Agency was morally strong in Canadian oil, but there is now an advisor to Coriana, the UN Secretary General. The Global 2000 report to the President at the end of the Carter administration. Again, the personnel there, like Cyrus Vance, were connected to all this network of organizations. And the first head of the main head of the 1992 summit in Brazil, Maurice Strong, again, very much connected to the Rockefeller network. So the environment card has created tremendous opportunities for transnational global laws, and now, as many people in America are beginning to see this now, for great chunks of America and other parts of the world to be handed over to the United Nations to save the environment. Another thing that I exposed massively in my next book is the way the World Wide Fund for Nature has been used to create tremendous manipulation and conflict in Africa. And that, of course, is headed by Britain, of which there is a great deal to know. So the environment suggestion in the report from IMF in the 60s has demonstrably been played in the 70s and the 80s, and also in that report it suggested as a way of controlling the population and centralizing power is a threat from an extraterrestrial force. I would suggest that a number of other people are beginning to come to the same conclusion.
Are you aware that Ronald Reagan, any number of times during his administration, sort of gave us a what if the world had band together to find some extraterrestrial force or somebody from space? I'm sure you're well aware of what he said.
Yes, I am. And of course, Ronald Reagan didn't move his lips without the order he was running, symbolically or otherwise. So he said it because he was meant to say it. I have an interesting quote here, Art, actually, which was apparently written down by a Swiss delegate at a Bilderberg meeting in France in 1994, Bilderberg being one of the network's coordinating organizations. And the quote is alleged to come from Henry Kissinger. Now, whether this is 100% accurate or not, it magnificently sums up the situation. What Kissinger is alleged to have said is this: today, America would be outraged if UN troops entered Los Angeles to restore order. Tomorrow, they will be grateful. This is especially true if they were told that there was an outside threat from beyond, whether real or conjugated, that threatened our very existence. It is then that all peoples of the world will plead with world leaders to deliver them from this evil. The one thing every man fears is the unknown. When presented with this scenario, individual rights will be willingly relinquished for the guarantee of their well-being granted to them by their world government. And what we're seeing now with Iraq, with Kosovo and Bosnia that went before, and these other situations where NATO, etc., is being drawn in to set the precedent of being a world army and a world police force, is problems created so the solution can be offered, and the solution is more and more power and more precedent set for NATO to become the world army.
We're on the eve, apparently, of stomping back into Iraq with cruise missiles, at the very least, it would seem.
It's coast to coast aid. I'm kind of
One of the things that I
Don McLean.
document in great detail in my last book, and the truth shall set you free,
I love this song.
is how and other people have done this too, with excellence, is how the two world wars, never mind the one in Iraq, the two world wars were funded and fronted by the same people who were connected to the same network. The Russian Revolution was funded from Wall Street and London. Hitler was funded by the German subsidiaries of American and British multinational corporations, and by the Bank of England, whose head at the time was a guy called Montague Norman, and was a very close friend of Hitler's banker.
All right, hold it right there, David. David Mike is my guest. Get a pencil and paper. When we come back, we'll tell you how to get his book. Go get that pencil and paper right now.
Viewing or even the conspiracy people will get that whole separate thing, and we've not seen your paranormal thing. So what you need to do is just go sign up. check it out. And if you want to go further into it and meet somebody, use code word George. Okay, you're going to get a great discount if you do that. We've got over 100,000 people in there, and I think it's even. I mean, oh my God, I can't wait for the numbers again. I know it's too fat too. But that's a lot of people to choose from. So if you want to learn more, just go to the website.
West of the Rockies, including Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, and New Mexico. 1-800-618-8255. First-time callers may retarget area code 702-727-1222. And you may call out on the wildcard line at area code 702-727-1295. To recharge from outside the U.S. first, dial your access number to the USA. Then 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM from the Kingdom of Night with Art Bell. Well, good morning, everybody. In a moment, we're going to get back to David Eichen. We're going to tell you how to get his book. By now, I've got a feeling you definitely are going to want it. So if you're prepared, it's coming up next time. All right, David, you've got a number of books out. If somebody was going to, if you were going to recommend that somebody buy one of your books right now, which one would you be recommending?
Yeah, the truth will set you free.
And the truth shall set you free.
Yeah, it's 500 pages of constantly sourced and highly detailed information which takes the theory out of conspiracy theory and shows there's nothing that's not just someone's kind of imagination. Cross-referencing of names and information and subject areas is stunning. And the evidence is there, or they say the truth is out there, so the evidence lies for it.
All right, and I understand right now, as in this moment, they can call a number, there's actual people there.
That's right, yeah. Some very dedicated people who are trying to make sure this information gets out. 1-800-321-9054.
Right, that's 1-800-321-9054. And they can actually call right now. Now, normally, on any other day, this is a special deal tonight, I guess. Any other day is between 8:30 in the morning and 5:30 in the afternoon. Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right, but folks, if the lines are busy, please keep trying no matter what you do. Write the number down. Get this book. 1-800-321-9054, and the truth shall
Make sure you hit
set
follow
you
when you go
free.
there. I see a lot of you are checking out Larry the Light Man. That is,
Who's winning right now? In other words, if this elite
is featured in it,
genealogy
project,
that is in control and trying to grab control and creating incidents, God knows they're having plenty of them. Buildings blown up in Oklahoma.
And one of the
Marines are blown up in Lebanon and in Arab countries, and on and on and on. And now it's coming home.
To the Rockies with a cop too. So
if you really look at it, and you look at, well, are we becoming a freer people, or are we becoming a more enslaved people? I'm not very optimistic about the way it's going right now.
Well, the Chinese don't word, and the same word means crisis and opportunity, and we are in a big crisis and opportunity. Every crisis and opportunity. Just to give a symbolic story of the situation as I see it. I had a comedian friend who died back in, it was in 1995, and his memorial service, the story was told about something that happened to him, which is a funny story, but it's stunning in its symbolism of the time we're in, and when it's metabolized. He was
above it. I'm like
in
trying to see
an
outside
all-male show in the
myself
1960s going around the musicals, and he used to do kind of female impersonation stuff, and the last scene was all the men in the show came on the scene with a great show, really classy, dressed as sailors, singing all Britannia, and they formed themselves into a pyramid on the stage, leaving a bit at the top.
It was just
this guy to come on, I regret his name was, and he came on at the end while this music was building up and the scene was going on, dressed as Britannia, held up this shield and the helmet and all that stuff, and he was manhandled to the top of the pyramid,
and then just pops out just as easy as it popped in.
for the big finish.
And it's got this movement of light, like it's alive, and all of this felt like it was
read
a
at his
male
memorial
who
service, he
felt
said,
like
one
he
night
was
things seemed to be
very
going rather
intelligent.
well.
And these are just
And
the
he was
things
at the
that
top
come
of
to
this
you when you
pyramid
come into
from the big
fruition
finish,
with something
and he said,
that's
but
out there.
one night he said, one of the
like a
sailors
people
at the
will want
bottom
to line
left-hand
up
corner
from
of
a
the
camera.
pyramid,
They
he
don't
said,
want
got
to
rather a
get in
cough.
the camera scene.
And he said,
But this thing
eventually
could have
this
cared
little
less if
sailor
we
boy
were
is
there
caught
yet.
in his guts
So
up and he
pop
can't
in,
hold
look at what we
his
had,
position
and
anymore, and he
hang
fell
out for
out
a
of the
little bit,
pyramid.
and pop
Of course,
right
what
back
happened
out.
was
And
the
once you
whole
have
pyramid
it
collapsed,
on the
and Larry
tip right,
Grayson,
if you
the
go there, it's
symbolic of
kind of
this
Willis
elite at the
Live.
top,
So go
ended
there,
up in the
follow,
second
and
row.
you'll see many more things out
And
there than we
what
did.
had happened there
We
is
named
an
them Larry
ordinary man and
Grayson.
sailor in the
Anyway,
street
very fun
that got a
things, and
cough,
thanks so
slipped
much
out of the
for
pyramid,
following
and
me
the
and
whole
being
thing
a
had
part of
collapsed.
this. And I wanted you to join
What
me.
we've
Thank you
been
so much.
manipulated are
Okay, so somebody could probably understand that.
power in a
Nancy
pyramidal structure is at the top.
Tunes is
That's
how
where
it's
the power
pronounced,
is,
right? But it
unless we
does
give it
look
away.
like things.
The
So
power
that's
is
where
at the
people
base
will
of the
go, well,
pyramid,
it's
which is
things.
holding the top
And
there.
you're saying it's
But
pronounced
what
tunes.
happens is
I
that we
know
are
you've had to
persuaded
deal
to
with
give
that
our
all your
power
life,
away
at
all
least
the
until
time
once you got
to
married into
this,
that name. I'm not
this
sure.
authority at the top of the pyramid. And the power that is used to control the human race every day is merely the power the human race gives away every day. And one of the key aspects, and again, if you follow the story and the techniques from the ancient world to today, if they work in using them, and that's certainly what's happened, a key element that seems to divide and rule the base of the pyramid, if you like. So we've had religions created, and if you follow the
Now, okay,
the
you're
process,
abductee,
first of
you're
all, a
going to
religion
tell
is
us all
created.
about
That
all
creates
sorts of neat
conflict
things
with
that you
another
know,
religion you
and
create.
also
Then these
former
individual
Department of
religions,
Defense
they're then
employee.
broken
I
up
gotta
at
say
one
something
point or
before we
other
get into
into
any more
warring
deeper,
factions.
because
So
I
you've got the
want
religions
to
fighting among
congratulate
themselves
you on
and
this,
fighting
because I
with other
love it.
religions. Then you
Because
bring in politics,
it drives
you
me
do the
absolutely
same.
crazy.
You bring in business and you do banking and all
So
this
when
stuff. You
people
keep
come to
bringing
me,
in all
you
these
know, when it's in the
means
news,
for
people see
conflict.
the world,
And
they
symbolically,
see
what's
the
happening more than
UFO,
symbolically,
they see
if you look at the pyramid,
military
is the base
capture,
of the
and talking
pyramid,
about the speed.
instead of
Oh,
looking
it's
up
great,
and
isn't
saying
this
who's
great?
pulling
You
the
know,
strings of
oh
all
my
of this,
gosh, they caught
we're
another
fighting among
UFO
ourselves. I see it, you
on
must see it
radar,
too.
and the
In the
military's talking
subject
about
areas
it.
that are discussed on the
Everybody
show.
in the whole
In the
world is so
UFO
excited. This is great, there's
research
proof, there's
area, in
proof,
the
there's proof.
conspiracy research
To
area.
me, that is
It's
so
like, honestly, it's like you
old
say it
school.
in England. It's like handbags at 10 paces.
There's so much more evidence outside of that, and that is such
trying
a
to
big
be
deal for people. And I know
superior
it
over each
is
other,
for them,
trying
but
to
for us
gossip
that have
about
been
each
in
other
this
and
for so
undermine
long,
each
to
other
me
and
it's
all
like,
the
oh
rest of
yeah,
it.
whatever.
We've got to
Okay, yeah,
start
whatever. Yeah, it's
uniting
been up
as
there
a
the whole
people,
time. Yeah,
and
we know
in
that.
areas
But
of
we're
this
more
research,
interested, at
we've got
least
to
me,
start
and I know
uniting
you
on
are
what
too,
we agree on.
in why they're
And
here,
respecting
who they
differences
are, what
instead
they're
of
doing, what their
allowing
agenda
ourselves
is.
to be
So it's so
disunited, therefore
far
divided
off
rule
that,
on what we don't
little
agree on.
bitty thing that
Because
they
it
catch on
doesn't matter
radar.
if you're
Because hey,
into
you want to see
Judaism,
something
or you're
else
a
about
Christian,
you want
or
to
you're a
go
New
you
Ager,
look up
or you're
there's
a
a ton
UFO
of
buff,
things
or
and stuff,
whatever.
right? But
We're
you
all
also said
gonna
that you
get
put
the whirlwind unless we start working together and
does not
helping each other and
comprise
supporting
the
each
real
other and
search for
uniting
intelligent
behind the
extraterrestrial
thing
life.
that we
And
all
you talk about the
depend
real
on, and
research is
that's not
basically
just
talking to
continuing freedom,
people that are
it's actually having it
contactees,
for the first time in a very
abductees,
long time.
experiencers,
So if we allow
lifers,
ourselves to be
anybody that
divided
has
and
seen
ruled,
anything. Thank you very, very much. I don't know how said he gets all
fighting
that
among
money,
ourselves,
and good for
there's
them,
a few are going to go
but
on string pulling.
it's here. They're
Both
already
sides.
here. They're
This is the thing I think we need to appreciate is that
Yeah.
if you're going to control a game,
Misinformation.
say it's a football match, if you control one side, then you're going to influence the game massively, but you're not going to control the outcome because you have an unknown quantity, which is the other team. So what this Brotherhood does, as I said right at the start of our chat, it is one organization that works through many organizations. It works through both sides. So it will be at work in the UFO community, creating conflict, divide and rule, putting disinformation in there. It's the same in all areas of conspiracy research. It puts people in there to divide and rule and mislead. And so we've got to start getting more streetwise and starting to filter information and look at it without taking it on face value, including what I say. We've got to start working together as a unit instead of allowing this divide and rule to go on. Because just look at the world.
Without intervention, what kind of timeline do you see?
If you look at the Gregorian calendar and the way it's been structured, it's been structured to focus consciousness on the end of a cycle across what we call the millennium. Now, there's a number of things that are going to unfold here. I've already talked about the fact that many chaos cards will be played to create cycle, or a definite point or what appears to be a point in time, especially the end of a millennium, we get the consciousness start to think about, well, let's draw a line here. Let's look at all the conflict we've had in this century. Look at all the conflict we've had up to this point in this millennium. Let's start again. Let's have a new world. Let's have a blank sheet of paper. If you can create chaos in the run-up to that,
okay, so to me, this
point,
is
that even more encourages this
my
mentality of,
philosophy is
come
it's
on,
not
we've got to start again.
the
We need a
military
new
holding
world
it
that you
back,
can then control the nature of that
military
new
and
world.
government
And you
holding back
persuade
the
people
information. I don't
that
believe
centralization
that's
of power
what it is at all. We are
people coming
humans,
together.
and
Then
we
you can
will.
put
We
in
can't.
global
I don't
centralized
think they
institutions,
can't hold that
and you
kind of
can
secret
master
very
them
well.
as the world coming
Because
together
that's
as
a big
one.
one. Even
I
though
talk to
humans
people,
can keep
for instance,
secrets,
in this
we're just
area
not
that's
very
called the
good
New
at
Age,
it, especially
and they
something that
equate
deep.
oneness,
Anyway, even
the
if you
world
don't
coming
look at
together
it
as
that
one
way,
people,
I don't think
with
it's us
world
holding
government,
back. It's just
world
very
central
hard to
bank,
keep that secret as a
world
human.
army,
I think it's the
not
ET
everybody, but
that's keeping
significant
it secret.
numbers.
I
And
think
we
they're the
need
ones
to see
that
the
can not
difference
only keep it
between
secret, but
people
it's their
coming
reasons to
together,
keep it secret until
having
they're ready.
power over
That's
their own
my
lives and their own
research
communities,
and finding out.
cooperating with
Because
each
they
other
can
across
zap
national
you, turn you
borders,
off and on, and if you
looking
do tell
after
the
each other,
secret, they
caring
can
for
turn
each
it
other.
around to where you
We've
look like
actually
the
opposite
idiot,
of that.
or they, I think they can
Centralized
just change time where
institutions
they
that
can
are
just stop you.
designed
I just
to
think they have all that power. And
put
we're
power
not
in a
biology.
tiny number of hands at a global level. I'll give you an example of where it's going, and this is already happening. When the European Central Bank for the European Union comes into force, as it is now, the currency of Europe, which will be one currency, the interest rates and what happens about that currency across the whole of Europe will be controlled by 6 unelected bankers with an 8-year guaranteed period of tenure, and not even the elected part of the European Union will be able to influence or override the economic decisions of those bankers. That's fascism. And if you look at the fascist symbol from which we get the word fascist, it's actually an ancient Roman symbol, which is a series of rods tied together very tightly with an axis at the top. That's where we get the word fascism from, that Roman symbol. I've just described the European Union, which is countries tied together tightly under a centralized, bureaucratic dictatorship. And of course, NAFTA, the North American Free Trade Agreement, is designed to create the stepping stones, the America's version of the European Union. Because of course, the European Union, what we joined in Europe, was not a centralized bureaucratic dictatorship, which we now have. But we actually joined the free trade area, but that's what it's supposed to be.
Right, but then don't we need it if we want to compete with the Asian bloc and the European bloc? We have to do that, don't we?
Well, this is an interesting point. Again, we get the word compete, we get the word bloc. Because this goes back so far, it has to. I mean, you cannot create the structures of manipulation that we have today in a few minutes, a few years.
David, it's also a natural evolution. In other words, at first we had little villages, they traded with other villages, then cities trading with cities, areas trading with areas, states trading with states, nations trading with nations, and now blocks of nations trading with blocks of nations, and then obviously next are one world economy.
Yeah, the question is this: when you follow the story and you see how the agenda has actually been unfolding over a very long period of time, is that natural or is that created? When you look at the way that the whole thing's unfolded, like I said, you look at this century, but you go further back, and what you've just described actually is the process over this period of time that I'm talking about, thousands of years, and it's got quicker and quicker, the more that these bloodlines have expanded their power, particularly after the expansion of the European and particularly British empires across the world, which took these bloodlines right across the planet, as things advanced and got quicker. What we just described is the process of power going into fewer and fewer and fewer hands. Now, where's it going to end? If this continues, it's going to end with the very agenda that is demonstrably being introduced now, which is complete centralization of global power. I mean, how ludicrous the stepping stone before the global level. But European laws made by bureaucrats in Brussels override nationally, apparently democratically decided laws in the individual countries. And that's just the blueprint which is being prepared for the global level, where what is dictated to at a world government level will override decisions made in your community, decisions made in your country. We're going to have a global fascist state. But of course, if that was...
Do you think, I think you're also into the harmonization project because you talk about hybrids. Would you...
Following another, leading in this direction, while each step is projected in the public arena as completely unconnected to the other.
How do you know it's inevitably going to be fascist? I certainly agree that we're headed toward a single control ultimately, but how can you be sure of the nature of that control?
Well, what you've got to do is look, and the research is possible, at the people who are pressing for this to happen. I mean, if anyone's not got curly hair or hair that stands on end, then they will do when they read the biggest secret, because in February, I exposed what these major players are involved in. People like Kissinger, whose power didn't end when he ceased to be Secretary of State. He operates through an organization called Kissinger Associates, and that would make anyone's hair go. You see what that's involved in. And you look at the major players, the names that keep coming up, and you look at what they're involved in, and it's just utterly staggering what they're involved in. The royal family in Britain, when the story comes out, it is going to in the book what they're involved in. It is utterly grotesque and staggering. So you look at the personalities, the attitudes of the people who are pressing for the centralization and are manipulating it. And my goodness me, you can see where they're really coming from. And, we've got to, I think, see the difference, as I said earlier, between centralization of power and cooperation. I have no problem with global organizations that coordinate between nation states and people in their communities, that create networks of cooperation so we can help each other and all that stuff. No problem with trading, all that stuff is done on a fair basis. But the further the decision-making goes from the people affected by the decisions, the worse the decisions become. And now we're in a situation where one step away, we're closing in fast, where decisions that fundamentally affect 5 million or more people will be taken by a central handful. And that is fascism. But of course, fascism and communism are the same thing. It's still centralization of power and dictatorship. It's just a different name on the door and a different dress on the door.
You cannot imagine a benign dictatorship.
Well, I think it's a contradiction in terms. If we're going to be free, we need to be free to have control over our own lives and not be dictated to by anyone. And I think three things will change this world and change our lives. One, as individuals, we step out of the biggest prison that we live in, and the prison that allows this manipulation to go on and always has. The fear of what other people think of us. We're hearing fear of what other people think. You are no longer living your life, you're living theirs. And if you can set the agenda of what is, like I said earlier, the taboos of what's right and wrong, what's good and bad, what's moral and immoral, what's sane or insane, then you set the agenda of how people judge each other.
All right, David, I think I've got it. Hold it right there for a moment. As we close this hour, we're going to take calls next hour. Yes, we're going to take calls. And I think David has made a very cogent presentation. If you would like his book, If the Truth Shall Set You Free, call right now, 1-800-321-9054. That's 1-800-321-9054. If you want a copy of this entire program, beginning in 5 hours, you can get it by calling 1-800-917-4278. I don't understand you want a copy of this one. 1-800-917-4278 to get a copy of this program. That will do it for this hour. In some markets, when we get back, we'll take calls. Don't move.
Insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. Discover more
outside the U.S. First, dial your access number for the USA. Then 800-893-0503. If you're a first-time caller, call at 702-727-1242. From east of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. West of the Rockies, including Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, and New Mexico, call us at 1-800-618-8255. Or forward on the wild card line at area code 702-727-1295. This is Coast to Coast AM from the Kingdom of Nile.
Well, it's calm, and the truth shall set you free. And the number again is 1-800-3219-054. That's David Icebook, 1-800-3219-054. Right now, they've got only tonight operators standing by, actually, probably sitting there answering phones. And then normally from, I don't know, say 8:30 in the morning to 5 in the afternoon, Eastern time. That's an important fact, Eastern time. Usually, because you have to remember you're crossing a lot of time zones, so that's Eastern time normally. But right now, you can call 1-800-3219-054. In a moment, David, we're going to go to phones. It'll be interesting to see what you have to say about all of this. And the truth shall set you free. Surely it would. The only question is, what is the truth? You've got to answer that before you can be free. All right, once again, back to David. Before we go to phones, is there anything that, given the short time we've had, you have not been able to get on the air and want to get on the air before we do this?
Well, no, the questions take us in all these different other areas that,
Actually woke up okay today.
it's an amazing fact that once you see the structure and the agenda, virtually everything fits into it. Because what we're looking at is not actually a series of conspiracies and manipulations, but different aspects of the same one manipulation. And I would make this point too, what I'm actually talking about, funny enough, is not the conspiracy at its heart, it's an agenda. The conspiracy comes in three ways. One, removing those people and organizations that are a threat to that agenda becoming reality. Putting people into positions of political and economic power that will make that agenda become reality. And manipulating the masses of people through proper reaction solutions to get them to demand that the agenda becomes reality even though they don't realize it exists. In other words, do something, centralization of power is the answer. So these apparently unconnected conspiracies are actually connected by one thing, and that is either a threat to the agenda being removed, someone will bring the agenda in, they put it to power, or proper reaction solutions to bring the agenda in, and have it demanded by the public. So these are one manipulation with many faces, not a series of unconnected ones.
Let's get started
All
with some
right,
of the
I would
stories.
like to, if I can, then go to the phones and let people ask you some questions. See if I can deal with it. All right, fine, here we go. First time caller line, you're on the air with David Icebook. Where are you?
Best supporting actor. I'd like to thank my terrible child for getting the first on the schools.
Of course.
On the night, including Best
I have a
Picture.
question for David.
ABC's Jason Nathanson says Emma Stone won Best Actress for Perfect. The Holdovers star Divine Joy Randolph won Best Supporting Actress. It was her first nomination.
I know nothing
Loved her acceptance speech.
kind of direct from him, but in the general
Teared
point,
up and very
one of the things that I exposed massively in the Hindenburg and February, the biggest secret, and other people have also done a lot of research into this area, is actually the Tavistock network in London. For historical reasons, London is a major center of this web. Not the government, which is just another facade, a string pulled from behind, but actually the center of this web, epicentered in London some centuries ago. And this is why they had the great British Empire. When that was the British Empire, the empire was this group that had based itself in London, which is rather a different thing. But Tavistock is actually the center of the mind and mass consciousness
business manipulation where they do tremendous research and have done for decades and decades, looking at what stimuli are needed to get a mass reaction of a certain kind. They also have worked with individual mind control.
A stretch of
And
PCH has been closed
getting to children very early has been a very, very big part of their operation and the whole manipulation, because if you get them young, then you've got them for life. And interestingly, you know, these guys all over the world that keep going crazy with guns and killing children, like we had this guy Thomas Hamilton in Dunblane, who killed the children in the gymnasium, and we've had this guy Martin Bryant in Port Arthur, Australia. Well, the manifestation of these guys who go crazy with guns, and then of course you've got a problem. And what's the solution every time taking guns out of circulation? And what has happened is that we've got, after these events happen, we've got pulled into a debate of whether guns are good or guns are bad, which is a debate worth having, but the biggest debate at this time is this: why in every country virtually I go into has someone gone crazy with a gun in the street or whatever, and then the solution has been gun laws taking guns out of circulation? Why is that happening everywhere now? And when you relate that to some of the things we've been discussing tonight on the show about the agenda coming up across the millennium, it's much easier to impose things on an unarmed population than an armed one.
It's time to get a first look at
What I've come
our
across
morning
only this
traffic.
week
Let's
is
check
this
in
guy
with
Martin
Nick
Bryant, who went crazy with a gun. He killed 35 people, something like that, in Port Arthur just a few years ago. He was treated, quote, for psychiatric disorders by a guy called Dr. Cunningham Dax, who was a Tavistock operative in Australia, and for many decades was a close associate of a guy called John Rawlins, with the inspiration from the start to create the Tavistock network of mind control research and imposition. So when you look at Johannesburg, this country, and many other events where people do spectacularly off-the-wall things, we need to understand that it's possible to program the subconscious to do that, and then all it needs to activate is the trigger, and that subconscious programming becomes the conscious action. And to understand that is to understand many of the apparently inexplicable things that go on, and why, again, assassin after assassin, and crazy man with a gun, crazy man with a gun is done with the same character profile, no nutter, no conspiracy. And so the manipulation of children and the minds of the adult population is all part of this manipulation, because I said to us earlier, you cannot control billions of people physically, you have to do it through the mind and the emotions. That's the way it's done. So you believe that the philosophy is put forward by emphasis of advocating for free now in children. Yeah, I mean, I think we should let, my personal opinion is that we should let children have access to all information, and we should encourage them to make their own mind up. I think once we start playing with methods and processes and systems with children's minds, where they are, we are already creating a prison situation instead of encouraging them to be free in their thinking. And I think there's a lot of people, you know, who talk about freedom and the need for freedom. And then when you talk about the way they bring up their children, they say, well, of course I bring them up the way I believe. Well, that's not freedom. And I think we ought to put all information in front of everybody, and then respect their right to come to what conclusions they want to come to, instead of telling them what they should believe in, which is what happens most of the time from cradle to grave. Okay, well, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you for the call, and Hardline, you're on there with David Icke. Hi. Hello, where are you?
I'm calling from Tampa, Florida.
And on a digital cellular phone in a vehicle. Let's see, I'm psychic. The right hand.
I actually would like this call. Actually, my question is this, gentlemen, you were mentioning an agenda, and I was wondering if, you know, with the coming of the millennium and whatnot, if you suppose maybe this
shaking your head. I
from
have no
perhaps,
idea.
higher power, like,
That was a little hard
to
because
see
I
in
didn't
the big
realize
plan,
that
make a
if the
giant
person
plan,
went missing,
or could
I always thought
ultimately
it was
just
a little
be,
school, like 24
have something
hours
to do
that you
with,
had to wait
becoming of the anti-correct, or,
age. And I didn't
anything
realize that
of
if you
that
know that
nature.
person's
So I
pattern,
know you're
you could
talking about
literally, it doesn't matter the age,
things
you
about
can
having a
literally
spiritual
report them
awakening
missing
and
right away.
some experience of that sort. Yeah, but I also made a difference. I also made a difference in my view of life. Because like I said, we need to be peace with the way each of us believe. I have a simple philosophy: believe what you like as long as you don't hurt anyone else. And so I make the distinction in my view of life between religion and spirituality. They can be the same thing, and people can express their spirituality through religion, but there are other aspects of religion that can be anything but spiritual. I don't think the Inquisition in Europe was an incredibly spiritual experience. AD was one of the main fundamental themes that I talked about earlier of sucking knowledge out of the public arena so it can be hoarded even more tightly as a secret society network, because 5 minutes of the Art Bell show would have been a suicide note at the time of the Inquisition, of course, unless you weren't allowed to talk about these things. But in terms of
Now let's say good morning to ABC's Jordana Miller in Jerusalem. Jordana, Ramadan begins today. We hope most there will be a ceasefire before the whole month again, but that's not
it seems to me the way that I'm looking at these things now is that one of the key reasons why there is an obsession, there are a number of reasons, but one of the key reasons why there's an obsession with holding this genetic structure is somehow the vibrational resonance between that structure and the consciousness, which I think is operating from the lower fourth dimension, what other people call the lower astral, whatever name you call it. I call it the second level. It's a level that vibrates to the lower vibration emotions like fear and guilt and all this stuff. You were speaking of the astral plane. Yeah, I think that these particular key bloodlines resonate to a vibrational frequency that is far more compatible with this lower fourth dimension than the other genetic lines that are not of this particular type. I think this world is actually being controlled from a consciousness that are from the lower fourth dimension, like myself, and it particularly works these particular bloodlines, and if you like, for want of a word, you can possess these bloodlines far more easier than it can the general human population. And therefore, if you can manipulate these particular bloodlines into the positions of power in the world, what you're actually doing is manipulating into these positions of power in physical form, which has a resonant compatibility with this lower fourth dimensional consciousness. In other words, you put the fourth dimensional consciousness in the positions of power. And I've talked to so many people around the world who have come to this conclusion. It's a staggering numbers, really, because it's not something that's widely talked about. David, one quick interjection here. If there is at least a partial central control right now, you certainly alluded to that. Why the hell are they doing a better job? The world is a mess right now. And if there is any kind of central control, they're certainly not exerting it with any effectiveness whatsoever. We have starvation, we have third world countries that are in disaster, that are beginning to industrialize, we've got Iraq, we've got little wars and troubles going on all over the place. Where's the control? Exactly. You've actually described perfectly the control. Say more about that. Try manipulating harmony. It's very difficult. Say I've got a group of people with me here. I haven't actually, but if I had a group of people with me here, we were in harmony. We respected each other's right to have a difference of opinion, and we wanted to help each other when we were in trouble, and we were together, and we were really supporting each other. Try manipulating that situation. If I have a group of people here, and I don't like that person, and I'm having conflict with that person, and he doesn't like the lady over there, and they're having conflict, suddenly you're in a situation you can control, because you know you've got sides to play off against each other. So chaos is fundamental to control. Actually, the 30-degree Freemasonry, I understand, has a massive motto: order and chaos, order out of chaos, which actually is proper reaction solution. And you talk about the famine and the starvation and stuff. Well, that's fundamental to the control for this reason. When you are in a situation where you have abundance and you have, therefore, choice. You are much more in control of your life. You are not dependent, that's the key word. You are not dependent on someone else to fill your belly. You are not dependent on some unpredictable, manipulated world commodity market, so that you have to depend on the price that sets for what you're selling to whether your country's going to eat or whether this is going to happen or this is going to happen or not. What has happened, for instance, in Africa, I mean, I've been to Africa quite recently, and the idea that Africa cannot feed itself is utterly ludicrous.
No, but I'll tell you what is going on in Africa. I was there a month ago. What's going on in Africa is anarchy. And I mean serious anarchy in the cities of Johannesburg, even Cape Town. You cannot go out at night and expect to live through the experience. I mean, the crime out there is absolutely unbelievable. And since Nelson Mandela took over, I think he's afraid to move politically because he's afraid to be seen as that which was, the iron hand that had control of everything supposedly and whatnot. And so he's doing nothing. And as a result, it's Russia times 10 right now over there. It's hard.
Right. I can talk about that because I took a to Johannesburg and spoken research all around.
Well, and you know.
That area of the book, yeah. You know. But I should just make this point before I come to that. The point being that what has happened in Africa is that transnational corporations with an interlocking leadership, when you go high enough up the pyramid, have gone in there and they have taken food growing land. They have put corrupt politicians in there to rule on their behalf, as they say, like the military junta in Nigeria, etc., which is controlled by Shell Oil. And therefore, they've created a situation in which a continent that could feed itself is not feeding itself as a first priority. It's growing vast amounts in its growing area. It's growing cash crops for the Western industry, the Western food industry, the Western shop industry, etc. And therefore, it's making Africa dependent over whether it eats or not on selling those commodities, getting money back, and then buying food. It's created dependency equals control. But the South African situation is very, very interesting. The fundamental point to make here. When I talk about the Great British Empire or all that stuff, people say, yeah, I can understand that. The empire controls this country, they control that country, but it doesn't control them anymore, so it can't be true now. Well, what has happened, and this is so important point to make, is that over control, in-your-face dictatorship, always has a finite life, because people know where they are, there's a dictatorship, right? And eventually the human desire for freedom will rebel against that. So the most profound and effective form of control is covert control, whereby you're running the show, but no one knows you're running the show because people don't rebel against not being free when they think they are. Let's take the South African example of this. It's a wonderful example. Before Mandela was on Rhode Island and became the president, the Oppenheimer family controlled 80% of the stock of the South African stock market. They owned the diamond and the gold mines on which the economy depends. They controlled the media through various front. Because that was, we had white minority rule, that was an in-your-face, overt dictatorship. There was, of course, a great rebellion against it. The whole focus of world attention was, this is not free, this is apartheid, this is outrageous. So, we then have the move.
College fans, it's tournament time. The real excitement of March Madness is here, and you can get on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, America's top-rated sportsbook app. New customers can bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. Several college basketball's most expensive time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code ION. Customers can bet $5 to get $150 $50 instantly bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code iHeart. That's promo code iHeart. The crown is yours. Must be 21 Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Visit Sportsbook at
Alright, we can't go on forever. We've got to stop here. It's the bottom of the hour. David Icke is my guest. I'm Art Bell from the High Desert. This is Coast to Coast AM.
And T2 is stay undetectable, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk about the bacteria. Learn more at THIVtoday.com.
This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. Police of the Rockies forward at 1-800-825-5033. West of the Rockies, including Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, and New Mexico at 1-800-618-8255. First-time callers may recharge at area code 702-727-1222. And you may fax our at area code 702-727-8499. Please limit your faxes to 1 round pages. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. Now again, here's Art.
Once again, here I am. Good morning, everybody. David Icke is my guest. And we're talking about our future. Your future, my future. David's, what it's going to be. All right, David, are you there? All right, excellent. Here we go. Once again, east of the Rockies, you're on the air with David.
Anyone who disobeys the dictates of the transnational corporations and their police and secret police forces such as the Central Intelligence.
I will give you call on this. The CIA was said to have dramatically, perhaps even intelligently, overestimated the Russian threat for all those years.
Well, what I wanted to get to, is the fact that I think right now we have a situation where the deathheads of bases being exposed. And there's a genocide once again on Iraq, and it started with about 1.5 million people dead, demonizing Saddam Hussein. And I think the control of the media is essential to this. Reliable sources shows how the media has acted. It's demonizing a very characters, taking from each other, whether it's Castro or Saddam Hussein or the Kurds in Syria. What they dominate is the fact that they have been uncooperative and obeying the dictates of the transnational corporations, the International Monetary Fund, and have refused to align themselves with such an agency such as NATO, the Treaty of Transmission, or the United States, unlike, for instance, in Yugoslavia, where the Croats and the Muslims have opportunistically signed on with NATO and the International Monetary Fund, the Soviets have privatization types of policy that has resulted in disaster in the Soviet Union, which is 75% of the pure people, starvation and poverty. Yet this society has been built for a base of 40 behind the kinds of interventions to in effect tell Saddam Hussein who will start breach your country and your people. I think there's going to be some disrespect because we said there
as actors, orphans, the Andre Randolph Fund support images for the holdovers. Hundreds of protesters showed up at the Oscars before the LAPD broke the group up at about 2:45. Organizers say they wanted to disrupt the Academy Awards and expose retaliation against anyone in the industry who speaks out against Israel, called for a ceasefire, and denounced Hollywood's active support of genocide. Special counsel Robert Hur is set to testify before a Republican-led House panel. He investigated President Biden's handling of classified documents, but ultimately declined to bring criminal charges and said the facts stopped short of finding him willfully retained classified material. Hearings tomorrow. At 6:05, it's handle on the news. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says he's moving forward in spite of a warning from President Biden. Here's some more of the stories coming out of the K525 newsroom. State wildlife officials and the U.S. Coast Guard continue to monitor the coast of Huntington Beach after the discovery of an oil chute. 85 gallons of oil has been recovered from the water, and about 800 pounds of oily waste and tar balls have been recovered from the shoreline. The approximately 2.5 mile long oil chute was first spotted on Thursday. Offshore recovery assets are now being demobilized after a crew flew over the area yesterday and didn't see any oil sheen. Cause of the sheen still unknown. The LAPD says it captured more than 13.5 billion gallons of water from the storm last month. It's enough to serve about 65,000 households for a year, or equal to filling more than 20,000 Olympic-sized swimming pools. The city captured 8.4 billion gallons of rainwater in February of last year. Officials in El Monte say the city's guaranteed income pilot program has been a success.
Since July, to mitigate the extreme cost of COVID-19, the Iran Corporation and USC sold possible public policy study the country's progress on preliminary findings released last week show reduced stress, anxiety, and economic strain, plus improved housing stability. Participants reported spending more money on food, rent, gas, and school supplies. Final payments were not met, or been considered declining.
Officials in Florida are trying to help a sperm whale that beached itself on a sandbar off the Gulf Coast, but conditions in the water have prevented crews from getting near it. Police said the whale was spotted yesterday afternoon when it came straight about 75 miles south of Tampa. As they found some whale.
Let's talk
Oscar.
To realize, because of course the intelligence community is fundamentally compartmentalized. Those people in the CIA are not trying to manipulate people, they think they're serving their country. Like all these organizations, people have struggled to realize during the Cold War that American intelligence at a high level was passing over weapons, technology, and know-how to the Russians. So the Russians would keep parroting war in an ideal world slightly ahead of the West. Why? Because if you want to justify massive arms spending with your companies which you control, and you want to up the ante of fear, frightening the West against the East and East against the West, then with Russia's miles behind you, then consider it dissipated. What? Russia's trying to get America when I'm right to them. So you ensure that the parity or the Russians are just ahead, and then you go, oh my God, the Russians are ahead of us. Oh my God, oh dear. We must have more arms spending. We must increase our nuclear arsenal. And then technically the point came, and I actually predicted this in an earlier book, where the agenda's timescale, the fundamental timescale,
Once, it was the first
was to start to encompass the former Soviet Union countries into NATO and into the European Union, which is now happening. But that could never happen while it's
I just want to say, Chris Hemsworth, thank you for participating on it. Good to see you.
So after the Third World comes Mikhail Gorbachev, the first Russian leader in Russian history. It didn't look like he just comes back from a funeral. Suddenly, the wall comes down, Russia starts to have a smiling face, and bingo, and the whole situation breaks up, allowing the encompassing into NATO of the European Union and these countries. Now, as I've shown you in my previous books, Mikhail Gorbachev was a fundamental associate all the way through this before he became president of David Rothschild and Henry Kissinger, who proved good job doing now. He's running the Good Job Foundation,
She was just
which
exquisite. In a world also where everyone's looking to be more contemporary,
top politicians calling for world government and world institutions to solve the problems of the world. It's all a movie. Again, that's called the movie channel. It's a movie we're watching, and we need to look behind the movie to see what's really going on.
What's the Rockies? Your audio data.
Movie last year. I'm not watching Four things, one for costume design, and it kind of reminds me of how long it takes to make a movie, because they're doing their acceptance speeches and talking about how they were all hungry, and it was at the height of the pandemic where they were filming and everyone had to wear masks. That was 4 whole years ago, and it's now just coming to fruition, so very cool. Also, Robert Downey Jr. I thought was another really fun moment, and he thanked his wife and said she'd love to be back to life.
Tell you a few things I'm not allowed to teach.
Godzilla won an Oscar. That was the one movie that Tony saw. Love that they all had little toys, Godzillas, when they went up on stage. That was kind of fun. And I was very pleased to see that 20 Days of Mariupol went to the Oscar. I definitely recommend that you see it. Because Ukraine is really falling out of the headlines. So much of the focus is on Israel and Hamas. But people being slaughtered in Ukraine for 2 years. And where is the outrage for Ukraine? There's a political speech, which again I said I kind of don't like, but it had to be in this one. And I think that what the filmmaker said was, we cannot change the past. We can make sure the history record is set straight and the truth will prevail. I thought that was really, really cool. Loved Ryan Gosling. Just can't.
And then we had the Civil War, and they told us it was about slavery, but actually it was the economic war, the banking war. And we lost.
Kind of laughs his way on the stage, almost realizing the ridiculousness of this whole thing. And while Ryan's not the best vocalist, he still is solid, and it's such a fun song. I mean, everyone in the audience was on their feet. So, loved Billie Eilish's thank you speech. She was just giddy, and it was so fun to see her show such emotions, because it kind of seems like she's kind of a simple person. Overall, I thought it was, like I said, I thought it was fabulous. Loved when Emma Stone came up and said, my dress is broken. I think it happened during a just fan. It was so but she looks fabulous last night. Wow, didn't it? Her second one, I forgot. Her second Academy Award. And of course, Oppenheimer, Best Picture, deserved it. I saw 8 of the 10, and I think it was Best Picture, and very deserved. So we're going to be talking more about emotion. It's in the room. She's our news editor here at KF5, but she got to go listen to Gregory and go behind the scenes, and so I'm excited to talk to her. She's a total just movie junkie, and I think she's going to have some fun perspective for us. From what it's like at the Southland weather from KF5, sunny after series of low clouds, highs in the low to mid-60s at the beaches, Metro Lola, and Inland Ocean. Low to mid-60s in the Bahamas and IE, 50s with gusty winds in the Antelope Valley. Mostly cloudy with highs in the 60s tomorrow, cloudy with highs in the 60s to about 70 on Wednesday. It's 51 in Hacienda Heights, 52 in Garden Grove, and snowing in Norwalk on the 5.
And I'm sure that the Gregorian calendar continues with that cycle. It's absolutely no coincidence whatsoever. So 1776 was also the year that the Bavarian Illuminati was formed on May the 1st, which is one of the ritual days of the year, run by a guy called Adam Weishaupt, who was behind the French Revolution and many other revolutions in Europe. I think it's so important that we
That'll be a rough go for you.
spend our dogma and spend our belief on the allowing information to leaders rather than our own preconceived ideas. I've done a lot of research into the Founding Fathers, and I'm sure many of them had the best interests of people at heart, but some of them certainly didn't. And I'll name one, Benjamin Franklin. Benjamin Franklin was the Henry Kissinger of his day. He was working for British intelligence. He was very close to the British royal family. In fact, if you look at the history, this guy spent most of the time around the American Revolution actually in London. He was a very close associate of a guy called Francis Dashwood, who ran a satanic ritual sacrifice operation called the Hellfire Club, which involved members of the royal family, which shouldn't surprise anyone because the present royal family did all that stuff in Britain as well as I'm about to expose in detail. Arnold was also a major Freemason in America, and he was a member of the key Freemasonry lodges in France, and he was playing all sides off against the center. And for me, when you look at this dispassionately, as I can as an Englishman in America, the American Revolution was to a very, very large extent an example of what I talked about earlier, replacing overt control, which had a finite life. Those colonies were going to rebel eventually, if not then eventually. Covert control, and I think that there's something, and this can be shown, further strengthens the whole economic and political system of America are actually pulled from Europe, particularly London. And just to finish the Benjamin Franklin story, the fact that he was involved in ritual sacrifice and all that stuff is extreme, and I understand that, but this probably wasn't reported in Britain, but this year, the story broke in London in the London papers, given a grant of about £1.5 million to restore and renovate Benjamin Franklin's former house in Craven Street in London near Trafalgar Square, where he lived during the time I'm talking about. When they got under the floor as part of the renovation, they found 10 bodies, 6 of them children, in which there's been some unpleasant things done to them. They've got holes and skulls and stuff like that. And they've dated them to the time Benjamin Franklin was there. And the way that they've explained it or tried to is that Ben must have been into body snatching for medical research. When you put that together with the Hellfire Club and that infamous history, and what he did in sacrificial chambers in that place called near High Wycombe, where that's what the day was, and the whole thing starts to make sense, especially when these famous, world-famous people that are running the show today are into the very same ritual, and I can prove this.
All right, Dan, because of the length of the question, length of the answer, and time left, I'm going to just jump in and ask you. You said Princess, you just went running right by this. Princess Di was assassinated. Yeah, and I'm not going to ask you who because I don't want to be in trouble. But I'm going to ask you
here's what we're following in the KFI 24-hour newsroom offshore recovery efforts to deal with an oil showing off the coast of Huntington Beach in Margaret's. The machine wasn't seen during the flyover of the area yesterday. Shoreline cleanup teams continue to see tar balls along the beaches. 2 birds have died, but 800 pounds of tar balls and oil have been recovered from the shore. The U.S. Embassy is evacuating non-essential staff members from Haiti because of out-of-control gang violence. Families of diplomats and others were reportedly being airlifted out of the capital city of Port-au-Prince. A post on the embassy's website yesterday calls the security situation in Haiti unpredictable and dangerous. The Last Repair Shop is one best documentary short at the Oscars. It's a movie about 4 people who repair and maintain musical instruments used by LA school district students. In celebration of the win, the filmmakers are announcing a fundraising effort to help boost the LAUSD's music programs. Such a cool program. I did not see that one. It's until 5 between them on the news. Hundreds of people showed up before the Oscars, not for the glitz and glamour, but to protest for a ceasefire in Gaza. And at 5:50, our very own news editor Aaron Van Noche said our very first Oscars, we're going to see the Oscars through quarantine. Aaron, I would say good morning to Innovative Realty's Suzanne Sen. Good morning, Suzanne. Thank you for getting up early with us today because it is Women's History Month in March, and women are making history when it comes to buying homes. What's going on?
It's a light torch. In fact, it's a replica on top of that tunnel of the flame held by the Statue of Liberty. Once they put on the island in Althorpe Park, where Diana's said to be buried, they put a lighted torch. This is the signature. You can read it. That's the main one, but there are many others. And when you look at the symbolism, when you go back to these bloodlines, the Merovingians in France, they were the people that created the city we call Paris.
Okay, and so what is it? What's changing? Why is so it's single women? So are they just saying, I'm not going to wait until I get married, or
they built on the outskirts of the original Paris, but very much within the modern Paris, sacrificial chambers where they sacrificed to the goddess Diana. That sacrificial underground chamber the Mauritanians built in the 8th century, 7th, 8th century, earlier, in fact, is now another underground chamber. It's the Pont d'Alma tunnel where Diana died. Pont d'Alma means passage or bridge of the moon goddess, which is what Diana was supposed to was represented. And the reason that this is why we had this tremendous questioning of why someone with injuries that if she got to hospital quickly, she would have survived. Why would she kept in that tunnel for 95 minutes before they moved to the hospital? The reason was, and it's a throwaway line here because of time, but I'm looking at this enormous detail as the biggest secret. The reason they kept her there is she had to die there according to their ritual, because these people are so into ritual, it's staggering, and you can read them that way. And as I've explained in the biggest secret about the Kennedy assassination, you look at occult ritual, that was the symbolic assassination of a sun god, just as the assassination of Diana was the assassination of a moon goddess. And on a three-dimensional, non-symbolic way, I also come closely connected to the British royal family who was fundamentally involved, and I named them, and it's time to stop running away. Time to stop running at this.
Well, it's also time to stop the program. We're out of time. Very quickly, and the truth shall set you free. The phone number to call right now is 1-800. You finish it.
321-9054, 1-800-321-9054, and it'll be in the post this morning if you're in town.
All right, very good. I want you to stay on the line for a moment so I can get a more permanent phone number from you so we can do a future show. All right? David, it has been a pleasure.
Pleasure. Thanks very much.
Thank you, my friend. Stay right there, and I'll be back directly. All right. That's it. If you would like a copy of this program, the entire 5 hours, and it's all been equally compelling, the number is 1-800-917-4278. That's 1-800-917-4278. And if you want your hair to stand on end, stay tuned for what comes next. I'm Mark Bell. I really do too. Some program director and manager who are sitting there at some new radio station that has just come on. That very night. And you never know what we're going to be doing, right? And they signed up for it because they know it's a very popular show, and radio, for whatever reasons they do it, they've got an opening at night. Sure, we'll give it a try. And then they're sitting there, about an hour later, they've got their hands in their hands. What's the device doing? So, listen for a while. It takes a while to grow on you. All right, so what's going on in the world? I see the Prime Minister in Japan is going to resign. One of Japan's most unpopular in decades told his cabinet Friday that that's it, he will resign. Seems like Japanese Prime Minister is coming to a lot lately. Have you noticed that? How many have we had in the last few years? Somebody to account for me is a lot. I know that. Listen, tonight I'm going to let you talk about the shadow people.
Talk to an expert because
Now,
You're just putting money in the
the reason is because in the next hour I've got a guest who may have something to bear on the shadow people.
Start looking at homes and connect with the lender eventually.
Albert Taylor has written now a couple of books on out-of-body experiences, OBEs. And there's every reason to believe that OBEs would be a prime candidate for the shadow people. I just don't know what to do with this topic anymore. I want an expert on the shadow people, and I don't know where you get an expert on the shadow people. I have in excess now of 4,000 emails from people who have seen shadow people. 4,000 emails sitting in there. I'm not sure what to do with them. I've got them in a special shadow person section.
Suzanne, thank you so much for your information.
And I'm
It's
sort of
so
holding
good to
them, and
see
every
that
time I look at
they're
them, I
also
go, God, we stumbled into something really big, really big, and I
so
don't
much for
know
your
what
time
to
this
do with
morning.
it.
Appreciate it. That is Innovative Realty's.
So you want to talk about shadow people tonight?
Let's get back to some of the stories coming out of the
on ahead, let's rock.
newsroom. A 15-year-old boy has been shot
I've got to get to the bottom of this somehow. That's much too much communication. And lately, no matter what the subject, if I open the phone, people want to talk about the shadow people. So obviously we're on some really big. It's just a matter of why. On this program, a lot of times that's the key question. Why?
Hi, Mr. Bell. How are you? Just fine. Show my radio there. I've talked to you a few times now. It's always an honor and a pleasure about the shadow people.
Yes.
And how I know this. I talked to you about 3 or 4, maybe a week ago, and I explained to you that I've been abducted since I was 7 many times. One of the things that happens when you get abducted is they kind of erase your short-term memory so that even though you're not abducted, they always do it at night. Take me away and download my memory, and then that process sort of muddles my short-term memory.
The study analyzed
It's not nearly erasing it completely.
of reported sightings of
Well,
unidentified
it does, but it doesn't see.
properly
It
known as
leaves your long-term memory intact. So how much do you know about them? About what?
extraterrestrial technology.
A lot. Because I'm exposed to it all, and I still get my long-term memory, but I don't remember these things until years later. Because the short-term memory is gone. But as for the shadow people, and they tell me all sorts of things.
Well, no, abduction, what does that have to do with shadow people?
Well, Tuesday, when I went up, and sometimes they allow me to remember things. Not very often, but when there's some reason, and I don't know what it is, they're far beyond anything we can think of. It's really amazing. Shadow people are manifestations of our not so much insecurities, but our concerns or things we should be concerned about. Every time you or anybody else sees a shadow person, there's something in that situation, in that environment that you need to be concerned about. Now they're real, but what it is your senses allow you to manifest something to get your attention.
Some people think that it's death coming to see you.
Well, they are spirits, but you just can't manifest them when there's no reason. That's why there's seances and things like that, because there has to be a reason, there has to be an energy, a connection, a power structure in order for them to manifest themselves. They just can't do it on their own.
All right, I think I got you. We'll have to hold it right there.
Our customers are currently going
I don't know
through
about
because
that.
of the tough environment is really important.
A lot of people said that they are of the negative side and that they are, you know, maybe the spirits that come and get you when it's your time. So somehow I can picture this shadow person standing at the door, just going with his finger. Come here, boy. It's your time. No, but I don't want to go. Come on. This way. Maybe not. Maybe there's simply people out there having OBEs and a good time every now and then when they're seeing straight on, they get startled and they go in the other direction. I don't know. They might even be ghosts, or they might be them. My last callers. They have this coast to coast. Yeah, we'll be right back.
And then a strip.
Your blood pressure numbers.
Now, here's somebody with what I think is a pretty good idea. Remember the DNA that was submitted to scientists in Britain to test? They thought it might have been a Yeti.
Start taking the right
But the scientists tested the DNA and they say it's not human, it's not any mammal they know of or can identify. It's their DNA, they simply don't know what it belongs to. Somebody wrote me an email and suggested that they clone whatever it is and find out what it is. Wouldn't that be interesting if you could take the DNA of a completely unknown creature and simply clone it, grow it in the womb of a cow or whatever? You imagine the tension while you're waiting for whatever it is. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello. Going once, going twice, gone. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Yes.
Yes, I'm going to turn my radio off just a minute.
Good.
I'm really glad I got
Good caller. Turn that radio down.
Yeah, it's off now. About the shadow people, there could be more than one type or species of what you call shadow people. It could be some of them could be people who have not, as you say, and some of them could be people that are traveling out of the body. But also, I think maybe some of them might be what the people know as the fairies and elves, and their real names are the powers of nature and forces of the elements. I attended a group many years ago, and the lady held it was psychic, and she could see the beings of the elements, and her front door happened to be open. And she said, oh, there's a little fairy, and she picked it up, we couldn't see it, she picked it up, and she passed it around the room, and we had it on our left.
She picked it up.
Right, I mean, she had seen it before.
You and my hand and it passed the fairy around.
Yeah.
And then each one of you held out your hand and held the fairy.
Yeah, we thought we did. But the other
In other words, to be honest, you didn't see the fairy.
To be honest, I didn't.
But you held out your hand anyway.
Yes, I wanted to hold.
You didn't feel any little fairy feet.
But can I tell you another thing?
Well, but I want to get this straight. You felt no little fairy feet on your palm.
Absolutely not.
Okay. All right, yes.
The other thing is, a woman who went to the church I used to go to, the IM church, who was, it's by the Ascended Masters, and cosmic beings, so I feel the woman was telling me the truth. In back of her house, there was an alley, and there was across the alley, there was a beautiful tree growing by an old tree. She said one day she came home, she opened her back door, and the people that owned the tree across the alley had cut it down. And she said she saw one of the little, she had her sight in her side open so she could see these things. And she said that there was a little being of the element sitting there crying, and it said, my whole life's work is run. So these little beings do exist. I used to have a friend who...
I wonder what his disappointment was.
The tree was cut down, that it worked all life with it.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
I also had a friend who during the Second World War...
Okay, let's not go over there. The little tree fairy story was good. Well,
here we are.
would you do that? I mean, if somebody came to you and said, why? Why, look at this. It's a fairy. You get this little fairy. There's a little fairy. Here, you hold them. I mean, would you hold out your hand? Well, you might. And you might. I'm not sure I would. But anyway, there you'd be with your hand held out, feeling no fairy feet, no fairy weight, seeing no fairy. Just having to imagine there's a fairy there and you're playing along with a bunch of other people there, and they're all saying, hey, the fairy. And you're going, hey, little guy.
That doesn't usually happen.
Kids can get burnt out mentally. I would say about 80% of my audience knows who Dr. Albert Taylor is. But that's only 80%. So make you familiar with Albert Taylor. And on a rainy day. I mean, they're just absolutely real. What they mean, what they're really all about, where you go, and what you do during them, those are really interesting questions. So I'll cover OBE from the get-go and give you sort of the short version of what an OBE is. Bear in mind and be patient with me, because remember, there's a lot of you listeners out there who have no idea what this is all about. So for their sake, we're going to go over a little bit here at the beginning, and then we'll branch out, and no doubt, before very long, we all will get
Organizers say they wanted to disrupt the Academy
well,
of
in
Origin
honor of
spills
the lady who called last hour, she was really cute. She was talking about a ferry. I don't know how many of you heard that. She said this lady went to her door and said, "Oh, look, a ferry." And she went over and she picked up the ferry. Which I guess nobody could see but the lady. And she brought it in her little cup here. And she handed it to my caller, who held her hand out and held the little ferry. And I said, "Well, could you feel any little fairy feet?" No. Could you see a little fairy? No.
Okay.
Did you just sort of go along with it because everybody else thought that it was a fairy? Yeah.
Yes, it was.
And so, in honor of that lady who I kind of had fun with, for all I know, she was holding a fairy. Just couldn't see it and feel it.
Hollywood Boulevard, where the red carpet actually
I have taken a special photograph on my webcam,
I would say
which you can now see. I had one photograph up there, but it was irresistible, so you can see me holding my little fairy.
To shuttle us through the back roads because everything was shut down.
That's okay. On my website, www.artbell.com. And then go to program and webcam,
Interesting because there were so many artists who were on the red
this
carpet
photograph is on of the
who were
fairy
showing their
lady.
support for a ceasefire.
All right, now to become serious.
If that message was translated to the protesters, but that was like
Dr. Albert Taylor came to my rescue, and I to his, I suppose, some years ago when people called up and said,
exposure we had to the morning.
it was almost like the shadow people. You know, it's so close in a lot of ways to the way we began our relationship. The shadow people story. I was getting all these. One person called and said, "Art, I was in bed one night and I froze and I couldn't move. I was literally paralyzed." And then sometimes people would say, "Well, I'd actually move up out of my body, or I'd move down into the mattress, out of my body, but out of body." But mostly this paralyzed moment, and I'd had it myself. As I've seen these little, whatever in God's name they are that you see in peripheral vision, I had had this frozen feeling myself in that twilight of sleep or whatever it is.
So where did you go?
So
we couldn't figure out what it could be, and I started getting, as I am now, then I got hundreds of emails, now I get thousands.
Hidden pathways, like
on
you go to the Dolby where you see
like this, and I had hundreds of people saying exactly the same thing. And
so that everything
we hadn't talked about OBEs. OBEs had not been talked about on this program. I didn't even know what an OBE was at that point. And to the rescue came Dr. Albert Taylor, who's written a book on the subject, on OBEs. And we've interviewed him many times before. Here he is, Dr. Albert Taylor. Hi.
Thank you, Art, of the great introduction.
Well, it was a true one.
Great to be back.
That's how it happened, right?
That's exactly how it happened. It was a miracle.
Well, maybe a miracle. Yeah, you never know. And you had written a book called what? Soul Traveler, which everybody can still get. I take it on Amazon.com.
Still available and still moving like the wind.
Soul Traveler outlines actually in the beginning of it. I wish I had an expert as well defined to answer the questions. Maybe you're the guy on the shadow people as on OBEs, but your book actually begins with this experience that you had,
We get this sort of
paralyzed, whatever it is, sleep paralysis, yes.
100%.
It's actually extremely frightening if it's not happened to you before. You sort of have sleep, but then you're paralyzed. You literally cannot will yourself to move a little finger. You're just frozen, and that's scary. I mean, a lot of people would think maybe I'm having a heart attack or a stroke. I'm dying, sure, absolutely, something like that. And a lot of people have had it. It's the beginning. It is like a precursor to an obedience.
Exactly. Well, that's a wonderful thing about it. That it makes it still very difficult to wade through that paralysis state to achieve an OBE. It's still difficult even to this day for me. But what a reward it is. It's a fantastic experience. And you've had one, so you can testify to that.
Yeah, but I wasn't a volunteer.
I'll tell you, up until 35 years old, neither was I.
When I first had the paralyzing moments, it scared the you-know-what out of me. I honestly did. I really thought something was physically, profoundly wrong. And I might be dying or something, having a stroke is what I thought actually. And it wasn't that at all. I pulled myself out of it. I willed myself out of it. I wouldn't let myself go 1 inch further, and I tried to will myself back to normal. And I think that would be an average reaction. You're trying to pull yourself back to normal because I didn't know what was happening.
Right. And fear set in, and fear of the unknown, and the safest place to be is back in our physical body in the waking state, and not in this bizarre flying mode or whatever you want to call it. So that's a natural response if you don't know what it is.
Well, even when I had mine, it still scared the you-know-what out of me, although...
But at least you've been in the ground school.
I'm sorry, Albert, but you know what? I had done an interview with you, and when it happened to me, it didn't help me a bit. No, it didn't help me a bit. I'm serious. I mean, when it happened in Paris, and I'll briefly, here it is again, my wife and I were on vacation in Paris. I was out of my normal routine, when I eat, when I sleep, time zones, blah, blah, blah. And on vacation in Paris, and I all of a sudden lie in bed. Boom, I was above the city of Paris. I could actually look down on the city of Paris. In fact, I did, in my peripheral vision, as it were. But that was not the center of what was happening to me. What was happening to me was an ecstasy that is indescribable.
Right. It really is. And extremely memorable.
And it indelibly imprinted on my memory. And then, like that, I was back in my body, waking up my wife, annoying her, telling her what had just happened to me. I was so, I had adrenaline going like crazy, but I was so surprised and shocked by it that I instantly went back to my body. There is no question I was out of my body, but I didn't know it was coming on. I didn't wish for it. I didn't try for it. I didn't know how to control it. In fact, none of that went through my mind. I just freaked out, and I was back in my body that fast. And that's been the extent of my travels.
Well, Art, you remember the way my book begins is all of this is a diary of me having these experiences, which went from the age 5, I would have them once a week, and then suddenly, for whatever reason, at age 35, they increased from once a week to several times a week, and then several times a night.
Well, if it ever happened to you, but if it ever happened to you once a week, Albert, you would have to learn to deal with them. The frequency of them alone would cause you eventually, as opposed to be less afraid of that, right?
No, you weren't in the room when I was 5 years old, and I went into my grandmother's room, and I wanted to know what it was. And she told me that it was the witches coming to steal my soul, because I was bad the day before.
Did she really tell you that?
Yeah, she really did that. So with that kind of thing hanging over your head, you're going to be fighting it. You're not going to want to see what's beyond the paralysis.
For sure. It's steal your soul. And so you thought that for how long?
A lot of years. And in my family, even to this day, several members in my family have this experience a lot, just like me, because they haven't gone beyond the paralysis. So even to this day, when I would try to talk to them about it and mention it, either I would get a kind of fearful condemnation, like I was bad, or they just didn't want to talk about it at all because they were terrified of it. So I never heard about experiences or any of that thing. All I knew was about the witch right thing, and I knew that not only was I having the paralysis, but at age 5, something was moving around my room, and something was calling my name. But I had no one to talk to it about. And then later,
wait a minute, calling your name.
Yeah.
definitely busy for you there.
That terrified me so much when I was 5 years old. It's someone I can remember to this day, 40 years later.
Yeah, that would be terrifying because, and I hate to bring it up already, the shadow people thing. But even last hour, we were kind of
recently
talking about that a little bit. And
issues from termites.
one possibility of the shadow people is, Mr. Death coming to get you, right? And if something in a dark, shrouded, hooded, black, indecipherable figure comes and sort of raises a hand to you, beckoning. That's right. And then you remember what Grandma said.
I fly away.
Oh, absolutely out of here. Yes. So that has to be part of what you were thinking about, the way.
Definitely. I didn't know. I mean, I can tell you this. First thing I did jump to, conclusion I first jumped to was that it was negative. Was not a positive thing, something that was a bad thing, and then growing up in Catholicism, a lot of people would say that God is of the devil, so I had all of these things in my head trying to decipher and figure out what was happening, and none of them were positive, so it distracted me terribly.
We're 100% of sales. So
you have kids and since learned not only to deal with the fear that comes with that moment of being paralyzed, but going beyond it, which is a real key, and then actually leaving your body, right? And when you leave your body, you can literally go anywhere. You could go to the living room, the bathroom,
anywhere you could focus your thoughts on.
The bathroom could be convenient sometimes, or to the moon.
Anywhere you can focus your thoughts on, or beyond.
And you can prove that it's real, not baloney. In other words, what you see when you leave your body can be later confirmed, correct?
Yeah, definitely. And like, that's one of the things I thought it was, as I got down to which ride superstition, I started thinking, well, this is just a lucid dream. And that was okay because I was having fun, I was flying, and it's just that I knew I was having the experience and it was a lucid dream, then so be it. But when someone, a doctor who had a near-death experience, I attended her class, and she is the first one that ever even asked me the question of if I was having night paralysis or sleep paralysis. And she was the very first person that suggested that it was more than just a lucid dream. So I didn't believe her. I was very skeptical about it. So the first thing I did is I told her, well, it's happening to me almost every night. And if it's really happening, then I'm going to try and come see you. I said that skeptically. And I really didn't think it would work. And I had no confidence in it, but I knew it was happening a lot. And because I'm a scientist, I figured, process of elimination, that would at least be something that didn't work. But I was surprised that I did have, after leaving the physical body, after having the paralysis, after making my request, I felt some strange presence around me, and next thing I knew, I was in the same flying mode that I had been in for years and years and years. There was no difference, except that I couldn't control the direction because I guess I'd already made my request. But I could control the altitude and the speed in which I was flying.
I would so love to do that, Albert. I really want to fly. I really want to fly. If that's the only way I can fly, I'll take it.
The higher is 90% of it, Art. It seems like you have one after my talk to you. You never know what my answer is. If you get relaxed enough and your life is going really well for you, that can open the door right there.
So and here's another thing that people don't understand just before we proceed. Your background is in the hard sciences. What was your background before you did this?
Well, basically, I think from the beginning, I've always, as a kid, I've been fascinated by aircraft, being flew. So I joined the Air Force at age 17. I became a crew chief of the Lot 22 at 18 years old. I supported the U-2 and my several reconnaissance missions over the Soviet Union.
U-2 spy. Right. By the way, do you have any comment on what's going on in China right now?
I have a lot.
I kind of like this young lady who sent me the email that said we're really, really sorry that your plane hit ours.
I don't really think that we're in international airspace. I don't think we have anything that is apologetic for. The fastest moving aircraft is the one who's really responsible in any case because he can get out of the way a lot faster. And he probably was harassing the turboprop-driven Navy ship. And something happened and they pushed each other. I think he knocked out two of the engines, but he landed them all in two props. And unfortunately, when he's having a small fighter, it can be doused and damaged very easily and probably cause fire and crash.
Well, somebody in the administration today said that Chinese, they knew that Chinese pilot, so I guess intel data needs a hot dog, they said.
That happens here. That could have very well happened. And unfortunately, that's the whole thing. Do you remember when the Russian pilot flew that big to, I think it was Japan one time about 10 years ago?
I certainly do.
And the Russians, the Soviets wanted it back. We did send it back to them after we took the thing apart and put it in everything.
That's, of course, what they're doing with us right now.
That may very well be. And to tell you the truth, even if you have an agreement, it's a once-in-a-lifetime chance for us to get technology.
Absolutely. I'd be in there with more Fuji film than they can stock in a year.
That's probably what's happening. But before the crew landed, they did destroy a lot of data. And I'm pretty sure they destroyed some of the valuable stuff. But it's just probably the setup, and there's a few other things, and maybe some boards and things like that they probably can recover.
I'm sure. Anyway, we're drifting. So you worked with the U2,
right? Working the night old message was the Rocky U2 and the R71 joined together.
And then what?
And then I was there because of my experience on Scunworks aircraft, which both of those are. I joined the airport in Burbank, California, on the design team of the Fighter, which was known as the senior years of the senior career back then.
What became the F-117?
Which became the F-117A. That was back in the late 70s. And then from there, I wanted to work on a larger aircraft, and I think President Reagan had just gotten back in office and restarted, rekindled the B-1 bomber program, which was killed by, I think, Jimmy Carter. I started working on the B-1. On design of the flight control systems and the rotary launcher, which launched the cruise missiles and things like that.
You were really heavy-duty hardware, right? So how you got from there to here is what we'll look at next. Hold on, stay right there. We'll be right back.
It's just one of those things where I'm not a million, it's only the names. I checked this out. Really? Because that's such a great way. Today's wolf on the wolf and up. Here's the problem. Be a wolf in elementary school at some point and see what the kids do to you. I walked down the hall.
Call the prayer, radio network. I've always wanted to fly.
So I became really interested. I chose floating. My parents did not. I naturalized me. Put my name down. I said I want to be a little. Okay, you can choose my arm.
Very disappointing. The actual flight time was the second. The crashing time was anyway. You get the idea. So since then, I wanted to try it. Someone told me that if I would just get on an ultralight with an engine, it would be all right. I've been thinking about that real hard. There's a vice president of Intel Corporation who's been written on it. He wants to take me up and away. And I've been thinking real hard about this. My wife keeps saying no. My boss keeps saying no. I keep thinking yes. So we'll see. Maybe one of these days that's exactly what I'm going to do. If not, then there is Dr. Albert Taylor's way. It seems like they're going to bring back the Outer Limits. 22 brand new episodes of the Outer Limits. It's going to be on the Sci-Fi Channel.
And no surprise.
And they wanted to come on the program, so
as Mo said, it's
you bet. The Outer Limits. What a great show that was. So at some point we will have the people from Outer Limits on. Didn't know that was coming back, did you?
Best director and best supporting
So anyway, that's how I feel about this. Flying, currently looking to fly. And that's what it is. It is so many things like that, Albert.
Well, I'd say it's even better than that. Because you don't have to worry about it you're breaking an arm.
That's a very good point. How did you get your doctorate? What is your doctorate in?
I went to Trinity University and my doctorate is in psychology. But my master's is in aeronautical engineering.
All right. Well, then you're well equipped, I guess, to speak on both subjects. You're right. You wouldn't crash. That's when far in.
Before the Academy Awards,
I broke my arm 8
a
months ago.
dispersal order was issued
And I
around
thought I got the young fever, whatever you call it. I bought one of these motorized go pen things. And I ended up getting dumped into the street, broke my arm.
It's really annoying, isn't it?
I waited 45 years to break the bone. I don't know.
Where did you break it?
Right at the elbow.
There was talk that
I have pins right now in my elbow.
Really? I broke mine 2 inches above the elbow.
Yeah. But you know, I do a lot of culture like window shopping too. That's kind of interesting that you mentioned that.
By the way, you'll notice Albert sounds better now. We've switched phones and we now have good audio. Much better phone, Albert. Much better phone. All right. So,
tell me a little bit about my background.
Yeah, this really is possible. This flying business really is possible.
Yeah, definitely. And thousands of times. We first did the first show back in, I think it was 96.
Was it really?
Yeah, I think, right after the book came out. Since then, time of flying art. Since then, literally hundreds of thousands of people have written me and come to the lectures and all kinds of things talking about their experiences. I mean, right now I have just tons of letters I haven't been able to get to because there's so many people now having these experiences. I've even been getting some other channel people.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
All right, well, see, it really is an exact parallel. People, I tell you, Albert, when we first started talking about this being paralyzed stuff, I would get letters from people who were in tears. They were in tears because they thought it only happened to them. They thought they were the only ones, and they were terrified of it, talking about it, didn't talk to people about it. They thought something might have been chronically or fatally, wrong with them or whatever, and they were in tears when they would hear that it was a very common thing. This doggone shadow people thing is exactly the same way. There are people in tears out there who are writing to me saying, my God, I've been seeing them all my life. I'm afraid to talk to anybody about them. A lot of people were told by parents or grandparents, just like you were.
Right. Something negative.
Yeah, something negative. That's right. Kneel down and pray. Right. That sort of thing. And I've got thousands of emails stacked up, and I don't know what to do with it or the subject, Albert.
I have a interesting story that might help you a little bit.
Well, here's one of the things, and I wanted to ask you about this. A lot of people have said they see the shadow people not just in peripheral vision, but straight on. And when they see them, at times, the shadow people realize that they're being seen, and when they do, they're gone. Like that. Some of us have theorized that one possible answer could be OBEs.
Yes, that is 1/3 of the answer.
Sunny skies, highs in the
And as a matter of fact, that's 2/3 of the
This
answer.
report brought to you by
The OBE category gets divided into living and dead because, near-death experience, leaving the physical body, that type of thing is still an OBE. The other kind can be yourself in a way, but it has to do with the difference in time shift and reality and physical plane shift. But these are the very rare ones. The most common ones that probably people see are the ones that are people who do not live or are deceased or are in between lives. And the reason I have a real couple of interesting stories that I'd like to share with you that kind of gives you a little bit idea.
Are all of these covered in the same realm?
Yes.
Hi, I'm
whether
Trevor
you're
Lamar,
somebody
and
who's
let me tell
recently
you how
passed,
Tidy Cat
or
simplifies litter care
somebody
while giving
existing
your
in
cats
another realm,
what
or
they
somebody in
deserve.
an OBE,
Do you
all
have a
traveling
finicky
within
feline
the
like
same
mine?
realm.
But
you have to
try
take
Tidy
out
Cat
of
Comfort with smaller
the
chemicals
whole
for dental
equation
cleansing.
the
Or maybe you
physical
want to keep
realm,
your
a
eye on your
place,
cat's
a
health. That's
location.
the Tidy Care Alert
Because
on
we're
the
not talking about
Plus,
any of
color-changing
those,
crystals
even
to help
though we
alert you
here
of
is with
potential
the
health
physical
concerns.
body and the
Who knew that keeping an eye on my
are very
cat's health
aware
could be
of a
so
three-dimensional
simple?
world. But in that case, they
College
have
hoops
no
fans,
limitations
it's
like that.
tournament
And
time.
what it
The
is
thrill
really
and
a
excitement of
vibratory
March
level.
Mania
And
is
that's
here.
why
And you
sometimes
can
we
get on
see
the
them,
action with DraftKings
depending on
Sportsbook, one of
how
America's top-rated sportsbook
turned
apps.
up
New
your five
customers
senses
bet on
are.
any
The more
college
turned up your
basketball
five
national
senses are,
tournament game
the
and
less
turn
you're going to be able to
$5 into
perceive these things.
$150
And so when
instantly
you
in
try to
bonus
look and you
bets.
try to
That's right. To
focus on what
celebrate
you
college
thought you saw in
basketball's
the corner
most
of your eye,
crazy
you
time
no
of
longer
year,
can perceive it.
DraftKings is
It's
giving new
only when
customers
you're
a
not
shot to
thinking
rack up
about
some
it
bonus
that you
bets.
kind of see
Download the
something move
DraftKings
around
Sportsbook
you.
app and
Now,
use
what
promo
happens
code
is, in the
IHEART.
relevant
New
area of
customers can
perceiving
bet
these things,
$5 to
you
get
perceive it as a
$150
non-humanoid type
instantly in
shape.
bonus bets only
Generally
with
transparent
DraftKings
shape.
Sportsbook with
It's
promo
moving
code
rapidly because it's
IHEART.
independent
That's
of your
promo
time
code
frame. So it
IHEART.
can move
The
out of your
app
vision
is
very, very
yours.
rapidly
Must be
without you
21
even
or
seeing
older.
which direction it
All
went.
bonus bets
At a higher
expire
level,
168 hours
it's
after
usually
issuance.
because of an
Eligibility
altered
and
state or
age
you're
restrictions
hearing
apply.
like an
Contact
out-of-body
sportsbook at
consciousness.
DraftKings.com/BOOST.
But it can also happen when you're nearing the point of death or about to die.
This is a
People in
review
hospices
for
start seeing the shadows in the early part of their life degrading, and then right before the day they leave, they can see it even clearer. Sometimes you can see the physical person standing there. Now, my uncle, he passed away a few years ago, and a couple days before he passed away at Veterans Memorial Hospital, I was talking to him, and occasionally he would look over my shoulder as if he was saying something, and I looked like it was someone walked in the room. There was nothing there, and I looked back at him, and he would look at me puzzled, like he didn't really want to say what he thought he saw. A few days later, I got a call saying that he was on his last leg, and only had a few more hours to live, and he was still conscious. When I came into the room, and I sat there next to the bed talking to him, he looked over and he said to me, and before I started having these out-of-body experiences and things, he said to me, who is that standing over in the corner of the room smiling at me? And I looked over my shoulder, there was no one I could see there. But because he used his drive was ebbing away, slowly but surely, that meant he was slowly turning down the volume on his high sensors and starting to turn up the volume on his extra senses, the ones that we have in the out-of-body state or at a higher level. And then the next day after that, he passed away. So that tells you that at the very low level, they're very hard to perceive. There's glimpses, shadows, wind, that kind of thing. And at the higher level of consciousness or nearing the point of death, leaving the physical body, then we can perceive these a lot more. Wow, that's some story. So another story about a similar kind of thing, where a friend of mine had a near-death experience who never believed in any of these things at all. He never even thought, I told him I was having out-of-body experiences, and he said, yeah, that's kind of crazy, Al, but I love you anyway. He really thought I was nuts. I've known him for years. But one day, he woke up and he had a respiratory problem. He was taken to the hospital in emergency. Right before he got out of the car, he had excruciating pain in his chest. They put him on a gurney, and he said when they laid him back on the gurney, he knew he had taken his last breath. Touched his chest, all of a sudden there was a loud pop. And then next thing he knew, he was outside of a crowd of people working on this guy on a gurney. And he was looking at the doctors, and he thought to himself, why are you working on him? You should be working on me. And it was just as he said that, all of a sudden, these beings, like a handful of them, not one, just one or two, but maybe 8 or 9, surrounded him towards the back. And it didn't scare him. He felt as if he knew them. He didn't identify them. He felt definitely that he knew them. And one of the things that I told him, you don't have to stay here if you don't want to. You can go with us. And he told me, he said he really, for a few seconds, he really thought about going with us because he really felt that he wanted to go somewhere that he had really left, or kind of like returning home kind of feeling.
But then he thought about the people that he would be leaving behind and kids and things like that. And he made his decision to stay just about that time. Eventually, came running out of the hospital, put the apparatus on the guy in the gurney that they were working on. And next thing he knew, he felt this extreme acceleration. And he felt like if he slammed onto the gurney, he was staring up at the crowd, a circle of people staring at him, looking at him and saying, "You're not going to die, you'll be all right." Well, that in itself, what are they put tunnels on? No, they didn't. They put some kind of breathing device on his respiratory problems. And so when I called up, here I am, a member of the International Association of Near-Death Studies, and my best friend has a near-death experience, which is like weird. So he calls me up, and I go down to the hospital, and he's in the hospital shaking his head. And I said, "Well, what's wrong? What's going on?" He told me the full story, and he continues to shake his head. I said, "Well, what happened?" He said, "I didn't know." I said, "Well, what didn't you know?" He said, "I didn't know." I said, "What didn't you know?" He said, "I didn't know that I was that important." I said, "Well, what do you mean?" He said, "When I was standing there were people there waiting for me. I didn't know anybody cared." He said, "There were non-physical people there for me. They knew I was there. I didn't know I was that important." So he couldn't perceive it when he was in the physical, but as soon as he got out of the physical, he could perceive a multitude of people around him who were non-physical beings.
Where Israel is going to wipe them out in 30
seconds. Another really neat story. How are we to that? A lot of people say, Albert, that when we're dying or when we're having an NDE or a very traumatic event, our brain begins a superproduction of endorphins to protect itself against what's occurring. To cushion the blow of dying or the pain of dying or the experience of dying.
The United States
and that's all it is a bunch of excited endorphins. How do you answer that?
Well, okay, as a researcher, I'm not going to jump to conclusions. Let's say that is possible. Well, then I'm going to look at all the cases of everybody who's ever gone to the brink of death and come back. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a list of everything that all of these people have in common. And then I'm going to see if there's some similarities. Now, if it's just a random thing and it's not related to anything beyond the body or consciousness that exists beyond the physical, then there should be very few things, categories, that match in all of these people that I have.
Yeah, that would seem to be true. Right. It would be random. All kinds of wild experiences. Nothing that I could no linear path of understanding whatsoever. It should just be just a path of That's not the case. No matter what your spiritual beliefs are, no matter what your geographical location is, no matter what your academic level of achievement is, no matter what anything, no matter your gender is, there's multiple patterns of the same types of things that people are talking about all over the world. And not 100%, but about 70 to 80%, which to me, I think is quite phenomenal and needs to be definitely paid attention to, because that's a pattern that implies some type of proof, or is beginning of indication of proof. So that's what I would look at. So they say it's destroying the brain, but then I can't explain why all these people are talking about the same thing.
President Joe Biden said the U.S. would build a floating.
Absolutely fair, yes. That's the scientific method. That's how you do it, all right.
You know, people die.
That would make me feel better about my own results. And then still I would have no doubt, but they would tend to sway me in more of the pattern of thinking of that there is something going on rather than there isn't.
At the parachuting in more than 11,000.
All right, fine. I can accept that. And there's really no way is there to get proof beyond that point. But the gathering of similar cases, and if it was just endorphins, you would think you get an absolutely random right? You might get spectacular descriptions of experiences, but you wouldn't get this repetitive experience. That's certainly true.
And looking at it psychologically, you would think that if this was an individual experience, then the experience that they would be able to relate would be based on their individual lives. So it would be from their perception of their perspective only.
Now, how different is the actual dying experience, do you think, from an OBE experience?
Well, if we're talking about a non-traumatic death, meaning you haven't been thrown through the windshield or something like that, I would say it's quite pleasant, quite peaceful, and that leads me to my third story I'd like to share. Do you remember Afghanistan?
Yes, the screamer.
He was on his way to Vegas, I believe. And his dad with his girlfriend or something, and his brother was following him behind in the car. Sam had an accident. He didn't die right away. He didn't even know he was critically injured. But he got out of the vehicle and he kept walking around saying, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. He obviously had internal injuries that cost him his life. He didn't die right away. He began to lay down, and he laid down in his brother's arms, and he was telling his brother, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. And just then, he stopped talking to his brother, and he looked away for a brief second. And as he looked away, then he turned back to his brother, and he smiled, and he said, it's okay now. It's okay. And then he died.
Christopher Nolan won for Best Director. Robert Downey Jr. won an Oscar for Best Supporting Actor. Emma Stone won the Makeup
How do you know this?
She won the award for Best Actress in Queer Things. The film also won for production design, hair, makeup, and costume
I
design.
think I read about it in some magazine or something like that, but I did hear his brother talk about it. And as a matter of fact, his brother even said that up until that point, he had no belief in anything after that, but because of that experience with him, he began to believe that there had to be something else going on because of the happiness of his life and what happened. So, whenever he wasn't able to see the physical, and as he began to slowly lose reality, he lose the physical body, the fact that all of a sudden he could perceive something else that brought him comfort and solace.
Well, you're an expert on OBEs. When you are in the middle of an OBE, do you see entities that are not non-human?
Semper Solaris, the source of the oil showed off the coast of Huntington Beach remains a mystery. Roughly 2.5-mile-long shell was spotted in the ocean Thursday evening. The Coast Guard and local officials searched the area by boat from air, but did not find where it came from. Teams said locals have been watching the beaches and at least 2 birds have died. The Muslim Holy Mother Ramadan is arriving on a ceasefire agreement in Gaza. Prayers were held late last year in Rafah outside demolished buildings. Some people have fairy lights and decorations
I had a scientist son last night. I had a scientist son. I don't know if you heard of him. Brilliant guy. He's going to have his body frozen when he dies. Because he said, otherwise, the only other 2 choices are cremation and burial.
Posted on social media that she occasionally experiments with editing. This Tom Rivers says the photo released by the Palace of September 1st since kids with dollars.
No, he doesn't think we have a soul. And I talked to him about that. I said, you don't think we have a soul? He said, where's the evidence? That was his answer. Where's the evidence?
I would totally agree with him.
Hold on. We'll do this when we come back. We will be
Surrounded
back.
by her 3 children, Associated Press and other news agencies retracted the photo for publication because they said it appeared to have been manipulated. Southland weather from KFI, sunny after areas of low clouds, highs in the low mid-60s at the beaches, Metro LA, and UC. Also low to mid-60s in the Valley's and Upper Empire. 50s, estimated sunny. Mostly cloudy with highs in the 60s tomorrow. Partly cloudy with highs in the 60s to about 70 on Wednesday. Warming into the mid-70s Thursday and Friday.
Well, anyway, I don't even remember where we were.
Checking the beat, KFI in the sky has been crashing.
How he didn't have the didn't believe there was a soul. I totally understand his position 100%. And none of the things that I've shared with you over the past few years, I would have never shared with you if it hadn't been for some sort of personal experience. And it's just like, you could be the inventor of the bicycle, and you could tell me about it. You don't have to walk anymore, Al. I'd be real skeptical. Well, I want to see the thing. And then you pull it out and show it to me. And I go, well, that doesn't mean that you can ride the mirror and it helps you get from here to there, and you can get on it, and you can ride it, and seeing you ride it, and all that is almost enough to really convince me that it's a good thing. But what's really going to do it for me, as me personally, is if I get on the bike and I learn how to ride it.
Here's the thing, Albert. I know that OBE's out-of-body experiences are true. No doubt.
Because you got on your bike.
I got on the bike. I did it. Not willingly, but I did it. So I know it's true. But what I don't know is that was my soul traveling. What I don't know is that perhaps it was something that an active, living mind can do. But it doesn't necessarily have to involve what we think of as a soul.
You can think that way. Like I am one experience that, and I would probably think that way too, with one experience. But as you repeat it over and over again, and then you said, and so let's say, you decide that, because you got to remember, Archie, and you know this, my book is my diary, and I never plan on sharing it with anybody. I would just keep it for myself. Right. What about writing a book and then, hey,
I know, but you haven't shown me it. So you did it 100 times. It may be something that a living mind is capable of doing. Okay, actually leaving your body doesn't need a soul.
I agree. But then you start breaking down what kind of experiences you start having. Then you have experiences like in my book I talk about seeing my dad on more than one occasion. The very first time I was I just refused to accept it. I didn't believe in life after death or any of that. And the second time, because we were communicating with more than just visuals, I was firmly convinced that whatever this thing was, it was definitely my aunt. And I already knew I'd carry her coffin to the grave. So that kind of experience, coupled with the experience with another deceased person, and then you add on to that, and then none of these disjointed experiences, each one hinges on the other. And if you're able to repeat this anyway, no matter if you tell anybody else, you personally are going to come to some kind of understanding about this, or some kind of belief.
Okay, but all of these people that you met up with had a place in your brain.
Very true. Who've been arrested for theft. One of them did. One of them was an uncle of my ex-wife.
Frostbitten fans
Now that might qualify.
And I didn't even know too. I didn't really.
That might qualify. Well, you never met me. That was an uncle of yours. Well, yeah, that might qualify.
So, and he passed away. And I wrote about that in the book too.
All right.
Are now being
told to you got me there.
I just say, all these things made me, questioned me. I had to say, well, wait a minute. What if these things, I'm either going crazy, or there might be some validity to them.
You considered the crazy part.
I considered that first. Because the first thing I thought, I never believed in ghosts.
I heard your laugh there. That was a little manic.
The first thing I did was I went to like I did.
You really did go to the side.
And there were lots of testing. I was looking for a physical abnormality. That's the first thing. I didn't think about anything else. I got a clean bill of health. Get the information continued. So I thought, okay, I'm going to document this. If I'm going to nothing, I'm going to document this in as much detail as I possibly can. Because when they find me battling and drooling in the corner with my journal next to me, they'll know how I got there.
All right, I believe these are real. I know these are real. So I guess let's do this. Let's talk to the audience. There's so many out there that have had this moment of being paralyzed and are scared to death. How do you move from that, Albert, to an OBE, to moving out of your body? How do you discipline yourself to do it?
Well, first of all, the first hurdle is fear. Once you of it gets a lot easier. The more fear you run, the harder it's going to get. But if you pass the fear, you can either, and everything responds to I want.
I suppose you can help us to understand how to get past the fear, huh?
That takes practice, unfortunately. All I can say to you is that the only fearful experiences I've had were at the beginning a long time ago, and I continue to do it to this day, and I don't have any fearful experiences.
Well, what got you over the fear? Let me ask it that way.
Because the unknown became known. I realized I wasn't dying. I realized I was going to be able to come back to my body. I realized that there was nothing out there that could hurt me. And then I realized that the only really, truly dangerous place that I could ever venture and walk around would be in physical life compared to this, because there was nothing negative on the other side. It was just the opposite.
You and I have gone round and round on this one, and we will again, but I don't want to do that right now. So you managed to get yourself over the fear because it happened so many times. I get it.
It took a lot of practice. A lot. But I was terrified. I was a big apple chicken. I mean, I was terrified.
All right. So then your advice to the person who's out of
baby steps. Baby steps. Just become comfortable with it.
Okay, you're lying there, you're terrified. Tell me what then?
Try to relax. Relaxation is a big key, because your heart rate will start going up, you'll start panicking. Try not to do that, because nothing is going to happen to you. So the first thing is you don't know what's going to happen, but I'm telling you this. Nothing is going to happen to you.
So don't relax. Don't try to relax. Don't fight it.
Right. Try to relax. Try to just breathe normally. And the more you relax, the more and more you feel as if you're slipping away. That's a good thing.
That's right.
Because that's a good thing, because eventually it's only going to go to a certain extent, and you're not going to go into this abyss of darkness. You're going to go all of a sudden into a super conscious state where you make a transition into that feeling that you had when you felt free, completely free, and then were aware. That's what happens right before that feeling of losing and fading away. And if you can hang on past that, you realize that soon all of that will be gone. Kind of like my friend saying, there was a pop, and then he felt fine. All of that will be gone, and then you will be in total control of a new body, or not a new body, it's really very old, but a new vehicle that you can move around the environment in.
All right, we'll pick up there in a moment. I promise the International Line, I give them a good deal tonight. International Line, you're on the air. Where are you calling from, please?
I'm calling from England.
England.
Hi, this is Brett.
Where in England?
In the south part of New Hampshire. Hi.
Hi.
I had a question about what I think might have been an out-of-body experience one time. Well, it started out as a dream, and then a bunch of scary stuff happened as usual. And I felt myself doing a motion kind of like where you're trying to swim out of deep water, but with your arms. And all of a sudden, I could see myself on the bed. And that scared me. And I looked down and I realized that that's what it was, but there was some other people in the room. I thought, but there really wasn't. There were people. Yeah, there might have been. Why did you think there wasn't? Because I thought it was a dream. Oh, okay. And it just kept getting weirder and weirder, and I saw myself, and just that fast, I thought I was sitting on the side of my bed. I thought, okay, this is really weird, and I'll just wake up now. And that happened 5 times. It just kept happening, and I thought I was awake, and I wasn't. So now that it's happened 5 times, what do you think of it? It scared the hell out of me. It was scary. No, it hasn't happened since then. I finally, when I finally did wake up, I went and turned on the light in the house and splashed water in my face and smelled like, I was up in my house turning on all the lights. What I think happened is I did in laying in a strange position. It was cutting off my hair. Well, with my head turned or something. 5 times in a row? I don't know, unlikely. I don't know, but that's when the writing up started. When things start to repeat themselves, generally you start looking for a pattern, and I'm saying the probability of it being something that's cutting off your windpipe is really very, very remote. There probably is another answer. If you want to make the out-of-body experience as the answer, there's probably something other than the one that you selected.
What is there to negotiate?
Don't be so quick. A lot of people are very quick to explain it away when they have zero evidence rather than take the worst of the evidence.
Yeah, there's a lot of very strange things happening in Cardinals before I moved up here.
Right.
Very strange things.
Responded
So, your body is the number one key right there. I mean, you can have a lot of out-of-body experiences, but some people don't see their bodies right away. You saying it is definitely
Well, here's something that was not
a
correct,
big
and that is a
And
picture
think about this. Think
of
about
the
the
Princess
temporary
of
seizure
Wales.
experience
So
for
they
someone who
released the
hasn't
picture
had this experience.
because yesterday was Mother's Day
You
for
haven't had a
and
trauma.
traditionally they
So
release
that
the Mother's Day
is
for
credibility
Royals
or
here.
some
So they
understanding
put
that
one out,
maybe this
and then a few
is an
hours
out-of-body
later
experience
they
with this
put
experience
another
somewhere. And then
photo out
it
that
happened more
issued
than
2
once.
notices saying,
And each
this
time,
picture looks
none of
like
the
that's
times you've been
not
injured or frightened,
so they
right?
know, of course,
Right.
there's
All
no
of the times when the people in the room are
literally
images.
because Kate hasn't
Yeah,
been
there was
seen since she had
this
abdominal
one woman
surgery
that she was
back
very
in
mean looking.
January.
Okay, and
Well,
another
now
thing,
she
one
has
thing,
come out
when
and
you're in
said she
that
was
state,
sorry
it's
for
very
the
easy to
confusion
project
caused
onto
by the
an
picture.
entity
And
or
she
a
said
being
she
your emotions and feelings. So if you're afraid, it is very easy for you to use a thought form and to project onto them something that is going to frighten you. It doesn't mean that she's really looking at you mean. It just means that you may be contaminating your experience because of some sort of fear or reluctance.
All right, well, listen, thank you very much. That's provoking to me, and it sends me over the edge. Now, here we go. You maintain that when leaving your body, and we did cover sort of getting up out of your body, I guess, and sort of having a full-length mirror above your bed, no questions about that, and seeing yourself as a key, right? One of them. So, you maintain that it is ultra safe, that nothing can go wrong, that while you're out of your body, if anything even begins to go wrong in any way with your physical body, boom, you're back in your body again, right? Yeah. Your body cannot be inhabited, taken, right? It's not an advertisement for some spirit to come along and possess you, right? It's not like getting out of your car, going into the building and you have no awareness of what's going on with it. Even if you're halfway to the moon, time isn't a factor, so boom, you're back in your body, right? And but you can monitor your breathing and everything, even if you're at a projected at a great distance. I might as well go right to my closer here. Skip over all the middle territory. Lots and lots of people die in their sleep. It was always written, by the way, in the newspaper the next day or the next 2 or 3 days. He died peacefully in his sleep. Well, nobody really knows that. If he was alone, he might have been screaming, yelling, twitching in dire pain, and passed away extremely painfully. They don't know that, though. They might die peacefully in his sleep. Now, how do we know that people don't die while they're out of their bodies?
Well, this is what I would look for as a scientist, is that I would take a group of individuals who are claiming to have these experiences, and then out of this large group of individuals, I would look for some type of abnormality regarding their health, maybe a reduction in heartbeat, blood pressure, something, some kind of pattern that starts to indicate that the body is failing in some kind of way and about to give up the life force. And if I can find some kind of repeatable pattern in this group of individuals, then I would tend to believe that possibly this particular practice may lead to some type of trauma to the physical body or even possible death. But with all the groups that I've ever seen, not one of them has been ill in any way, shape, or form, or has the health degraded in any way, shape, or form. And in fact, a lot of them have reported the opposite, that the best health that they've ever been. In my case, I was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis, and I'm fine.
These are the ones, all the ones that come back, the ones can't report a damn thing.
There's a chance of slipping out the door the other way. There should be some physical crime in the physical body. It's a machine. There should be a reduction of something in the body that shows that the life force is waning away. If people can die through this, but I have to, there isn't any evidence whatsoever that the body's life force or its physical condition health-wise degrades at all, even a little bit, with the out-of-body experience.
Even you must admit there are people who die without warning, without any physician having seen them. They just, they're gone.
And so far, that seems to be an isolated thing, non-related to out-of-body experiences, because there's no degradation whatsoever. But then I would say, well, wait a minute, it's a possibility.
Okay, then let's try this one. Suppose you're out of body, and you do die unexpectedly. Then what?
Then you may as well. Think about what you've been doing and how you can explain the mistakes that you made. But yes, I have heard a lot of people have near-death experiences, okay? I mean, I've talked to there's 18 people in the United States that had near-death experiences.
So an OBE could transition directly from an OBE to a death experience.
I haven't heard, I mean, I wouldn't say that.
Or you haven't heard
I don't draw any connection that someone almost died, that their body in some kind of way had to be brought in, or CPR, or some kind of thing happened that they almost died.
By the way, do you see that commercial on TV where they put the pounds on the guy? It's a credit card commercial, and they revive him, and he's suddenly happy, and indicates that he's so happy he saved money using this particular credit card. Hold on, Albert. We'll be right back. Dr. Albert Taylor is my guest. This is Coast to Coast AM.
High school sweethearts who are ready to call the Twins. But was Jessica pointing at the
One of my ladies are out of the room right now, too, because the next segment is going to contain some rather adult material, something we haven't covered with Al Taylor previously. But it's about to be a tricky question first from Janet. I think it's a very interesting question. In my experience, the further out you go, the more peaceful it becomes. I would agree.
Yeah. Really? Yeah, no, definitely. Further away from the physical world is the most striking part of our experience and the consciousness of both. The further away from the physical world is the non-physical realm are nothing like this.
All right, Ian, a very evolved person from Phoenix, Arizona, asks, could someone doing an OBE have a protection? I've heard someone of the opposite sex undress, shower, in other words, be a keeping calm.
There are no limitations.
Good stuff, yeah. Camps keeps you
already.
I'm not saying you will be motivated to do that. There are any limitations that I found.
Yes, motivated to do that.
Well, you have the physical mind and the physical state. All right, we'll get into that other state. You don't care about stuff like that.
Well, now let's try this one out. This is somebody who at one point actually attended a learning life seminar that he did some
Number 6 spot with Sam
her name is Karen, and she writes this song. Mark, I thought I heard you mention that Al Taylor is going to be on the show this week. So, please pin him down and get something to talk frankly about the sexual aspects of OBE. I can certainly understand why OBE experts hesitate to openly discuss that angle of the experience. Back in Sekov and plays a very prominent role, especially for a beginner, does not have a lot of control over the experience. It definitely represents a lot of sexual energy, which is not being utilized in the physical state. Robert Monroe does have an entire chapter devoted to sex, one of his OBE books, but he's one of the few authorities who's brave enough to delve into the issues of that. Here's the best part. Since no one really talks openly about it, I was very confused as to why, especially at the beginning, I kept finding myself flying out over the ocean. Then being pulled down the ships at sea, having orgies for hours with the actual forms of men on those ships.
Handle's going to get
But
this in depth.
I finally theorized that what was happening was my intense spent on female sexual energy was drawing me to the male energy, sexual energy of the men on the ships, who were no doubt sex slaves due to being pulled away from women for so long while out to sea.
Several of these major
I think I'm having trouble with my phone. I didn't catch all that.
we don't need to tackle this and the National Labor Relations Board
I can tell you
by
this.
having it declared unconstitutional.
Why think someone addressed is a little bit different than actual sex?
We'll see.
Actual sex is the sharing of energy and emotions and feelings.
And this thing is always established with the FDR during the Depression. So I'll talk more about that in
Breaking up is hard to do when it comes to spring break. So you know that a lot of spring breakers head to Miami Beach, but in recent years it's really become, well, kind of a mess. They had last year, they declared a state of emergency, they had midnight curfew, there were all these stampedes. And so this year, the city of Miami is imposing fines, curfews, bag checks, restricted beach access, DUI checkpoints, $100 parking fees, and non-resident towing rates of over $500. Somebody on TikTok, because the kids are still going there, saying, you know, this just isn't working anymore. This isn't working anymore.
And they have to navigate law including billions of dollars to and so they're trying to limit it to, for example, Fenton Beach is one of the local beaches that you know what they need to do? They need to let loose alligators. What will happen is all these drunk college students will have alligator races. So it just adds to the joy and fun.
I think that there's things that they can do. Everyone tries to top the last year problem. All right, gas prices. Speaking of topping last year, prices of the pump rising very fast. None of it explained that until the 28th to the 21st or something. We bottomed out at $3.07 a gallon in mid-January. That was the national average. Climbed to $3.40 a gallon just this past Friday, and that's a 4-month high. So they tend to rise around this time-ish, but it was nice to see them go down.
It goes up, it goes down. There's a lot of swing. Momentum being from, and they always go back to a year ago, the price was X, and now it's gone up, and then sometimes it goes down, and it dramatically. I mean, the fun part is, if the national average is $3.40, in California, it's $30. And for the cents per gallon. I mean, this is approaching, it's actually crazy. It would cost me, when I fill up my car, sorry, nothing. That's right, I have an electric car. Your BMW from Sterling? Oh, yes, daily, yes. And the more expensive gas is, as I look to see these ridiculous prices, the better I feel.
She was drawn up into the light, and this is how she described it. She said,
another one bites the dust. The Body Shop has shut down all U.S.-based operations and will be closing dozens of stores in Canada. It's filing for bankruptcy. The store closures effective March 1st. Body Shop is known for making natural, sustainable, ethical, and cruelty-free brands. Founded in 1976 and one time had 2,500 retail locations.
Right now, you would think this cruelty-free natural supplement business would be exploding, which it is. So why would the Body Shop now be closing down or the product's just too expensive? I mean, in 1976, I can see how this whole concept, no one pays attention to natural stuff.
But I think now it's because nobody's in malls anymore.
Yeah, they just I understand it's pretty expensive.
Since I was a child.
You can get this stuff You don't have to go into it. Yeah, that's sad. So because so much available, and this natural business drives me nuts. Like women with hairy armpits. I mean, that's natural and completely disgusting. Have you seen yourself without a shirt?
Some people prefer the old-fashioned loose, slightly
How
dead.
dare you say anything about women?
So, if he's having them, they can't
The
stop them.
NBA is fined
I'm not
Minnesota
sure you've ever
Timberwolves
considered
center
this before. You probably don't get this question all that often.
$100,000 because they made what they refer to as an inappropriate, unprofessional gesture towards the referee publicly. So basically, he did this with his fingers. He moved his fingers around like money. Like Candle does all the time. Money. And basically alluding to the fact that it's like you're being paid off.
I understand. You get tossed for that. Let's say, I mean, that makes sense to me. $100,000 fine. Don't you think that's a little bit stiff?
Really? Or that the ref is being paid.
No, I understand that. Okay, so you have an accusation. All right, you have a guy who's way out of line. But $100,000, do you think that's stiff? Or maybe because these guys get millions of dollars a year, they want these guys to feel it. I don't know. It just seems to me excessive.
Who do you think's going to feel?
From your perspective, there's no way you should want to stop them, right? Well, I mean, seriously, you can say that's not going to make any difference at all. But once you're past that, and you're getting people traveler miles, you can say
when I talk about
I'm doing it right now.
that is true.
You know it.
Yes, another story of how broken our medical system is, but I'm going to take it to a spin that's different than we usually talk about. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio. If you already know what you want us to say, you're probably the right place.
Oppenheimer is the Oscars. I'm Amy King, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Oppenheimer was the belle of the ball at the Oscars.
I'd like to thank my terrible childhood after getting my first Oscars with the leading second in Best Picture.
ABC's Jason Nathanson says Emma Stone won Best Actress for Poor Things, and the Holdovers star Divine Joy Randolph won Best Supporting Actress. It was her first nomination.
Rebecca Pelton is dominating President's Games with Steve Gregory backstage. Though there were many statements made about the boring concert, there were comments about war overall.
We should just
You don't have anything
normally. Everyone feeling that it's just like retiring the national field. And this is not a political issue. This is an emergency.
That's Mrs. South Turnoff, who won for the best documentary 20 Days of Mary poll, a film about the war in Ukraine. The Rachel campaign supported by many of the United States sacrifices supporting a ceasefire in Gaza. Steve Gregory, KFI News.
You can see more of KFI's Oscar coverage at KFIAM640.com/Oscars. News brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys, a man who allegedly lynched his family while running from a crash in South LA has been arrested.
Police have been left behind a woman, her 5-month-old baby, and 7-year-old. All three were taken to a hospital. The infant was in critical condition, and the 7-year-old was complaining of body pain. The crash was largely power at about 2 a.m. yesterday. Photos from the scene show the car stood smashed into the pool with blood outside the car's passenger door. Reporting live in downtown LA, Troy, KFI News.
A makeshift memorial is considered to be a rancho Cucamonga for two siblings killed in a crash. 17-year-old Elias Cruz and his 14-year-old sister Sarah were killed Friday. Another teen in the car survived. Officials say Elias was murdered when he lost control of his Mustang and slammed into a tree. The teen's father, Ray Cruz, says he used to tell his kids to say I love you whenever they left the house and went to bed.
You can't take it for granted, and you're never too cool behind your parents.
Bruce said he loved watching his son play baseball and his daughter was the light of his life. The 12-year-old boy from South LA's missing Jalen Welch was last seen Friday afternoon in Grape and East 115th Streets. He's black, 4'11", and weighs about 90 pounds. He was wearing blue shorts and black Nike slippers. 15 youth activist groups have announced they're jointly endorsing President Biden for another term. Young voters tend to be more left-leaning. Beyond activists say Biden's achievements matter more than his age. About 50 people have been hurt on a flight from New Zealand to Australia in what passengers say was a sudden drop. ABC's Tom Rivers says those who didn't have their seatbelts on were thrown around the cabin.
Eventually, the plane, a Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner, recovered and landed at Auckland Airport. And passengers quoted as saying, once on the ground, the pilot came to the back of the plane and said his gauges temporarily just blanked out.
The South American airline Latam said in a statement there was a technical event that caused strong movement. The pilots of an airline in Indonesia have been suspended for falling asleep during a flight. They were out for almost half an hour in January while the Airbus carrying 153 passengers and crew veered off course. The pilot had told his co-pilot to take control so he could get some rest. The co-pilot also fell asleep. The lead pilot eventually woke up, realized what was happening, and answered calls for control. The plane was able to land safely. In 2019, the same airline had an emergency landing where the pilot fainted. We'll check in with the KFI in the sky over the 99 coast.
There's no way around that. You're comfortable, the itch can even be dangerous. And if you try out more Revenie's cream supplements, compression socks, and other things to work, let me suggest calling the folks at West Med. Call 800 West Med, schedule your free application consultation. And what West Medical can do is release those dirt use vertical space fast with state-of-the-art vertical space solutions and return to normal activities almost immediately. And they're dedicated vein specialists, and that's what they are. Vein specialists, and they've been doing this for years. They bring decades of experience and have helped thousands of patients. Treatments are covered by most PPO health insurance plan. So call 1-800-WEST-MED, schedule a free consultation. 1-800-WEST-MED or visit westmedical.com. That's westmedical.com.
Saturday weather from KFI, some low clouds, clear the sunny skies, highs in the low 60s at the beaches. Mid-60s for Ontario and Inland RC, low to mid-60s in the Valleys and Inland Empire, 50s in the Inland Emerald Valley. Some areas of drizzle overnight. Otherwise cloudy, then mostly cloudy, highs in the mid-60s tomorrow, warmer to about 70 on Wednesday, mid-70s on Thursday. It's 53 in Irvine, 51 in Carson, 55 in Cypress, 51 in Huntington Beach. The KFI market report brought to you by Revive Real Estate. The Dow is trading down 131 points, the Nasdaq down 102, S&P 500 is up 44.
With 5 real estate will buy your home and renovate it, then sell it, and pay you again for the initial profit from the renovation. Go to KFI5.com to see if your home qualifies.
Gonna crash in Anaheim Hills on the 91.
Just watched free break.
Now, how can you imagine? How can you imagine that something naturally is able to manifest a physical change? How can you imagine how I would want that to happen to me? I don't want anybody coming in after me. No, I understand that. But how do you manage to go from the natural
Jersey Mike's turns
enough
from
to the
subs
physical to be able to
charitable donations.
March 27th is Jersey Mike's annual day of giving, where 100% of sales from every sub are given back to the community.
And the kickoff all that giving, Peter, give me a
Looking good, man. We've got subs to make them.
Join us Wednesday, March 27th for Jersey Mike's Day of Giving. Be a sub. You'll never know when
They could blast into everything from being able to move physical objects in and out.
Disneyland Resort. There's no better time
Well, not yet. They don't have the modified experience if we're going to be able to do the same thing.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. Your customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Call 1-800-9-WIFT.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for our music, sports, talk, and podcasts.
We continue with the show. As a matter of fact, just some quick things that we're covering that we're not going to get to today, but these are the trending stories. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said that he's going to push ahead with the offensive against Rafah, despite President Biden putting more and more tolls will stop it. There's a red line here, and the invasion of Rafah is going to be it. And Netanyahu is basically saying, too bad. Go pound sand. And he gets exploded, and the U.S. is getting all unnecessary personnel out of the embassy. Now, here's a story I've been talking about for a very long time. And you know how upset I am about our medical system. And having traveled from Europe to other parts of the world and looked at medical systems, we are the only industrialized country that doesn't have national health. Just quote, it is communistic, it's socialist, and we don't want the government paying for it unless you're on Medicare, then we're fine with the government paying for your medical health. And so one of the things that happens is these bills become so astronomical because not only do we not have the national health plan, we pay more for our health, and I'm talking about for medical health than any country in the world.
Your new book is going to be great, but the one they should be going after is travel because most of the people out there want to know how to do it, and that book lays it out.
I have good health insurance through Kaiser, so I have $3,000. But I would $140,000, right? You go overseas, every place in the world is $30,000-$40,000.
After all this time, I have
you talk about middle-class medicine overseas. If you're in France, it's as good as here. If you're in England or Germany, it's as good as we are here.
A lot of people out there.
And so when it happens, people can't pay it. You owe this money, and all of a sudden, what happens with the providers?
You've been talking about what you can do, why you have an OBE, or how to have an OBE.
And if you owe, I don't know, $100,000 because you don't have insurance and you still need the help and you're trying to negotiate, or $20,000 or $5,000, you can't afford it. If you're living paycheck to paycheck, guess what? Your credit is down.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
And you can lose 100 points, 200 points, because that medical bill unpaid shows up on your credit. I mean, it is crazy. It is so unfair. So there is a bill that's introduced by State Senator Monique Limo, SB 1061, that says, hey, you can't put a medical bill, an unpaid medical bill, on a credit report.
I mean, I understand her privacy concerns of that, but
providers
we're talking about people that look at credit. Now, they know it's only medical bills, and some tend to ignore it. Because medical bills, when you have a problem, become so astronomical, there is no chance you will ever pay it. And it can destroy your credit. We're talking about all this renting, you have 400 FICO that's maybe 720 you had before, which means you're not buying a car, you're paying astronomical amounts of money, buying a house that you could have afforded to rent, because landlords won't rent you because here's a flake versus someone who has a medical problem. So bottom line is credit reporting agencies down in terms of reporting medical debt. Also, they can't accept, store, or share any information concerning medical debt. And that actually makes a lot of sense. Now, usually I'm not thrilled with stopping business or doing business, and credit reporting agencies is important for providers. It's important for car companies, it's important for landlords, for mortgage lenders to know if you're a fake. I have no problem with that. But one medical bill, you're done. Because one medical bill, you go to the ED with that, and we'll make it $4,000 walking in the room. Now, can you imagine that from paycheck to paycheck, and you've cut yourself pretty badly? You've taken that knife and tried to cut your bagels, and all of a sudden you slice your finger open and it clearly needs stitches. So you're running off to the ER early in the morning, it's on a Sunday morning, and it's thousands of dollars to be stitched up. It is unfortunately that nuts. You've got California Attorney General Robert Rothschild, he's throwing all of his weight behind this legislation to bar medical debt from showing up on consumer credit reports, because it will just kill them. It'll kill you almost instantly. California is the third state to remove medical bills from consumer credit reports. Colorado was first. It was first up in terms of recreational marijuana, in terms of drugs, first up with using psychedelics, psilocybin, magic mushrooms to deal with PTSD. Colorado's a very interesting state. So anyway, Colorado was first up. New York in 2023, 2 years ago. Minnesota is looking at this kind of a bill, and now they're looking at California. Last year, the Biden administration announced plans to develop similar federal rules for the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Those are not released, but those are federal. In terms of states that they can't actually limit it for moving, because the way it works with federal law, states can go further, they can't go backwards. And Bonza says he's not even sure if the opposition can go to it. My guess is there's going to be plenty of opposition. Certainly the credit reporting agencies, certainly big business, mortgage lenders, we want to know. I don't know. You can't pay it. It's too expensive. And we don't have national health. And too many people don't have insurance. And can't afford to go to the ER when they slice their finger open when slicing a bit. Don't forget the locks. You have to put blood on the locks. The locks is very expensive. Except the Costco. Costco locks are a very, very big deal. Oppenheimer just scored last night. And I want to tell you a little story of Oppenheimer himself. One of his colleagues said, this guy couldn't run a hamburger stand. How does he run the atomic bomb during World War II? And I'll share that story with you upon our return. Amy Kate, you can't find 24 Hour Newsroom.
A
15-year-old boy has been shot and killed by a sheriff's deputy at his home in Apple Valley. San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department says deputies shot the teen Saturday afternoon after he came at them with a 5-foot-long bladed gardening tool. His family had called for help, saying the boy was attacking them, damaging property at the home. The U.S. Embassy is evacuating non-essential staff members from Haiti because of out-of-control gang violence. Families and diplomats and others who are reportedly being airlifted out of the capital city, Port-au-Prince. A post on the embassy's website calls the security situation in Haiti unpredictable and dangerous. The Last European Shot has won documentary short at the Oscars. It's a movie about 4 people who repair and maintain musical instruments used by LA school district students. In celebration of the win, the filmmakers are announcing a fundraising effort to help boost the LAUSD's music program. We'll check some problems on the 405 with the campaign's power next.
Well, let me talk about that. Yours, mine, your friends, co-workers, meals. There he is, taking the zone of the let us introduce you to Zellman's Minty Mouth Mints. And it's not just a mint, it's a breath of fresh air. Tiny capsule to swallow. Clinically tested against the toughest kind of evil garlic onions. You put 2 or 3 in your mouth, you suck on the minty coating, very difficult to understand when you're talking about. Swallow the capsule, fresh clean breath that literally lasts for hours. You can also bite into them. And it doesn't just cover the bite. Don't bite them. I don't bite them either. I know. I find that I just suck on the minty in your mouth and then swallow. Yeah, but a lot of people like to bite into them. Even Anthony and Lauren, who are the owners of the company, they bite nuts. Anyway, it doesn't just cover up your breath, it cleans your breath from the inside. It's mostly sea oil. And so the mint takes care of it from the outside, the capsule takes care of your breath from the inside. Money back guarantee, you'll never use. So free shipping if you order 3 packs of water, you never know. I know that. And the folks behind Zellman's have been for over 30 years. Go to Zellmans.com, Z-E-L-M-I-N-S, Zellmans. Use the code KFI, 15% off. Zellmans.com.
Becoming sunny with highs in the low mid-60s, 50s for gusty winds in the Antelope Valley. This report brought to you by the California Department of Public Health from the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center. Let's go places. We're going out to Van Nuys where it's slowing on the 405.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers at any college basketball national tournament game will turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most expensive time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crowd is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/people.
What's this? Oh, that's nonsense. The progressive opioid overdose. I decided to always take it away from my feelings and stuff. It seemed just like, oh, I'm so sorry. That makes me want to have it with you too. You totally should. Check the policy. It's actually really easy to get, and it's easy to use.
I definitely will.
Thanks. Naloxone saves lives. Learn more at cdc.gov/stop.
This is a review for prescription medicine for people 6 months old with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of it. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of the patient, or how it helps block a key source of information inside the body and the cause of eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from pain, but you can see how your medicine can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change your stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
No matter what the day brings, try on Juicy Juice for your good. This is the difference of 100% fruit juice to help you happy the day. Juicy Juice is 100% whole fruit with no sugar, no fruit juice corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in any size bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
That may be another terminology for the same thing. I know that when I've come out of hospital, they kind of
conversations, just influencers, and insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartMedia.com for more.
But if you look at it, I would say this is were totally different from these, and I did this because I'm a hypercritical awareness. To be on the process of this, I should be able to be maybe in the individual at the most individual who may have I see others in all the time. Maybe, I would agree that we as a human
KFI AM 640. Bill Handel here on a Monday morning, March 11th. Some of the stories we're looking at. Haiti, of course, is exploding, and U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken is on the way to meet with Caribbean leaders to figure out what's going on. And then Pope Francis, outdid himself this time. He talked about the Ukrainians should have the courage of the white flag and negotiate an end to the war with Russia. Believe me, there's a lot of backlash on that one. And the Ukrainians are saying, excuse us, that's not going to happen. Now, last night, it was almost a sweep for Oppenheimer. 7 awards, the big ones Oppenheimer got. And we're going to talk more about that at 8 o'clock with Steve Gregory, who was there at the Oscars. He's been going for 20-something years. Steve was originally an entertainment reporter. He's been certified to go to the Oscars for decades. And so I'm going to talk to him about what happened last night. But the bottom line is best movie was about Oppenheimer, best actor, Cillian Murphy, and on and on. And now the story of Oppenheimer himself. What an extraordinary character he was. Just brilliant. And what a choice that, was improbable. Leslie Groves, who was the Army general who was in charge of building the bomb. It was U.S. government, and FDR decided, after a letter from Albert Einstein and a few other things, the decision to build the bomb became a military decision, and it was given to Leslie Groves, the general, who then chose Oppenheimer. And Leslie Groves said that he received no support, only opposition for his decision. A colleague of Oppenheimer said he couldn't run a hamburger stand. So here's what he did. In business schools all over, looking at what Oppenheimer did. Before he could build the bomb, what he had to build was a team. And Los Alamos hadn't been selected. It's the middle of the desert, and Oppenheimer realized he needed talent. And so he looked at scientists and decided to hire them. Once he identified them,
and he did whatever it took to get them. Now, thousands of people lived in Los Alamos, and it was one of the most secret projects we've ever done, except the Russians had a couple of spies in there. Klaus Fuchs, for example, being one of the scientists that immediately sent all of the atomic bomb secrets to Stalin's Russia, so they knew exactly what was going on. In the meantime, for example, physicist Richard Feynman, who became one of the greatest physicists on the planet, turned him down because his wife had tuberculosis. So Oppenheimer finds a sanitarium close, tuberculosis sanitarium. That's what he did. And by the way, Feynman wasn't even a star at that time. But Oppenheimer understood what his potential was and understood what he was going to do. Hiring was essential and became a priority. And never before or since has the nation's most brilliant scientists been concentrated in the same place, same time. And he could be patient as well as relentless. Interesting how he worked. He could get the best out of his scientists because, number one, and this is where we're looking at his management skills, he was a super communicator. Now, there were better physicists, chemists, engineers, but what he could do better than anybody was take everybody with different perspectives and bring them to a consensus. For example, he would sit at the back of the room and simply listen as everybody argued. Then at just the right moment, he would come forward, summarize everything that was said, and say, this is what we should do. And everybody sort of nodded their heads and said, yeah. One of his colleagues said he would walk in, quickly grasp what the problem was, and almost always suggest the solution. And Oppenheimer was both the director and the dictator of Los Alamos. That's how he was described. He didn't believe in giving orders. And he would speak in a voice that was so quiet, he actually had to lean in to make sure you heard everything. And it wasn't his knowledge, just his knowledge of physics, but what he understood was psychology without taking a psychology course in his life. That's what he understood. Human psychology. For example, there were thousands of people there in Los Alamos. He made friends with hundreds of them. And he had parties, and they worked 6 days a week, and he made sure movies were there, and games were played, and parties were given, and horseback riding. He wanted to make it as comfortable, which it wasn't, but as cohesive as he could. Groves, who, again, he took it over. If you ever see Groves was played by Matt Damon, who I think he also won for Matt Damon wasn't even nominated. It was Robert Downey Jr. who won the award for Best Supporting. And for example, since this was military and everybody was drafted into the military, the scientists became part of the military, didn't want to wear uniforms. First thing that he did, nobody wears uniforms. And Groves let him do it. He was so allergic to hierarchy. We're talking about Oppenheimer. He wouldn't even make an organizational chart. And he understood gathering people from different parts of the project in the same place, encourage them to discuss and combine their ideas. Well, that's what pulled it off. That's what pulled it off. What an extraordinary man. Also, the meetings that he had, and we're talking about the top scientists. There were a lot of workers there that did the basic work, secretarial, etc. But we're talking about the top scientists, the chemicals, the explosive experts, because the atomic bomb is basically an explosive before the actual the atomic part of it explodes. The technology, I mean, it was just technically so precise because it has to implode. And you have these charges all around it that have to literally implode in and get the mass inside. If I know my physics, which I don't, and then you had the core, which had to immediately be imploded become more dense. And it had to be specific. I mean, they had to go to the nanosecond in terms of the timing. No one knew it was going to work until Trinity. And you've all seen videos of them taking the bomb. It was round. It looked like it had duct tape all over it and wires. And it was then lifted up on the top of this tower and exploded. And the first one, it worked. And Harry Truman was at the Potsdam conference with Stalin and Churchill, and this was his first international conference with the Allies. And it was during that in Potsdam they were figuring out what they're going to do with the world, because the war was going to end. Everybody knew it. And at that point, he was given the news. He was handed a piece of paper in the middle of the meeting that said Trinity was a success. By the way, Stalin knew about it before Truman did, about the success. Anyway, that's the story of Oppenheimer. I just wanted to share that with you. Just a very, very interesting guy. Now, the title of this was an article that was in the New York Times. Major U.S. corporations are threatening to return labor to the law of the jungle. What does that mean? Oh, changes are a-coming. Amy King, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
An oil sheen off the coast of Huntington Beach is apparently dissipated, but cleanup crews say they're still finding tar balls on beaches. They say at least 2 birds have died as a result of the sheen. This man says whomever is at fault for the oil sheen should be held accountable.
We all consume fuel and we need it, so when an accident happens as part of an accident, they should be deemed responsible for it.
Cleanup crews have recovered about 85 gallons of oil from the water and removed about 800 pounds of oily waste and tar balls from the shoreline. The cause of the sheen is not known. News brought to you by System Paving. A 15-year-old boy in Apple Valley has been fatally shot by San Bernardino County Sheriff's deputies. Someone had called 911 Saturday to report the teen was assaulting family members and damaging property. Deputies say the teen had a 5-foot-long garden tool with a sharp-bladed end and chased a deputy with it. That's when other deputies fired. Special counsel David Weiss has filed his rebuttal to Hunter Biden's efforts to dismiss 9 tax-related charges in California. ABC News legal analyst Royal Oakes says Weiss has dismissed what he calls shape-shifting claims made by the president's son.
The government argues Hunter Biden's motion to dismiss relies on an imaginary claim of the prosecution being biased against him. The DOJ says the case is all about a guy who made $7 million in income, but who chose to pay nothing in taxes.
Biden's lawyers argue the case should be dismissed because Weiss was unlawfully appointed and because a plea deal between Weiss and Hunter Biden is still valid. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says his troops will go into Rafah in Gaza, despite a warning from President Biden that it would be a red line. Biden said over the weekend he's against an escalation of the conflict into Rafah and says Netanyahu is hurting Israel more than it's helping.
He must pay more attention to the innocent lives being lost as a consequence of the actions taken.
Netanyahu says his red line is that October 7th never happens again. That's the day Hamas attacked Israel, killing more than 1,200 and taking more than 200 people hostage. India says it has successfully test-fired a domestically developed missile. India says it is capable of carrying multiple warheads. Former President Trump says he believes TikTok is a national security threat, but he says he can't support Congress banning the app because that would increase support for Facebook, which Trump calls the enemy of the people. Trump had initially supported a ban on TikTok. We'll check the 10 with the KFI in the Sky next.
For the past 10 years, I have recommended to you the Life Source Whole House Water Filtration System. This is a water filtration system that I think is the best out there. Highly filtered, delicious water, obviously insanely safe, from every single tap in your house. Effectively, what you're getting is bottled water. You're cooking, you're cleaning, you're drinking, clothes, dishes, in water that's as good as bottled water. That's the Life Source system. And I bought a new house, as you know, downsized, and we're putting in a stock. What do you think I'm putting in? Life Source system. I'm not even moving into the house. I'm doing a little remodeling, but the Life Source system goes in. 40 years they've been in business. They're giving new customers a free APA-Pure worth $900 with the purchase of the Ultimate Package. Call them for details. This offer again is March 31. Call 800-WATER-99, 800-WATER-99. Visit lifesourcewater.com, lifesourcewater.com. Taste and feel the difference.
Southland weather from KFI. Sunny after some areas of low clouds. Highs in the low to mid 60s at the beaches, Metro LA, and Inland OC. Also low to mid 60s in the valleys and Inland Empire. 50s with gusty winds in the Inland Antelope Valley. Mostly cloudy with highs in the 60s tomorrow. Partly cloudy with highs in the 60s to about 70 on Wednesday. Then warming into the mid-70s for Thursday and Friday. It's 50 in Mission Viejo, 49 in Anaheim. We've got a crash in downtown LA on the 10.
Well, we had one. It looks like it has cleared the westbound side of the 10, right around Santa Fe. But the damage is done. It's slow all the way back to the 710 as a result of that crash. Looking at a problem right now in the Encino area, where it's bound wide open crash. There, it looks like it's in the left lane, causing you a little bit of grief. Not seeing as much slow as you would think, though. Again, that's the 101 west, and the eastbound side is a lot worse. Very slow from Topanga Canyon all the way through Sherman Oaks. Gets better right there in the Studio City area. Will Coleshriver, KFI in the sky.
Inner peace. For me, it's the aroma of lavender and candlelit bath enveloped by a rainforest soundscape. Enlightenment, here I come.
Free one-day delivery on bath bombs and millions of other items. Whatever you're into, it's on Prime. Some people think college sounds like this. But at Ball State, we like to think it sounds like this. Because becoming a Cardinal opens the door to the future you want to build. Our welcoming culture, passionate learning partners, and focus on innovation and collaboration allow you to chart a unique path to a bright future. Discover Ball State and see how, as Cardinals, we fly.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Okay, Miss Watts. Everything seems to be in order here, except your vehicle registration.
How's that now?
Who is Earl Watts again?
Yeah, I told you, that's my father.
Okay, so why are you driving his rig?
I'm just covering for him. It's temporary. Look, I didn't do anything illegal, right?
We'll find out.
Okay,
We'll
because
find
I
out.
really need to get this trailer delivered on
Ma'am,
time.
sit tight, or this can take a heck of a lot longer.
You ever driven a reefer?
What?
A refrigerated trailer. Do you know how to handle one?
Who is this place?
Ray, what is it?
It's a tight schedule. You hand off to the receiver by 5 a.m. so you don't get too many pit stops.
Hold up, I don't get to inspect it first?
We bolt seal all our trailers. Novanto's policy. There's not going to be a problem, is it?
Ray, I hope you know what you're doing. A sealed trailer. Now, that could be anything. Drugs, plutonium, aliens.
Mr. Caldwell, I need to know what I'm transporting here. It isn't just corn back there, is it?
What did you see?
Cheat Code presents Carrier, starring Cynthia Erivo. Written and directed by Dan Black.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
The Daily Calendar.
Today, March 11th.
Hey, buddy, today is 311 Day. Not for the band, but for the phone number 311 for government services. It's National COVID-19 Day. Oh, yay, let's party. Ironically, it's also Immune System Day and Wash Your Nose Day. What is NAP? It's National Napping Day.
Every day should be nap day.
Happy birthday to Laker Anthony Davis, actor Johnny Knoxville, musicians Lisa Loeb and Bobby McFerrin.
And that's your daily calendar.
From KFI AM 640.
KFI AM 640. Bill Handel here. It is a Monday morning, March 11. In Gaza, not only is Benjamin Netanyahu said, we're going to keep on going till Hamas is completely destroyed, notwithstanding a number of people dying. I mean, that is a tough one. And the world is turning against him big time, including President Biden. And because they're not allowing as much